Welcome to the Light Novel Up audio channel. Like and subscribe so you never miss a new chapter. Visit lightnovelup.net to read the latest novels, updated regularly. Thank you.
Novel name: The Genius System Without Equal. Xiao Luo and his girlfriend had been in love with each other for 4 years when she proposed a breakup. Because of this, Xiao Luo sped his car in the night and ended up in a car accident. But it was a blessing in disguise, as he unexpectedly fused with a high-tech system that originated from a universe hundreds of billions of light-years away. From this moment on, the entire world started to run amok.
Chapter 1. A System's Sudden Arrival. Xiao Luo blearily regained consciousness and found himself lying on a hospital bed. The strong odor of disinfectant permeated the air. This is a hospital. Why am I in a hospital? Xiao Luo frowned, feeling extremely puzzled, but his brain, which had recovered its functions, quickly told him everything. After his girlfriend Zhao Mengqi broke up with him, he drove his cheap domestic car to the suburbs, where he sped down the road to vent his emotions. It had been raining earlier, and the road was slick. Moreover, it was late at night. He very unluckily got into an accident. The car, which was going more than 120 miles an hour, careened off the road and plunged headfirst down a 3-meter drop into farmland. He could not remember anything after that, and did not know who was the good Samaritan who found him and brought him to the hospital. That was the only reason he was still alive. Creak. At that moment, the door of the ward was pushed open, and a sweet-looking nurse carrying a tray of liquid medications walked in. When she saw that Xiao Luo had awakened and was sitting up, frowning in contemplation, she immediately cried out in alarm. The liquid medications in her hands crashed to the ground and spilled all over the floor. She looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her eyes were wide open, and she pointed at Xiao Luo with her trembling right hand and stammered, You, how are you awake?" Xiao Luo didn't know what was going on and thought in his mind, "Is this nurse new? If not, why is she having such an intense reaction to seeing a patient who had awakened?" He looked up and down at himself, and then from left to the right. Afterward, he spread his hands and said, "This is obvious." He asked carefully, "Is there anything wrong?" "How could you have awakened? There's no way that you could have... You awakened! How—" The nurse still looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her eyes and delicate mouth were wide open. She stared at Xiao Luo with an incredulous expression. It seemed that she could not believe the facts that were in front of her eyes. No way he could have awakened! Xiao Luo really felt a little stumped. He didn't understand why the nurse would say such a thing. Just as he was about to ask her a question, the nurse turned her head and ran out. Her hysterical shrieking echoed down the corridor. "Dr. John, this is bad! The patient in Ward 438 is awake!" What just was happening? Xiao Luo was at a total loss. He could not figure out the reason for the situation. Besides, he was speechless about his ward number. 438 was not an auspicious number. Its homonym was damned fool. At this moment, a series of system notifications suddenly sounded in his mind, the tone of which was just like the system voice of a popular online game, League of Legends. This was also the highly modulated voice of a female with an expansive and exaggerated quality. "Ding! Congratulations! You've earned 10 points. Would you like to open the mall to proceed with redemption?" Xiao Luo sucked in a breath of fresh air. What motherfucking situation was this? As a new youth of the 21st century, he couldn't believe such an outrageous thing could happen. This simply went against all common sense. He thought he was hallucinating, perhaps the result of a concussion, but then a lighted panel appeared before his eyes. It was like a high-tech resume that showed a series of information about him. Host, Xiao Luo. Age, 26. Points, 10 points. Current identity, How High Corporation employee. Level of current state, mediocre. What? Mediocre? Seeing this, Xiao Luo immediately returned to himself. He found this unacceptable and thought, in any case, I'm still an engineer of How High Manufacturing Corporation. If even engineers are considered mediocre, no one in this world is not mediocre. It seemed that the system had heard the thoughts in his mind, and its notification tone sounded again. Ding! Host, your ability to communicate in foreign languages is poor, and your body is in a sickly condition. In terms of morals, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics, you are no good in any of those. What are you if not mediocre? You. Xiao Luo had an outstanding temperament, but his capacity for tolerance had reached its limits. At this moment, he couldn't help but spit out another swear word, and then he asked, "What the hell are you?" Ding! I'm called the genius without equal, and I come from a parallel universe that is 100 billion light-years away. Parallel universe? Xiao Luo's shock could not be put into words. The facts in front of him forced him to believe the words spoken by this invisible and intangible system. Because he already knew the concept of parallel universes, he subconsciously asked, "Is there an Earth there too?" Ding! Of course, but the level of technology there is 100,000 years ahead. Me! For a short time, Xiao Luo's brain couldn't accept what he was hearing. A level of science and technology that was 100,000 years ahead? What kind of scene would it be when humans there had escaped the cycle of rebirth and death through the power of science and technology? Ding! I arrived at this universe because of the chaotic flow in time and space. I became a parasite in you who was on the verge of death. I'll specially give you a free life extension. Xiao Luo was astounded. With his IQ, he immediately understood why the nurse had lost her composure when she saw that he had awakened. So that was the reason. I wasn't supposed to wake up so quickly, but I did because of the life extension from the system. In other words, Xiao Luo came after being diagnosed by a doctor as a hopeless case. The nurse's overreaction made sense in this light. His mind felt more at ease when he figured this out. He changed the topic by asking, "What else can you do for me besides extending my life?" Ding! This system can build you into a genius without equal. A genius without equal? Is that some kind of freak who knows everything? Ding! You could say. What's the price? He didn't believe in free lunches. Ding! By using points to redeem various abilities in the mall. The more applicable the abilities are, the more points are needed. After the system's introduction, the lighted panel changed to show the mall, with various abilities packed in the display. There were foreign language abilities, gaming abilities, memory abilities, and more. Xiao Luo couldn't take them all in at one glance. After looking through it once, he felt like cursing. Among the thousands of abilities shown, none of them could be redeemed for 10 points. System, can you tell me what abilities can be redeemed for 10 points? Xiao Luo didn't give up. He wanted to test if this was a hallucination or maybe someone's prank. Ding! You cannot redeem any abilities for 10 points. Xiao Luo was exasperated. Are you messing with me? Ding! Points can be earned. Host, do not worry. So points could be earned? Xiao Luo's eyes brightened. How do I earn points? Ding! Surprise, curiosity, shock, and any other human emotional reactions caused by the host will be automatically distinguished and absorbed by the system, and then automatically converted into corresponding points based on the depth of the emotion. I see. Xiao Luo immediately understood. This was not a genius without equal system. This clearly was a cheat code system that allowed him to continually act like a pretentious jerk, to play the sheep to catch a wolf. The 10 points he must have been earned from the nurse just now. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the ward was pushed open. In swarmed a large group of doctors in white coats. When they saw Xiao Luo sitting up, they all stood rooted to the ground, as if they had been petrified. Their eyes were wide open in shock, looking at Xiao Luo.
Chapter 2. Constitution of the King of Mercenaries. Xiao Luo saw shock, confusion and doubt in their eyes. The patient has septic shock, ruptured intestines, bleeding, and contusion of the liver and spleen. How could he have awakened in only half a day? Not only that, the patient also suffered contusions on both lungs, multiple rib fractures on both sides, comminuted skull fracture, torn right abdominal muscles, hemorrhage of the digestive tract, and a pelvis fracture. With such severe injuries to his body, how did the patient regain consciousness just like this? Unbelievable! This is a medical miracle! The group of doctors sized up Xiao Luo carefully, as if they were looking at an alien. Their shock and horror could not be articulated. The female nurse who screamed earlier was among them. Xiao Luo was equally shocked because the value of his points was increasing rapidly. It suddenly rose from the previous 10 points to 100 points. It did not stop at 100, but continued to increase to 1,001 points before finally stabilizing. Ding ding! Congratulations! You've earned 911 points. Do you want to enter them all for redemption? The system notification sounded. Xiao Luo blinked and got a hold of his mind. He remembered his weak constitution and inquired, "System, is there anything that can improve my physical strength?" As soon as the words were spoken, an ability called Constitution of King of Mercenaries appeared on the lighted silver screen, but it would cost 1,000 points to redeem it. Why isn't there an explanatory note? Xiao Luo was puzzled. Ding ding! The Constitution of King of Mercenaries can enable the host to quickly possess a mercenary king's ability. This includes, but is not limited to, physical strength, combat experience, ability to response, knowledge of firearms, etc. Once redeemed, it will be permanently in effect. Do you wish to proceed with redemption? The system voice said. Fuck me! Xiao Luo drew in a breath of cool air. This was more than just a cheat code. It was like going into the script of a game and directly modifying the characteristics of the main character. Redeem. The word was barely squeezed out from the cracks between his teeth. He still could not believe that this system really existed, unless his body suddenly became stronger for real. Ding ding! Congratulations! You've received Constitution of King of Mercenaries and used up 1,000 points, the system notification voice said. However, the doctors in the room looked at each other in dismay. It was because they could not see the lighted silver screen or hear the system notifications. All they could hear was Xiao Luo's voice. Seeing how Xiao Luo was talking to himself as he sat on the bed, and his brows occasionally scrunched and relaxed, they uniformly agreed that Xiao Luo's brain had been damaged. Although he had awakened, he had now become a mental patient. And moreover, they had completely calmed down by now, as they realized a major problem, and that was the person who had diagnosed the patient last night was an intern who had not arrived in the hospital for long. Their understanding of the patient was also based on the diagnostic report by the intern. After all, they had only arrived for work a short time ago and did not have the time to check the patient's condition personally. So, could this be a misdiagnosis, a case of getting the wrong report? This was not a medical miracle at all. Have you contacted the patient's family? A middle-aged doctor turned his head and asked the female nurse next to him. The female nurse nodded. We're about to contact the patients through his cell phone. A man named Zhang Dashan just happened to call, and he said he's the patient's good friend. We told Zhang Dashan the patient's situation, and he immediately agreed to come over. He should be on his way now. The middle-aged doctor said, Very good. Remember to inform the patient's medical expenses. Okay. The female nurse nodded in answer. By the way, arrange another full-body examination for the patient. I strongly suspect that his examination report was wrong. What? Tearing and bleeding of the right eye? Look at him. There's no injuries anywhere on his body. Did Xiao Li, who took over my shift last night, daydream on his job? The middle-aged doctor scowled. Just then, a chilly atmosphere suddenly spread across the ward without any warning. The doctors in the ward could not shake off this cold feeling. All of them could not take their eyes off Xiao Luo, sitting on the hospital bed. They were experiencing a strong misperception at this moment, that it was not a person sitting on the hospital bed, but an extremely dangerous, bloodthirsty beast. It was as if it could devour them at any time, leaving nothing but a pile of bones. Especially Xiao Luo's eyes, his chilling aura pressed upon them, and his fiendish intent was overwhelming. It was like the eyes of a wild beast, and they truly felt a tremor that started from their souls. How did this happen? Was it a hallucination or a misperception? The doctors were all stunned, and they could foolishly not tell whether it was real or not, but their foreheads could not stop breaking out in cold sweat. They could not understand how a person's temperament could change so dramatically in an instant. Xiao Luo felt very strange and wonderful at this moment. His body seemed to have endless strength, and the ankylosing spondylitis he had been troubled by for more than 2 years seemed to have been cured. His entire back now felt extremely light. His body had never experienced this full and unrestrained sense of ease and comfort. Even his sight had become much clearer. He could even easily see the tiny creatures in the ward, such as the spider lying quietly on the wall waiting for its prey to serve itself. "Lao Xiao!" A loud voice blew in from outside the ward, and it was quickly followed by the door slamming open. A young man similar to age to Xiao Luo appeared at the doorway. The young man had a fleshy face. His entire face was plump and round, but his body was not fat. It was even on the thin side. It looked like a fat man's head grafted on a thin man's neck. He wore a crew cut and had some distinct forehead wrinkles. The skin on his face was also very rough. The young man looked around before his gaze finally landed on Xiao Luo in that hospital bed. Then he completely disregarded the doctors, treating them like air, and ran straight towards Xiao Luo. After a general examination of Xiao Luo's body, the loud voice suddenly shouted, "Fuck! Which quack doctor said my brother was in shock and was going to become a vegetable? I rushed over without even having breakfast. What in the bollocks were you trying to do?" As soon as this statement was spoken, the group of doctors in the ward suddenly flushed red, especially the middle-aged doctor. Even though the diagnosis was written by Xiao Li, the intern last night, as Xiao Luo's primary physician, wouldn't the label of quack doctor still be directly tacked on to him? Xiao Luo coughed dryly a few times and felt a wave of embarrassment. His buddy Zhang Dashan really had the guts to say anything. Was he not afraid of getting beaten by the group of doctors? The row of doctors looked at each other and then stepped out in succession. After closing the door, some of the doctors with bad tempers could not help but flip out. What kind of reputation is Xiao Li trying to establish, to even make this kind of mistake? Did he daydream as he was diagnosing the patient last night? An intern is an intern. He is not serious at all in his work. I suggest that we cancel his qualification to become a regular employee. He should stay in the hospital for another 3 months. Yes, misdiagnosis is a major taboo for us as doctors. This is the first time I've ever seen such a huge misdiagnosis in my life. Obviously, these doctors had determined that Xiao Luo's raking up was not a medical miracle at all, but a huge misdiagnosis. And the one responsible for the misdiagnosis was Xiao Li, an intern in their hospital. The middle-aged doctor said nothing, but his expression was unusually ugly. Xiao Li was an intern under his name. This was also the first time that he had seen such a huge misdiagnosis as a doctor. He was usually loved by others, and even had been gifted a plaque that said, "Hua Tu of our lifetime." It was totally unlike the insulting names that he had suffered from early morning of today, such as Quack Doctor. He would settle all these with Xiao Li.
Chapter 3. Resignation. Xiao Luo could not be bothered to find out who the doctors wanted to pin the blame on. He was now completely immersed in the excitement of the constitution of the king of mercenaries brought about by the genius system without equal. The iron railing of a hospital bed had been twisted and deformed by his bare hands. He had now thoroughly confirmed the very real existence of the system. This was not a hallucination produced after the concussion. If one does not perish in a great disaster, blessings will surely follow. The words of the ancients really don't lie. Ha ha! Xiao Luo could not suppress himself and laughed heartily. He felt as if he had woken up and found that he had turned into Superman, who wore his red underpants on the outside and could fly in the sky. It was difficult to describe the excitement in words. "Hey, hey, hey! Lao Xiao! What's up with you? Don't scare me. Why are you getting happy all by yourself in such a silly way?" Zhang Deishan clapped his hands in front of Xiao Luo's eyes, but he did not see how Xiao Luo had twisted the iron railing of the bed into a deformed shape. Xiao Luo looked at his ex-college roommate and buddy in front of him. He really wanted to tell him about the genius system without equal. But he thought better of it. It was better to keep this matter to himself. If he said it, he would only be treated like a lunatic by Zhang Deishan. After all, this was too ridiculous. Who would believe that he had merged with the genius system without equal from a parallel universe 100 billion light-years away? "What are you looking at? I'm nothing to look at. Tell me, why are you lying in the hospital?" Zhang Deishan jabbed at Xiao Luo's chest with a finger, putting all his strength behind the motion. "Ah, disappointment in love," Xiao Luo sighed. He followed up with an account about how Zhao Mengxi broke up with him, after which he drove his car at high speed in the suburbs late at night and ended up in a car accident. After listening, Zhang Deishan sighed. "Fuck me, you really survived a great disaster." "Can't you understand the main point?" Xiao Luo rolled his eyes. Zhang Deishan immediately scolded. "The main point is bollocks. Zhao Mengxi is less than a fart. Breaking up with you is her loss. You are so outstanding. You even have an occipital bun at the back of your skull. The physiognomy books have said that this is a feature of an emperor. One day, sooner or later, you will become rich and powerful. When that time comes, the only thing left for Zhao Mengxi is to cry by herself." Xiao Luo did not know whether to laugh or cry. He patted Dashan's shoulder. "Dashan, I really salute you for your skill at talking drivel. No one can beat you at this." "Get lost." Zhang Deishan waved his hand impatiently and then said with a serious expression, "By the way, do you feel any discomfort now? For example, do you feel like vomiting?" "There's nothing wrong with me. I'm lucky this time. Only the car was thrashed. I'm totally fine and can be discharged now." "Lao Xiao, we can't brag about this. The body is an asset for a revolution. You can't afford to be careless about it. If you have no money for treatment, I have. I don't have millions, but I can definitely come up with $3,000 or $4,000 for you." With their relationship, Zhang Deishan was a straight talker who did not hide things or beat around the bush. "There's no really need for that." Xiao Luo immediately leaped from the bed. Not only did he jump 3 times on the floor, he also walked upside down to prove that his body was better. Zhang Deishan's eyes widened. "Oh my lord, when did you learn to walk upside down? You've hidden that skill so well." He now completely believed in his heart that there was no major issues with Xiao Luo's body. "Ding! Congratulations! You've earned 5 points." Xiao Luo ignored the system notification and ended the handstand. He dusted his palms and said irritably to Zhang Deishan, "So, according to your saying, do I have to report to you even when I go to the bathroom?" "I'm not interested in you going to the bathroom, but I would love to hear about if you have sex with a girl. The more detailed, the better. Hey. F your sister." Bwahahaha. Zhang Deishan ran out with a hearty laugh to complete the discharge papers for Xiao Luo. They had a simple breakfast together. After leaving the hospital, Xiao Luo and Zhang Deishan went to the traffic police, where his domestic car was. The car was seriously deformed. Even the engine was broken. Even if it was repaired, it would still bounce heavily on a flat road like the broken car that it was. He could only apply for it to be scrapped. "Don't feel bad about it. It's just a car. If the old doesn't go, the new will not come. The same logic applies to girlfriends. There's always a good car, a good woman in this world that belongs solely to you." Xiao Luo smiled and didn't speak. After barely escaping from the Grim Reaper's clutches, he had gotten over many things in his mind. His mental state was much more calm and collected than before. "Do you want to go home or the company?" Zhang Deshan opened the driver's door of his Corolla and asked Xiao Luo. "To the company." "Fuck, you insist on going to work even after a car accident? If I'm Jack Ma, I'll definitely send you a dedication blessing card." "I'm not going to work, but to resign," Xiao Luo helplessly said. Zhang Deshan frowned, feeling a little agitated. "You're resigning just because of Zhao Mengxi? My bro, aren't you acting too much like a loser?" Xiao Luo sighed, but did not explain. He opened the door to the front passenger seat and got into the car. In fact, he had thought about resigning long ago. Not only was working in a manufacturing factory a repetitive grind every day, it also lacked challenges. He couldn't see any future in this job. He had never felt particularly happy about this job. If Zhao Mengxi did not also work at Huahei Corporation, he would have chosen to leave long ago. Now that he had the genius system without equal, there was no need to restrict his career path to Huahei Corporation. Zhang Deshan stopped shooting his mouth off and got into the driver's seat. He drove Xiao Luo to Huahei Corporation. "Lao Xiao, cheer up! We're men! There's no need to be sad and depressed over a woman who doesn't care for you." "I've opened my mind. I can adjust myself well." Xiao Luo's heart warmed. "By the way, you should pay attention when you're driving. Don't learn from me and run yourself off the road." "Touch wood. No good words can be expected from a scoundrel like you. I'm leaving. I'll call you up again for a good time when I'm free." Zhang Deshan stepped on the accelerator and boldly drove his Corolla away. Xiao Luo watched him leave until he couldn't see the shadow of the car anymore. He collected his gaze and turned around, swiping his employee card and walking into Huahei Corporation. His resignation was finally completed just before noon. Holding a box of his stuff, Xiao Luo walked down the main pathway of Huahei Corporation, where he had worked for 3 years. All sorts of feelings welled up in his mind. This was his first job after graduating from college. He still remembered when he had arrived, full of dreams and ideals. Each and every scene flitted across his mind like a movie. "Xiao Luo, stop right there!" A familiar voice rang out behind him, with a hint of command behind her tone. Xiao Luo stopped and turned back to meet a beautiful face. That was Zhao Mengxi, a stylishly dressed woman with a sweet appearance. He was not surprised at all that Zhao Mengxi had moaned about his resignation. After all, she worked in the HR department. There were thousands in Huahei Corporation. Whether they stayed or left, the HR department had detailed records of all of them. "Is there something wrong?" Xiao Luo indifferently asked. Zhao Mengxi ran up to him in her high heels. She glanced at the contents of Xiao Luo's box with a scornful expression in her eyes. "Xiao Luo, can't you be a little more mature? You and I, we've come to the end, but do you have to resign over this and ruin your future? Even if you don't want to think about yourself, you have to consider your family. You would have no source of income after you resign. Do you intend to go back and live off your parents?"
Chapter 4. The X and the Current. Xiao Luo felt that he had been reborn after the car accident. He did not really have much complaints about Zhao Mengxi. He felt more numb than anything else, and expressed his understanding about her choices. After all, the world had always been very realistic and cruel. "I resigned due to personal reasons. It has little to do with you." Xiao Luo smiled. "If there's nothing else, goodbye." A goodbye to put a perfect full stop to their 4-year relationship. There were no entanglements between them, no pestering. He would not lay down the dignity he had as a man to appeal for anything more.
He turned around airily and left. Zhao Mengqi stood rooted in the same spot and only felt emptiness in her heart. She originally came to rant about Xiao Lu's shortcomings and also to confirm that her choice of leaving Xiao Lu was correct. Such a weak and incompetent man was not worthy of her at all. But the result was not what she had expected. Xiao Lu did not plead with her to stay, nor did he have any sad feelings, which suddenly made her feel a little indignant. Things should not be like this. Xiao Lu, don't pretend that you don't care. I know that you really hate me. But this is reality. Zhao Mengqi shouted. I can almost predict the trajectory of your life. You can't escape from the fate of a working man. Maybe you'll succeed one day, but whether it's 10 years or 20 years later, who knows? You can afford it, but I can't afford to waste my youth. I don't want to live in a narrow rental house with you after marriage, and I don't want to be a slave to our mortgage for 30 years after the down payment for a house. That is not how I want to live like that. Xiao Lu turned his head and said with a blank expression, So? Zhao Mengqi blurted out, answering in a self-righteous voice, So I chose to leave you and make plans for my own future. Well, you did right. Xiao Luo kept a smile on his face from beginning to end. His ease and calm remained unchanged. Thanks for giving me a lesson in the school of hard knocks. Zhao Mengqi was stunned once again. She did not understand why Xiao Lu could still be so calm. Shouldn't he have lost all rational thought and gone mad? Was this guy pretending, or did he really not care? Kiki? At this moment, a Lamborghini sports car stopped next to Zhao Mengqi. The window rolled down, revealing the face of a handsome young man. From one glance, one could tell that he was a young master who had been pampered since childhood. His skin was very fair, and he was dressed in branded apparel. Xiao Lu recognized at a glance that this was Hua Haifeng, the son of the chairman of Hua Hai Corporation, also known as Young Master Hua. He was said to be a total playboy. Many beautiful, unmarried women in Hua Hai Corporation had a little history with him. Kiki, what are you doing here? Hua Haifeng alighted from the sports car before realizing that Xiao Lu was there. He pointed at Xiao Lu with a hostile expression. Who is he? Zhao Mengqi was rather embarrassed, but didn't hide anything. She coquettishly said, He's Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu? So he's your ex. Hua Haifeng had a sudden realization. It was obvious that he knew about Xiao Lu's existence and the relationship between Zhao Mengqi and Hua Haifeng. He glanced at Xiao Lu, and a nebulous expression flashed across his eyes. Since he's your ex, it would be impolite for me, as the current, not to say hello to him. Zhao Mengqi said, Young Master Hua, with your status, there is no need for you to say hello to him. Let's just go. Hua Haifeng and Xiao Lu formed a sharp contrast. The more she looked at Xiao Lu, the more she felt that he was incapable and powerless. He truly belonged to the bottom of the pile. She did not want to see any interaction between Hua Haifeng, who had a distinguished status, and Xiao Lu. Hua Haifeng walked toward Xiao Lu. With his back to Zhao Mengqi, he bothered not to conceal anything. His face brimmed with a peculiar and self-satisfied smile as he strutted like a victor. He put his hand out, giving a phony and evil smile. Hello, I'm Hua Haifeng. Glad to meet you. Xiao Luo shrugged and said in a monotone, Sorry, I'm holding stuff. I can't put my hand out. The anger that Zhao Mengqi experienced was not only because of this incident. You can say hello to him after you put your stuff down. Xiao Lu turned a deaf ear to her. There was nothing he felt toward Zhao Mengqi apart from disappointment. Their 4-year relationship had become a sacrificial object as she courted Hua Haifeng's favor. He suddenly felt that he had been blind for the past 4 years. He had wasted 4 years on this relationship. At this moment, Hua Haifeng laughed. Xiao Lu, you're quite a character. I really admire you. By the way, are you interested in being my assistant? I guarantee you'll get an annual salary of $28,000. Of course, he was not sincere about inviting Xiao Lu to be his assistant. Instead, he wanted to use this as a pretext to deliberately mock Xiao Lu and strike him down. Hua Haifeng would feel a special sense of accomplishment and thrill to seize someone else's cake and eat it in front of him. "I'm not interested." Xiao Lu dropped those 3 words and turned away. Hua Haifeng's eyes narrowed and emitted a chilling light. "Wait." He went up to Xiao Lu and put his mouth close to his ears, revealing his true nature by saying, "I fucked your woman for you last night. Her body is great. It was so good I could die. I tried all 36 moves on her. I didn't expect that a pretentious dick like you had never fucked her once in those 4 years. I got a bargain in the end." "Congratulations on turning another girl into a woman for this society." Xiao Lu smiled and said without any grief or joy. Hua Haifeng's expression instantly froze. He never expected that Xiao Lu would respond so dully. This suddenly caused him to feel a great sense of failure and frustration. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Lu's shoulder. He gritted his teeth and said, "Aren't you angry?" To Xiao Lu, the challenging word sounded like it came from an ignorant fool. He mocked, "She's your woman now, but you're telling another man about your private lives? Have you become addled? If there's a next time, you might as well invite me to observe the scene. I'll surely applaud and cheer for you from the sidelines." It was only then that Hua Haifeng realized, he was Zhao Mengqi's man now. To be counteracted and crushed by Xiao Lu, Hua Haifeng suddenly felt so humiliated that he became enraged. He grabbed Xiao Lu's collar in one move and sneered, "Piece of garbage! What are you talking about?" Xiao Lu's expression turned cold. "Release me!" With just 2 simple words, Xiao Lu felt as if he had fallen into an ice hole. He shuddered involuntarily from head to toe. Especially when he met Xiao Lu's eyes, he could not control the hair on his body from standing straight up. How can this kid's eyes be so scary? Hua Haifeng was terrified. He couldn't believe that Xiao Lu could scare him with just a look from his eyes. Subconsciously, he was about to let go, but how could he admit defeat when Zhao Mengqi was standing behind him? Moreover, he did not believe that Xiao Lu would dare to do anything to him when they were in Hua Hai Corporation. "So what if I don't let go? You want to hit me? Come on, I can lend you 10 times the courage. Let's see if you really dare." His voice suddenly broke off. This was because Xiao Lu had jolted him away with his inner force. Then he struck a foot on his chest without mercy. Chapter 5. The Little Beggar Girl. As his right foot pounded firmly on Hua Haifeng's chest, the force of the impact surging outward from the center point of attack. "Ah!" A sad and blood-curdling screech rang out of Hua Haifeng's body, which weighed 65 kilograms. He flew backward immediately, as if hit by a locomotive, and fell hard on the solid ground 4 or 5 meters away. His teeth bit through his tongue, and blood flowed in a mad gush, streaming from the corners of his mouth. Feeling as if his internal organs had been rearranged, Hua Haifeng lay on the ground, moaning in pain. That move by Xiao Luo's foot was like an attack from the legendary aquatic dragon, a complete whirlwind executed in one smooth motion. It was direct and efficient. Zhao Mengqi was wholly stunned and stood motionless. Her eyes were wide, and she looked at Xiao Luo with an incredulous expression as he exuded a murderous air. She simply could not believe Hua Haifeng was kicked 4 or 5 meters away by Xiao Luo. "Ding! Congratulations! You've earned 50 points. 50 points? How did I get 50 points? Xiao Luo looked around, only to find 4 security guards at the main entrance who had also seen what happened. The 4 security guards quickly ran to them. "Young Master Hua!" The 4 of them, together with Zhao Mengqi, who had regained her composure, supported Hua Haifeng to stand up. Hua Haifeng was furious. He pointed at Xiao Luo and bellowed, "Beat him up! I want him dead! He won't be taking 1 step out of Huaha's door!" The 4 security guards did not dare to disobey, Besides, this was an opportunity to distinguish themselves and prove their mettle. Who could say for sure? Perhaps they would be able to accomplish a shocking achievement all of a sudden simply because they taught someone a lesson on behalf of Hua Haifeng. Although they witnessed Xiao Luo's power, they still pulled out the black iron truncheons hanging at their waists and threw themselves at him. Why would Xiao Luo be afraid of mere security guards who watched the entrance? Without relinquishing the box, he executed a series of kicks and jabs with his legs. Each foot landed squarely on a security guard's chest. 4 voices screamed. The 4 security guards were thrown backward like Hua Haifeng. Even the iron truncheons in their hands dropped to the ground. At this moment, the anger had drained out of Hua Haifeng. He looked at Xiao Luo in extreme horror. It was as if he had seen a ghost in daylight. He shivered when Xiao Luo's gaze locked on him. Cold sweat instantly broke out across his body. He could not believe that Xiao Luo could have such freakish and terrifying skills. Xiao Mengqi was in the same state. She now felt that Xiao Luo was even more of a stranger. This was not the Xiao Luo she knew before. When Xiao Luo walked toward Hua Haifeng, she subconsciously placed herself in front of him and stared at Xiao Luo nervously. "Xiao Luo, what do you want?" Xiao Luo ignored her. He just smiled at looking at the badly frightened Hua Haifeng and said in a chiding tone, "Young Master Hua, if you have nothing to do, don't go around grabbing other people's collar. That's very ill-mannered of you. I warned you, but you didn't let go. You shouldn't be indignant about getting a kick from me." His gaze turned toward Xiao Mengqi, and he said with a grin, "Everyone wants to wear the princess's robe, but for how long can you wear it? 3 months or half a year?" A tremor through Xiao Mengqi's body. Xiao Luo's words stabbed right at her worry. Yes, although she became Hua Haifeng's girlfriend as she wished, Xiao Mengqi did not have the slightest sense of security and always felt that she could be abandoned by him at any moment. This was also the main reason she went to look for Xiao Luo today. Deep down in her heart, she still hoped to have him as her backup plan, which would give her a sense of security. Of course, this is just my advice. Feel free to disregard it. After saying this, Xiao Luo left without looking back. Xiao Mengqi seemed to have lost her soul all of a sudden. She stood there in the same spot, looking like an idiot. She thought that breaking up with Xiao Luo was definitely the right thing to do. But when the man really turned and left, the only thing she felt was an infinite sense of loss, sadness, and loneliness. Every little detail of her 4 years living with this man emerged in a non-stop stream in her mind. Every scene was normal and ordinary, but she could not let go of them entirely. She missed the egg-fried rice Xiao Luo made, his meticulous care when she was ill, and even more so, his narrow but hot chest. She had to admit that her 4-year romantic relationship with him was the best time of her life. Looking at Xiao Luo's back as he left, her vision was slowly blurred by tears. Her feelings became indescribably complicated. She felt as if she had lost a crucial thing. Asterisks, asterisk. Walking along the bustling street, Xiao Luo felt a lightness he had never experienced before. For a while, he couldn't explain why he was in such a mood. Perhaps it was because he had seen Xiao Mengqi's true nature, or could it be because he had left Huahai Corporation? Not long after, he came to the entrance of a department store and his gaze landed on a corner of the square. There was a little girl in rags, about 7 years old, who was begging from the flow of tourists. The little girl was unkempt, her long black hair so filthy and messy that knots had already started to form. Her legs were curved in an abnormal state, and her leg muscles were severely atrophied. She could not stand up and walk. She could only rely on her young and tender hands to slowly crawl forward like a poor little seal as she pushed along a chipped bowl. Her long trouser legs dragged windingly on the ground. They were covered in dust and looked like 2 filthy rags. After a while, the little beggar girl crawled to her feet and shook the chipped bowl gently. The sound of coins clanking against the container rang out. Xiao Luo lowered his head, and his gaze collided with the little girl. Although she was dirty and even emitted a pungent odor, her eyes were crystal clear and alert, so bright that they resembled the stars in the sky. "Please, do a good deed and give me a few bucks," the little girl said, hopefully. Xiao Luo saw that she was pitiable, so he lowered the box, took out a $2 note from his pocket, and put it in the bowl. "Thank you, mister. Buddha will bless you." The little girl kowtowed and put her hands together, palm to palm. The people of Xiangchang believed in the Buddha, and there was nothing wrong with the little girl's words of thanksgiving. Xiao Luo thought she was very bright and quick-witted, so he then took out 2 $10 notes and stuffed them into her pocket. "Quickly go home and get your family to buy you something delicious." He truly felt the little girl was pitiable. She was so young, but had to suffer like this. Home? The little girl's petite body trembled slightly. Her bright eyes became lifeless. She seemed to be mumbling to herself, or perhaps she was recounting her tale. "I know home now." She revealed a great sadness and loneliness despite her young age. Her eyes became red, forming 2 reddish circles. Xiao Luo was puzzled. "Everyone has a home and parents. Why don't you have a home?" The little girl shook her head and then smiled staunchly. She changed the subject and said, "You're a good person. Thank you." After this, she moved her petite body with great difficulty and crawled away. Xiao Luo thought this little girl was extraordinary. She had a story. After thinking about it, he quietly followed her.
Chapter 6. A Good Person. "Let her go!" A cold, hard voice rang through the empty alley. The ugly and ferocious-looking man turned his head, only to meet with regular features set in a face that exuded a noble spirit. Then he raged fearlessly, as if he was on the right course. "I'm disciplining my daughter. It's none of your business. Don't meddle in other people's affairs. Scram!" "I'm telling you to let go of her!" Xiao Luo shouted coldly. The imposing manner of his body suddenly intensified. Without warning, the brute felt a bone-piercing chill, a chill that made his hair stand on end. He was like a frog under the watchful gaze of a poisonous snake. He was walking a perilous edge. Unable to help himself, he took a step back. While he was in a daze, Xiao Luo lost his patience. Xiao Luo's body turned into a streak of black lightning that rushed toward him. In the blink of an eye, he was knocked 7 or 8 meters. The man with the hideous and brutish appearance only felt something flicker in front of his eyes. He had no time to fight back. A clenched fist greeted his face and was closely followed by an intense pain that flooded his head. His body was thrown back helplessly, a bloody tooth jutting from his mouth. The little girl fell but was caught firmly by Xiao Luo. When she found out that it was the same man who'd given her a lot of money, she stared blankly at first, before bursting into tears, feeling aggrieved. "Is he your dad?" asked Xiao Luo, pointing at the hideous hulk on the ground. Shaking her head, she said, "No, he's a bad man. He broke my legs and forced me to beg for money. Please call the police. Tell them to take me away. I want to go home. I want my daddy and mommy. Boo-hoo-hoo." She cried her heart out, her young and soft body heaving with each sob. Xiao Luo immediately understood. The little girl was abducted by human traffickers. These people brutally broke both her legs, forcibly turning a healthy person into a miserable, disabled beggar. She was nothing more than a cash cow for them, thrown to the streets to beg like a lump of dirt. At this point, the guy got up from the ground, spat out the blood in his mouth, and pulled out the switchblade from his pocket. He glared at Xiao Luo savagely. "Boy, hand her over to me now and we can still talk things over. Otherwise, I'll kill you with this knife." "I really want to know how you intend to kill me." Xiao Luo stamped his foot. A loud bang was heard as the ground ruptured, spreading cracks from under his foot to the surrounding area, like spider webs.
Gulp. The man swallowed his saliva with difficulty, wondering where this monster came from. He cracked the surface of the cement with one stomp of his foot. You just wait." After speaking these harsh words, he fled in defeat and in disbelief. He didn't think his body was stronger than the concrete path. Xiao Luo immediately swept toward him and blasted this guy back with his fist. As he flew back, 2 bloodied teeth jutted hideously out of his mouth. "Ding, ding, ding! Congratulations! You've earned 10 points!" The system notification rang out. Xiao Luo was too busy to pay attention. He collected his gaze and looked at the little girl, comforting her as she shivered. "Don't be scared. Everything is all right." The little girl wiped away her tears unceasingly. Half an hour later, Xiao Luo appeared with the little girl at the Public Security Bureau. "Stay here. The police will send you home to your parents." Xiao Luo did what he could do. Now it was time to leave. "Mister, thank you." The little girl was very sensible. She knew that she had met the right person, otherwise she would still be suffering in the hands of the traffickers. Xiao Luo smiled at her and then walked out of the police station, accompanied by a police officer slightly older than he was. "Mr. Xiao Luo, please rest assured that we will send her back to her birth parents. Thanks for your trouble." "This is our duty and responsibility as the police. It's no trouble at all." The policeman ushering him was full of smiles. He solemnly shook Xiao Luo's hand and said, "Nowadays, we need more people like Mr. Xiao Luo in this society. There would be fewer crimes." Xiao Luo did not say more. He just nodded and stood up to leave. A policewoman was walking toward them near the entrance of the police station. She must have been in a hurry, for she was walking quickly. If it wasn't for Xiao Luo's quick response, the two of them would have collided. However, his ability was just so, and their shoulders still touched. The policewoman turned back, and Xiao Luo did the same. Their gazes met in mid-air, the former shivering, the latter cool and collected. After smiling apologetically, he left without looking back. "Team Leader Gu!" The policeman ushering Xiao Luo walked up to the policewoman. She pointed at Xiao Luo's back and asked, "Who is that guy?" The policeman grinned and said, "He's a good man." "A good man?" The policewoman was stumped for words. The moment their gazes intertwined, she clearly felt a suffocating chill that made her break out in goosebumps all over. The expression in his eyes was sharper and scarier than the drug pushers she had dealt with before. The policeman nodded and smiled. He rescued a little girl from an underground criminal gang that specializes in enslaving children for begging. He's clearly a good guy. "I see." The policewoman's wariness against Xiao Luo disappeared immediately, and she dropped her gaze from Xiao Luo's back. "By the way, where is that little girl?" "She's in our office." "Very well. This should be an opening. As long as we carefully tear it open, we can wipe out the entire underground criminal gang in Zhangchang who enslave children for begging." The policewoman's eyes showed a flash of extreme hatred as she quickly walked into the building of the police station. Back in his rental house, Xiao Luo browsed them all in the system. He now had 200 points total. After redeeming a foreign language ability, he was down to 0 points. Fortunately, this foreign language ability did not refer to only English. It also included Russian, French, German, etc. There were as many as 12 languages. Xiao Luo personally found more than 12 movies in the corresponding languages and discovered that not only could he understand all of them, he could also fluently repeat the characters' lines in the movies. This ability should be beneficial in finding a job. Xiao Luo was quite satisfied. Ring, ring, ring. It was his mobile phone. Xiao Luo looked at his phone. It was his sister, Xiao Ruyi, who worked as a nurse. As soon as he pressed the answer key, Xiao Ruyi's voice could be heard from the phone. "Bro, I heard from Zhang Dashan that you and Zhao Mengqi broke up." Xiao Luo scowled and called out to Zhang Dashan in his mind, "You big mouth, can't you keep a secret?" He answered indistinctly. Well done. I've never felt she was a good woman or right for you from the first time I laid my eyes on her. Her bag was a branded, and one article of clothing cost more than $100. There was also an unpleasant perfume smell about her, and her features were sharp and unkind. You would have been definitely asking for trouble if you married her. Even the family could expect to have a hard time. Xiao Luo did not know what to say. He raised his voice and said, Xiao Ruyi, I had a breakup, but you're offering no words of comfort. You seem to be gloating. I'm starting to wonder if you're my real sister. Bro, I'm 200% your sister. I care about your happiness because I'm your sister. He. Xiao Ruyi chuckled. By the way, we recently recruited a few beautiful young nurses. When you're ready, I can introduce you to some. They're definitely better than that Zhao Mengqi woman. Xiao Luo almost spit out the tea he just sipped. Have a good life as a couple with Tong Ren. Don't worry about your brother's affairs. No, you're my elder brother. Your happiness is important to me. When we have a holiday someday, I will bring a girl I've selected to see you. So that's settled. I'm working now. Bye. Xiao Ruyi didn't wait for Xiao Luo's refusal before hanging up. This girl. Xiao Luo tossed the phone aside with a helpless expression.
Chapter 7. The Troublemakers had arrived. Xiao Luo did not tell his family about his resignation and car accident. As a man, and a 26-year-old man at that, he would try his best to hide anything that would cause worry for his family. Besides, he had more than $4,000 in savings. Even if he had no source of income, that money would still cover him for a while. Not to mention, he had now merged with the genius system without equal. Work could be done in minutes. There was no need to worry about anything at all. He stretched and yawned. In his 3 years of working for Huazai Corporation, he had to rotate shifts, day shift and night shift, once a month, every month. There were various sorts of overtime. His daily routine was highly irregular, plus he had just been in a car accident. Although he was saved by the system, his body did not seem to be entirely back to its nimble state yet. He felt tired and sleepy at the moment. He collapsed into bed, pulled the sheets over his head, and immediately fell into a deep slumber. His rest was extraordinarily stable and pleasant, the best he had experienced in these 3 years. When he woke up, it was already past 9 in the evening. After entering the bathroom and taking a bath, he went out for supper to solve the practical problem of hunger. He paired a black shirt with slim black pants. Dressed from head to toe in black, he gave off a mysterious feeling. He chose to have supper at a small stall. The stall owners were a middle-aged couple. The husband grilled while the woman cooked some noodles. Also, there were beer and other beverages. The business was quite good. Xiao Luo often came here to eat. As time passed, he became familiar with this middle-aged couple. "Coming!" The husband, greeting him warmly, said, "The usual." Yep, the same old." Xiao Luo nodded and found an empty table where he sat down. Xiao Dashan was calling him on his mobile. Xiao Luo really wanted to chew him out. He was such a big mouth that he could not keep any secrets. "Why do you always call me about nothing? You think phone calls are free?" he complained unhappily when he pressed the answer button. Xiao Dashan was startled. "Fuck me! Did you eat explosives or what? You're so angry." Okay, I'll call you on WeChat." "That'll exceed my data." "You think I'm stupid? You have 4 gigabytes per month, but you don't listen to music or watch movies that often? Exceed your data? Bullshit." Xiao Dashan became impatient. At that moment, a bowl of sanxian noodles was served. Xiao Luo coughed dryly and said in a stern voice, "Okay, I'm not talking nonsense with you anymore. I'm eating now." "Motherfucker, why didn't you call me to eat too? Aren't we bros?" Xiao Dashan complained immediately. I grew exasperated. "You're more than 40 kilometers away. Would you actually have come if I called you? Just the petrol alone is enough for you to eat several bowls." "My bro, you can't calculate it like that.
Compared with our friendship, that little bit of petrol money is less than nothing. Xiao Dashan nagged earnestly. Xiao Luo couldn't be bothered with him now. He was too hungry. Picking up his chopstick, he became engrossed in his food. Xiao Dashan also became serious as he spoke of proper matters. By the way, Lao Xiao, did you really resign today? Yes, Xiao Luo answered truthfully, and then quickly urged, don't tell my sister about this, or else I'll end our friendship. His sister, Xiao Ruyi, was a big mouth like Xiao Dashan. If Xiao Ruyi knew about his resignation, he could guarantee that his phone would be blowing up with calls from his family the next day. Fuck, you still don't trust me. Any secrets you tell me are absolutely safe with me, Xiao Dashan solemnly vowed. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes and asked with a profound meaning, are they? Of course. Never mind. Let's drop this and talk business. Today I asked a colleague from my HR department if our bank is still recruiting. Do you want to come over? The amazing teamwork between us will guarantee an awesome monthly performance. No, I'm not interested in working in a bank. What's wrong with you? Are you looking down on our countryside credit union? There's a saying, no matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they're still meat. Our credit union was established according to regulations. We'll still get a pension every month when we collect our old age pension. I'm not talking about that. Anyway, I understand your intentions, but when it comes to working, I'll take care of it myself. Xiao Dashan knew there was nothing he could achieve by insisting, so he softened his tone. Okay, call me when you've thought it through. Even if I have to sell my ass, I'll find a way to use my connections to get you in. Xiao Luo's heart melted. He knew Xiao Dashan truly meant well for him. Thanks, Dashan. No need for thanks. We're bros, we're good. You're me and I'm you. That's it then. Enjoy your meal. I have a female client who asked me to meet her at her house. It seems that I have to sacrifice myself a little tonight. Let me tell you, she's a married woman who is delicate, pretty, and young. Restrain yourself, Xiao Luo shook his head helplessly. What nonsense! When the woman asked me to go to her house, she said to also bring a can of Red Bull. A can of Red Bull, bro! I want to restrain myself, but look at this situation. She clearly wants to squeeze me dry. Why do I feel you're showing off to me? Ha ha ha! I've been outed. Hang it up now. The female client is calling. Call you back later. Xiao Luo hung up the phone. He put the phone back in his pocket and continued to eat his remaining sanxia noodles. From the corner of his eyes, he glimpsed a middle-aged man in a western suit and leather shoes, sitting not too far from him. The guy was extremely dignified, and his body exuded the confident manner of someone from the upper class. He even had two grim-faced bodyguards beside him. They donned sunglasses even at night. He was obviously a person of high status. He found it inconceivable that someone like that would be eating at a small stall. Moreover, he seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But a commotion rocked the street at this moment. Dozens of people gathered around the stall, and all of them looked murderous. They were like beasts that had just emerged from the mountains, causing people to tremble in fear. They even wielded gleaming machetes and steel pipes. Their leader was a bald man with a severe, stocky build. He had no eyebrows. His body was covered with tiger and leopard print tattoos. His eyes were fierce and malevolent. He wore an insufferably arrogant and insolent expression on his face. "Boss, that's him. He's the one who rescued that little bitch." A man with an ugly and ferocious-looking face said that savagely as he stepped out and pointed at Xiao Luo, who was eating his noodles. It was that horrible guy from today, the one who enslaved the little girl and made her beg. The bald man threw a vicious glance at Xiao Luo, and then he looked up and swept his eyes over the other customers at the stall. He yelled coldly, "Except for this kid, everyone scram!" The row of customers in front of the stall scattered in all directions, leaving this hornet's nest. "Sir, please, we can always talk things out. Please don't drive away my customers." The stall owner hurried forth and pulled $20 to $40 and stashed the money into the bald man's pocket.
This area was a district of Zhongchang. It was also an area that was far from the city center. This was a case of central authority not being able to penetrate remote areas. Moreover, because of the many factories here, good and bad people mingled here. People from all over the country rubbed shoulders here. Law and order was not well maintained. Hooligans and gangsters often made trouble, so the stall owner thought they were here to collect protection fees again.
Chapter 8. Overbearing and Tyrannical. Bang! The bald man slammed the table where Xiao Luo was at. He watched Xiao Luo with a vicious pair of eyes. "Boy, because of your nosiness, all of my 20 cash cows have been confiscated. Even 5 of my brothers have been brought in. How do you think I should settle this score?" Hatred radiated from his malevolent gaze. The so-called cash cows referred to the children who had been bought by him and then had their legs broken and thrown on the streets to beg. Because of a little girl who had escaped, the police officer Gu Qianmin, who had always been known as the flower of justice, led her team to seize their den of illegal activities. Naturally, the blame was pinned on Xiao Luo, who had rescued the little girl. Xiao Luo raised his head and glanced at the bald man indifferently. "Whatever business you have, we can talk about it after I've finished eating this bowl of noodles. Now, please distance yourself a little more, because I have no appetite when I look at your face." When he finished talking, he buried his head and continued to eat his noodles. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the entire space became sluggish. All of the men, who numbered in dozens, were stumped for words. They could not believe that this fellow could be so calm when he was facing them. Was his head damaged? In the distance, the middle-aged man dressed in Western suit and leather shoes was also stunned for a period of time. Then he smiled in comprehension. He's neither servile nor overbearing. Instead, he's unperturbed and unhurried. Either he has some real abilities, he pointed at his head, or there's a problem here. "Boss, for the sake of your safety, let's leave," the bodyguard on the left suggested. The middle-aged man waved his hand. "No, their goal is that young man. They're not going to make things difficult for an old man like me." He grinned and looked at Xiao Luo, who nearly had his head buried in the bowl as he ate. He suddenly remembered the days when he came to Jiangchang to make a living. He was still very young at that time. He often came to the street stalls to eat when he was hungry. There was even once when he was maliciously confronted by dozens of men who came wielding chopping knives to get him to pay his debts. A sense of empathy suddenly arose in his heart, and his fingers tapped lightly on the surface of the table with great rhythm. He's exactly in his prime and full of mettle, an age where he's full of creativity. It would really be a pity if he fell like this. He turned his head and ordered the bodyguard on the right. Leng Zhu, depending on the situation, intervened to help this young man. "Yes, boss," he responded respectfully. At this time, the bald man had returned to his normal composure and immediately became furious. "Motherfucker!" He overturned Xiao Luo's table and sent it flying. The remaining sanshen noodles scattered across the ground, and the bowl containing the noodles were shattered. The bald man stepped on the sanshen noodles on the ground with great strength. The noodles were stomped on until they resembled nothing more than dirt. He glared furiously with an expression full of loathing and thundered, "Eat! Keep eating! Don't you want to eat noodles? Come on, kneel and pick up these noodles that are mushy as shit and swallow them. Don't waste the soup either. Lick it clean. If you don't, I'll cut your tongue out." He shoved at Xiao Luo's shoulder with great force. "Motherfucker, why are you still staring so stupidly? You want me and my bros to give you a helping hand?" Xiao Luo looked at the sanshen noodles that had fallen all over the ground, and his expression on his face slowly grew cold and congealed. He threw away the chopsticks in his hand and slowly stood up, his eyes sharp and fierce as he stared coldly at the bald man like a tiger or leopard. "Hiss!" Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their bodies could not help but shiver to dispel the coldness that would not leave. They suddenly had the misperception that the person standing was a cruel butcher with endless blood on his hands. The bald man was also slightly stunned. He was about to say something when a big hand stretched out swiftly but silently for him like electricity. 5 fingers spread out like a python opening its big bloody mouth on a hunt to clutch his neck. The hand lifted his entire body up. The powerful force around his neck instantly squeezed his windpipe and esophagus tightly together. An intense burning pain and the pain of suffocation flooded his brain. He could not help but make a hoarse, muffled sound. His hands kept beating against the iron arm that restrained him, trying to get the other party to release him. But no matter how hard he tried, that hand did not move in the slightest. It was like a pair of steel pliers had rigidly clamped itself around his neck. "I said to wait until I finish this bowl of noodles. Why do you refuse to listen?" Xiao Luo's brows scrunched in a deep frown. The bald man and his dozens of subordinates were dumbfounded. They never expected that such a scene would happen. The power displayed by Xiao Luo really shocked their minds. He lifted their boss, and with one hand, was he motherfucking human? The middle-aged man in the distance opened his mouth slightly. His eyes were filled with surprise. His 2 bodyguards were even more stupefied. It was hard to believe that a guy who did not look strong at all could actually lift a big man weighing 75 kilograms with one hand. Even they could not do it. The man with the ugly and ferocious countenance could not help but become alarmed and frightened. "Fight! Let's save the boss together!" He shouted loudly, but backed away himself. The dozens of men immediately reacted. They yelled and raised their machetes and pipes, rushing towards Xiao Luo like a tidal wave. The blades whooshed through the air, and they were filled with a savage, murderous intent. Xiao Luo sneered, "I'm returning him to you." He threw the bald man in his hand toward the crowd that was rushing towards him like he was playing shot put. The bald man flew backwards at extreme speed. He was like a cannonball about to crush his own subordinates. Their expressions changed slightly, and the 5 or 6 people who were rushing at the front of the group reached out to catch him. They thought that with their joint effort to catch the boss, it would be enough to grab a hold of him. But before they could raise their arms, the body of the bald man slammed onto them. Crash! Blood sprayed from their mouths. They were like bowling pins that had been hit by a bowling ball. 4 of them were thrown backwards and fell down, while one collapsed on the ground, moaning in pain. A powerful explosion that shocked everyone. The dozens of burly men forced themselves to stop all movement. They did not dare to act lightly. Their eyes were opened wide, and they looked at Xiao Luo in horror. Just when they became inactive and lifeless, Xiao Luo's eyes grew cold, and he threw 2 punches without hesitation. Bang! Bang! It was as if the 2 closest men were hit hard by a speeding car. They let out a mournful scream as their bodies were flung backwards uncontrollably. Several of their comrades were knocked down in succession before the bodies were stopped. They struggled to get up, but only felt pain in their sternums. Then 2 men who managed to push their torsos up spit out blood at the same time and passed out. The middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank, and shock that could hardly be hidden was written all over his face. He never expected that Xiao Luo's skill would be so overbearing and powerful. His 2 bodyguards were also stunned. This class of skill and strength was beyond shocking. They looked at each other and saw incredulity in each other's eyes. "Motherfucker, chop him to death!" The bald-headed man was seriously injured, but not to the point of passing out. He covered his chest, which felt heavy and extremely painful, as he roared hysterically. He had heard from the ugly and ferocious-looking man that the other party possessed extraordinary skills, but he did not expect that he would be so powerful. But so what? One tiger, no matter how fierce, could not hold off a pack of wolves. No matter how formidable he was he not just one person while they were a large group? Dozens of burly men who were fierce and belligerent even on a typical day rushed towards Xiao Luo. Their postures were reminiscent of a group of hyenas chasing deer. "You want to be ruthless about this? Okay, I'll drop everyone who comes today." Xiao Luo's mouth showed a cruel smile. Not only did he not retreat, he moved forward to take the initiative in repulsing their attack.
Chapter 9. Invincible. The big guy at the head of the thundering mob was running at full speed. With eyes as round as plates, he headed toward Xiao Luo. Before his machete could chop him in two, the guy realized he couldn't stop the momentum of his feet, and the two men collided. Ah! The guy let out a blood-curdling screech as all the bones in his body fractured from the impact of hitting Xiao Luo. He slammed to the ground, skidding 4 or 5 meters before coming to a halt. In the process, several men tripped over each other or were knocked down. Xiao Luo had a taunting smile on his face, his eyes cold. His right hand changed direction to seize another man's left leg that was delivering a kick. He slapped the guy's leg against his knee and bent it backward in a V shape. An awful scream was heard. Then he hurled the injured man's body into the crowd that was following closely behind. Caught off guard, some of those people lost their footing and fell down end over end. Taking advantage of this situation, 2 guys wielding machetes lashed out at Xiao Luo. He instinctively turned and formed his hands into fists that blasted forth, meeting force with force. Bam! The 2 men hugged their dislocated wrists and retreated as they lost their center of balance. The pain was so intense they couldn't hold back their tears or miserable bawling. Xiao Luo was like a fierce tiger, a cheetah. He was an unstoppable force. The men's expressions changed as their attacks became weaker. They were shocked, but Xiao Luo, who had been provoked into a rampage, didn't hesitate while rushing madly at them. He carried a lethal aura and a roiling, fiendish intent in his violent attack. Each move was more vicious than the previous one. His fighting style was strong and fierce, as if they were being bombarded by violent storms and gales. Blood was streaming everywhere, amid sad, shrill screeching. By now there was no trace of anger left in the bald man. His eyes were full of terror, and his body could not stop shaking. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead unceasingly. He never thought the other party would be so fierce. Was he human? No, he was a monster. In the blink of an eye, this monster man cut down a dozen people. The middle-aged man in the distance could no longer keep his calm. His eyes and mouth were open wide in a state of total shock. His 2 bodyguards also went pale as they stood in shock, horror, and amazement. They were retired veterans of the Special Forces, state-trained machines, tough and unyielding. From head to toe they had a perfect mastery of their abilities and believed it would be hard for them to meet a worthy opponent. But they were floored. They did not understand how Xiao Luo had made his moves. Bam! While these 2 bodyguards were still in a state of shock, Xiao Luo punted another person, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters. Then he reached out and grabbed a machete. With the desolate and chilling aura of death filling the air, he rushed into the crowd and raised the blade to swing it down. The line of the machete flew at a bold and unrestrained speed, whizzing like a tornado as it ravaged the enemies nearby. One guy after another collapsed in a pool of blood. No one had imagined that the lamb, which was supposed to be a prey, would suddenly turn into a bloodthirsty beast, exposing its savage and cruel fangs. The ugly, ferocious-looking man, scared witless, had run off a while ago to an unknown location. When the last guy collapsed, letting out a wretched howl of pain, Xiao Luo turned, looked coldly at the bald man, his machete dripping blood that pooled in the ground. The balded-head man was stiff, the terror on his face palpable. When he saw Xiao Luo approaching him step by step, he turned white. What do you want to do? We
We are the Dragon Gang," he stammered. "What is the Dragon Gang?" Xiao Luo snorted in ridicule in a low voice. In the next second, he was running wildly, like a black smear of tearing wind, as he pressed down on the bald man with inhuman strength. Like a wild wolf running madly on the open plains, the machete then cut a gleaming and vicious path in the air. The sword was about to chop down violently with an unstoppable force. The balded headman's pupils shrank, and his scalp felt numb. The gleaming machete cleared his vision, as if he was looking at the Grim Reaper beckoning at him. Bang! Just as Xiao Luo's machete was about to descend and split the head of the bald man in half, an ear-piercing gunshot exploded like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone to tremble. "Stop!" a woman shouted sternly. Bzzz! Xiao Luo's machete stopped in an instant. It hung in the air atop the bald man's head like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Looking at the bloodthirsty machete, the bald man turned, deathly pale, eyes wide open. A rank and pungent odor arose from this crotch. He had lost control of his bladder and bowels and fainted immediately after. He had totally passed out from fear. Xiao Luo turned his head and saw that both sides of the streets were blocked by 5 or 6 police cars. 2 explosion-proof cars tore through the blockade line. There were more than 20 riot police in identical outfits and equipment, holding up their shields. They looked intimidating as they struck their poses. There were also ordinary criminal police holding uploaded firearms with muzzles aimed at him. "You have 5 seconds to drop the knife." A policewoman lowered her gun, pointed to the sky, and picked up a loudspeaker from a police officer next to her. She shouted at Xiao Luo, expressionless, as she counted down. 5, 4, 3. She had fresh, clean, and beautiful features, and a tall, athletic, and spirited figure. Her short hair was sleek and coiled behind her ears. Her bright and elegant eyes were pure as water, and her black police uniform could not hide her svelte and glamorous figure. Xiao Luo remembered that this policewoman was the woman whom he had the providence to meet at the police station earlier in the day. Although his strength had increased, he did not consider meeting the police head-on. When she counted down to 2, he threw the machete on the ground. 2 special police officers rushed up. One placed himself on Xiao Luo's left and the other on his left shoulder as they restrained him. Looking at the ground full of people who were hurt and groaning in agony, Gu Qianlin's black brows knitted in a scowl. She said with loathing, "Gathering a group of men together on the streets and using knives to hurt others. You're disregarding the nation's laws and the safety of the people. You've caused a terrible impact on society. What a bunch of bastards! Bring them all in." "Yes," a cadre of police officers responded. Xiao Luo didn't want to explain anything now, because he knew it wouldn't do any good. The police wouldn't listen. His answers would only have meaning after they brought him back into the bureau for questioning. The middle-aged man, dressed in Western suit and leather shoes, only stood up after Xiao Luo and the bald man's group were taken away by the police. "Find out that young man's information. Also get him a public defender. This young man is mine." "Yes, boss," Leng Yuan answered respectfully. The next day in the police interrogation room. Name? Xiao Luo. Age? 26. Why did you use a knife and hurt someone in public? It was a legitimate case of self-defense. Xiao Luo, wearing handcuffs, sat in the interrogation chair. He answered every question Gu Qianlin asked him. Legitimate self-defense. Gu Qianlin snorted and threw the report from the hospital on the table. 20 minor injuries and 8 serious injuries. All of them are now lying in the hospital's acute ward. You're telling me this is legitimate self-defense? Officer, there is the police Skynet surveillance system on that street. Go into the system and look for yourself. You'll see if what I said is true, Xiao Luo said calmly.
I don't need you to teach me how to handle the case, but I can tell you, very regrettably, that there are no surveillance cameras at the place where you wielded the knife and hurt someone. Gu Qianlin propped herself with both hands on the interrogation table and stared at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo raised a brow. There are no surveillance cameras, but surely there are eyewitnesses. The stall owner can prove I was forced to defend myself.
Chapter 10. An Excuse. Qianlin looked Xiao Luo up and down. Now she recognized him. He was the guy who rescued a little girl from a crime gang earlier and whom she had a brief encounter with outside the entrance to the police station. It was because of his actions that she was able to crack a criminal gang that cripples kids and forces them to work as street beggars. Today, she saved 20 enslaved children who had their hands and feet broken. Thinking about this, Maisre softened her gaze toward Xiao Luo. Team Leader Gu? The door of the interrogation room opened, and a police officer leaned half his torso in. It was evident he had something to report. Before leaving the room, Gu Qianlin ordered the other two officers to continue interrogating Xiao Luo. Team Leader Gu, we've investigated the identities of those people. The bald guy, Li Dawei, goes by the name Baldy. The other 20 are his subordinates. We now know they're part of the same group as the 5 we arrested this afternoon, the male officer reported dryly. Gu Qianlin was startled. Suddenly, she felt as if everything became clear at once. So Li Dawei and his group started the fight to take revenge on Xiao Luo? It looks that way. I also spoke with the stall owner who corroborated Xiao Luo's story. They said he was just sitting there eating his noodles when Li Dawei and his gang suddenly ran over with knives and steel pipes looking to make trouble. Li Dawei even flipped over Xiao Luo's table. That's what started the conflict. Gu Qianlin's gaze drifted. She turned to another topic and asked, "Have you checked Xiao Luo's biodata?" "Yes, he was born into an ordinary farmer's family in Xiang Province and graduated from Siseng Aeronautical University 3 years ago. He had been working for Hehai Corporation. His parents are 100% farmers. He also has a younger sister, Xiao Luo, who married and works as a nurse in a hospital in Zhangsheng. Gu Qianlin waved and interrupted. "Xia Wang, do you think anything is wrong with this biodata?" Officer Xiao Wang had a blank expression on his face, not understanding the nature of her question. He shook his head and said, "This is a very ordinary biodata. I found nothing amiss." His biodata is fine, but Xiao Luo has a big problem. Gu Qianlin's black brows knitted slightly, and she said in all seriousness, "He dealt with 28 crime members armed with knives and clubs all by himself. Not only was he not injured, but he caused 20 minor injuries and 8 serious injuries. His combat skills put our entire elite SWAT team to shame." Upon hearing this, Officer Xiao Wang understood the problem. He furrowed his brows and scratched the back of his head. His face was full of astonishment and doubt. "Yeah, Xiao Luo's an ordinary person according to what's written in his biodata, but how could an ordinary person have such freakish skills?" "So, there must be a problem with him," Gu Qianlin asserted. "But that can't be right. His biodata clearly states that he neither received any specialized training nor joined any organization. Also, his sister, Xia Ruyi, who works at the People's Hospital in Guangming District, confirmed that his biodata records are accurate, not false. Could he have received guidance from an expert when he was a child? What do you mean?" Gu Qianlin was even more puzzled. How could an ordinary person suddenly become a superhero with terrifying fighting abilities? Officer Xiao Wang further expounded. "I mean, would there be an expert who happens to live as a hermit in their mountain village? The expert would have seen that he was dealing with a child prodigy and that Xiao Luo possessed an extraordinary physical constitution when he imparted his skills to him. After all, it's impossible to include something like that in a person's biodata. Are you thinking of making a movie now? An expert living like a hermit? Ha!" Gu Qianlin rolled her eyes. Officer Xiao Wang laughed in embarrassment. He had watched similar movies. That's how he came up with a wild guess like that. At that moment, a fresh-faced young police officer came running over and saluted Gu Qianlin. Team Leader Gu, a lawyer Gay of Jiangshang Law Firm is here to post bail for a man named Xiao Luo. Lawyer Gay of Jiangshang Law Firm? Gay Zhangtian? The expression on Gu Chanlin and Xiao Wang's faces changed slightly. Gay Zhangtian was a well-known attorney at Jiangshang, a top firm. Even if someone had money, it was almost impossible to retain his services if the person had no status. Who was this Xiao Luo that the likes of Gay Zhangtian would condescend to bail him out? She had planned to investigate Xiao Luo further, but it seemed unlikely now. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned 10 points. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned 20 points. In the interrogation room, the system notifications sounded in Xiao Luo's mind. The system had been reminding him of the points he was earning when he started fighting with the bald man and his group. So far, he had accumulated more than 250 points. The door of the interrogation room creaked open, and Gu Chanlin and Officer Xiao Wang came in. She ordered the other 2 officers to remove the handcuffs from Xiao Luo. You're free to go, Xiao Luo. You've confirmed that I acted in legitimate self-defense, Xiao Luo asked with a smile. Your problem can be legitimate self-defense or excessive self-defense. If it wasn't because you indirectly helped the police deliver a blow against crime, I wouldn't be letting you go so easily, said Gu Chanlin proudly as she stuffed her hands into her pockets. Oh, it seems that I have to thank Team Leader Gu for your generosity. Xiao Luo strode toward the door. Wait! Gu Chanlin suddenly stopped him. Officer, is there anything else? Where did you learn your fighting skills? Your biodata made no mention of your receiving any specialized training. Gu Chanlin stared at him as if she was interrogating a suspect. Xiao Luo froze for a moment, and then he laughed and said, I learned from an old beggar in our village when I was a child. Officer Xiao Wang was astonished, so I was right with my stupid guess. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? What's the old beggar's name? I didn't know his real name. The villagers used to call him Old Loony. Where is he now? He died a few years ago and was buried in the mountains. His body probably has fully decomposed by now. Xiao Luo knew this question would eventually come, hence his glib answer. Moreover, there really was a person like that in his village. He came over in the early years to escape famine and beg for food. There would be no cracks in his story if someone wanted to check it out. Gu Chanlin was demoralized. Asking these questions was the same as not asking. Besides, her skill and technique at observing micro-expressions, something she was proud of, seemed to be ineffective now. She couldn't tell whether Xiao Luo was telling the truth or lies. At the gate of the police station, Gay Zhangtian, a grizzled man with gold-rimmed glasses, shook hands with Xiao Luo solemnly. Hello, Mr. Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo immediately understood why he was released from the police station so quickly. You're the one who bailed me out. Yes, at Mr. Chu's orders. Mr. Chu? Xiao Luo frowned. He couldn't remember meeting anyone by that name. The boss of Chongshan House, Chu Yongshang, he said with a smile. Chapter 11. Mission to Protect. The name set off alarm bells in Xiao Luo's head. Chu Junsheng was one of Jiangshang's most prominent business tycoons. He started the company from scratch and slogged away for 20 years, establishing Chongshan House in the process. He now owned half the restaurants in Jiangshang, as well as outlets in hundreds of cities nationwide. He had indeed built a food and beverage empire. Perplexed and doubtful, Xiao Luo hadn't the faintest idea when or how he became intertwined with Chu Junsheng. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Chu is waiting for you, chuckled Gedong Jian. Looking in the direction in which Gedong Jian was pointing, Xiao Luo's eyes landed on a black Rolls-Royce parked at the side of the road. Since Mr. Chu had posted bail for him, Xiao Luo had to give him face. Besides, he also wanted to know why Chu Yunsheng was helping him. After saying goodbye to Gedong Jian, Xiao Luo walked toward the Rolls and glanced at the back seat. What he saw got his attention. He gasped in surprise. It's you! It wasn't just anyone.
It was the middle-aged guy he had eaten with last night. Because it was so dark and there was some distance between them, Xiao Luo didn't realize that the middle-aged man was Chu Yunxiang. Moreover, it never occurred to him that someone of such stature would be eating at a street food stall just like him. Dressed in a chic suit and sitting calm and collected on the black leather seat, Chu Yunxiang was full of vigor despite the ample streaks of white in his hair. He chirped to Xiao Luo, "Get in, young man. Let's talk." His smile was kind and warm, but his comportment exuded dignity and grace. Xiao Luo realized this was a rare opportunity, so he opened the door and got in the car. "Team Leader Gu, that car seems to belong to Chu Yunxiang, the boss of Changshan House." On the second floor of the police station, Officer Xiao Wang was watching the departing rolls with astonishment. "Who is this Xiao Luo really? He got Chu Yunxiang to post bail for him." Gu Qianlen was equally astounded. One was a tycoon at the top of the food chain, the other a little nobody at the bottom. There wouldn't have been an intersection between the two of them, or would there? What had been up with that? Like Xiao Luo last night, she didn't recognize Chu Yunxiang and took him to be a passerby. Now she was very interested in Xiao Luo and determined to resolve all the mysteries surrounding him eventually. 10 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of a cafe next to the mall. They walked past the gigantic water fountain into the cafe. "Boss!" The service staff and the manager were lined up in 2 rows, respectfully welcoming Chu Yunxiang's arrival. Xiao Luo surmised that this cafe had already been booked or was perhaps owned by Chu Yunxiang. The two of them settled at a secluded corner on the second floor. The room was surrounded by large potted plants and was incredibly serene and peaceful. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxiang's 2 bodyguards, Leng Zhao and Leng Yu, remained alert and watchful of the surroundings. "You must be hungry after spending the night at the police station," said Chu Yunxiang with a smile on his face. "Well, a little," Xiao Luo replied modestly with wide eyes. With a snap of his fingers, the waitstaff began serving them plates of rolls, desserts, congee, corn soup, steak, and more. The table was soon filled with a mouth-watering assortment of aromatic dishes. Xiao Luo was not all pretentious. He was indeed hungry, so he dug into the sumptuous spread. Chu Yunxiang admired his enthusiasm. "It is indeed good to be young. You can eat whatever you want, but if old men like me satisfy our cravings on a whim, it would be detrimental to our health." He then leisurely took a sip of the corn soup. "Mr. Chu, allow me to get to the point, if I may. I don't think you bailed me out just to treat me to breakfast." Xiao Luo took a bite of the roll and spoke as he chewed. "Ha ha ha ha! Okay, you are indeed a straight shooter." Chu Yunxiang had a feeling that they would get along well. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Leng Yu, who brought him a copy of a contract and placed it in front of Xiao Luo. "What's this?" Xiao Luo was mildly alarmed. "Last night I watched how you dealt with those gangsters and hooligans. You were not merely courageous, you were also a highly skilled fighter. You single-handedly took down more than 20 heavily armed thugs. I have nothing but admiration for you. Hence, I'd like to hire you to protect someone for 3 months. You will be paid 2 million for your trouble." 2 million to protect a person for 3 months? No matter how composed Xiao Luo was, it still took him a while to fully absorb what he had just heard. He scrutinized the contract. It spelled out the agreement clearly in black and white, proving that Chu Yunxiang meant every word he had just said. "Protect who?" "My daughter." "Your daughter?" Xiao Luo looked up in bewilderment. "Mr. Chu, you have too high an opinion of me. Are you sure you want to entrust your daughter's safety to someone you've known less than a day?" I wouldn't be hiring you if I doubted your abilities. You managed to save a kid who was wholly unrelated to you. I have faith in your character and capabilities." Naturally, he had already conducted a background check on Xiao Luo. "Even so, why don't you have them to do it?" Xiao Luo gestured at Leng Zhao and Leng Yu. "As professionally trained bodyguards, surely they're better qualified than I am." Tu Yunsheng set down the glass in his hand, shaking his head. "It's because they're bodyguards. That's why they're not suitable." This puzzled Xiao Luo. Bodyguards specialize in protecting people. Why would Tu Yunsheng say that they weren't suitable? "The problem lies with my daughter, Chu Yue. She doesn't like being followed by bodyguards, and would devise all sorts of tricks and methods to keep them away. This has caused me many a headache." Xiao Luo nodded empathetically. A young lady born to a wealthy family would be used to getting her own way. He then asked, "Where does Mr. Chu's daughter work?" "She's a student, currently enrolled at Huaye University." A student? This surprised him, but he managed to regain his composure quickly. "Mr. Chu wants me to act as a student to protect her in secret?" "Exactly. Only this way would she not keep her guard up." Xiao Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I must tell you, I'm already 26 years old." He was implying that it was hardly appropriate for him to pass or act as a student. "Age isn't important. What matters is that you're still very young, so no one on campus will suspect you." Chu Yunsheng laughed. "This is also the main reason I set my eyes on you. My bodyguards, no matter how skilled, would hardly pass as students." His words trailed off as he shook his head. It was clear what he was getting at, even if he hadn't said another word. Xiao Luo acknowledged this. "Well, if you're agreeable, shall we sign the contract now?" Chu Yunsheng was also a straight shooter. "I have one last question." "Go ahead." "Why 3 months?" Xiao Luo tapped the table lightly with his fingers. "I have confidence that I'd be able to make my competitor go out of business within 3 months. When that happens, he won't have any extra resources to hire thugs to go after my daughter and me, and I would also be able to devote more time to keeping her company."
Chapter 12. A Female-Dominated Major. Xiao Luo agreed to Chu Yunyang's request when he had no more questions. Putting aside the fact that he would be paid 140 grand for this transaction, more importantly, the skills he had obtained from the system, the constitution of King of Mercenaries, seemed more than sufficient to ensure Xu Ye's safety. Moreover, he needed the money. Whether it was for his family or his future career, this first bucket of gold was a necessity. After he signed the contract, 70 grand was immediately deposited into his bank account. This was the first payment. The balance would be paid after he had completed the task of protecting Chu Ye. Xiao Luo felt immeasurably self-satisfied and went to the bank to transfer all the money to his father's account. Then he called home to share the good news. "Dad, I transferred some money to your account. Check it when you're free." Silence. Suddenly, his mom's voice rang out. "Son, your dad is busy. He didn't take his mobile with him. You just said you transferred some money. How much?" Xiao Luo was not surprised. A farm was a huge responsibility and had to be adequately managed. Of course Dad was busy. He laughed and said, 70,000. Get Dad to check it out at the credit union when he's free." 70,000? Son, why do you have so much money? Did you rob a bank?" his mom exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Luo was lost for words. "No, I didn't. I won the lottery." "Won the lottery? When did that happen?" Mom smiled. "A few days ago. I redeemed the prize today. By the way, don't make this public knowledge. Others will be jealous." "I know. Your mother's not stupid." Excitement and joy were shining through her words. "Hey Ying, who called?" A man's steady voice came through the phone. Xiao Luo knew it was his father's voice. He was probably returning from his farm chores. "It's our son. He bought a lottery ticket and hit the jackpot. He just transferred us $70,000. Hurry, go to the credit union above the dike. It's so much money and can't be swallowed up by the credit union," said Mom, burning with anxiety. "Look how happy you are. Give me that phone. I want to say something to Xiao Luo." Mom passed the phone to Dad. An old-fashioned voice said, "Xiao Luo, is it true what your mom said? You bought a lottery ticket and hit the jackpot?" Xiao Luo chuckled gleefully. "Dad, you'll know when you check your account at the bank." "Even if you won 70,000, why remit the money? Isn't it good to keep it and use it for your career? Men should have a career and work hard in it forever." "Dad, I see you and Mom working hard. I also know that you owe the bank a loan of $57,000. This money can help alleviate your burden. I'm still young. I can slowly build my career." "Yes, that's right. Our son is dutiful. So why are you reprimanding him? Can't you praise his good points?" Mom said, in Xiao Luo's defense. Dad's tone changed. "You're a woman. What do you know? You're short-sighted, getting all smug because of $70,000. This will rub off on your son and he'll become easily satisfied. Men should not be satisfied, but should be as greedy as a wolf. When he has earned 100,000, he should have the desire to make 1,000,000, and when he's made 1,000,000, he should want to make 10 million. Do you understand?" Okay, you're right. Everything you're saying makes sense. I'm short-sighted." Mom didn't want to argue. Feeling a bit awkward, Xiao Luo raised his brows and said, "Dad, I still have something left. Both of you need to take care of yourselves. Say hello to Grandpa and Grandma for me." He finished talking and quickly hung up the phone. He was in no mood to listen to his dad's nagging. Xiao Luo exhaled a long breath. Calling home always filled him with trepidation. He couldn't remember getting any decent praise from his dad while he was growing up, like the time he was among the quota of students with the second highest batch of results in the college entrance exam. And what was Dad's reaction? "Don't be full of yourself. This achievement is nothing." Early the next day, Xiao Luo dressed like a poser. Oh no, it should be said that he was dressed smartly and looked energetic. He brought his luggage along and took the metro to Huaye University. Since he was entrusted with a task, he vowed to do his best to do it to the best of his ability. What's more, he was being paid royally for his services and was very enthusiastic about this mission. Of course, Chu Yunyang also made it clear that in addition to him, there were a few other professionally trained bodyguards on campus who were covertly protecting Chu Ye. Arranging for him to go into the school was just an additional layer of security for Chu Ye. He changed metro lines several times and traveled more than 2 hours. At last, he took a taxi for another 15 minutes before finally arriving at the gates of Huaye University. As a world-class academy, even the front gates of the university gave off an air of majesty. Standing below them made one feel very small. Xiao Luo took out his mobile phone and dialed the number Tu Yunyang had given him. Not long after, a woman wearing glasses for myopia and who looked to be around the same age as him came out. She was wearing a short pink off-shoulder dress, the bow cinching at her tiny waist sentimental and cute. Layers of lace embellished the beautiful dress, complementing the wavy hair draped gracefully over her shoulders. She was not exactly pretty. The acne scars that marred her face were the main detracting factor. Other than that, her facial features were quite well proportioned and lovely. "Xiao Luo," the woman approached Xiao Luo and asked out loud. Xiao Luo nodded. "Yes, that's me." "We just spoke on the phone. I am Qin Nan Yu, a counselor with the English department." The woman introduced herself effusively. "Hello, Teacher Qin," Xiao Luo smiled politely. A counselor wasn't considered a real teacher. He or she could only be regarded as a nanny in the life of college students. When Xiao Luo addressed her as teacher, Jin Nan-yu's smile immediately brightened. She also became more enthusiastic. "Let's go. I'll take you over so you can meet your classmates. It's almost time for class to end, so everyone will be present." "Thanks for your hard work," Xiao Luo smiled lightly. He followed Jin Nan-yu, and they walked on the long main road. They passed by a beautiful artificial lake before going through a rockery and finally a teaching block. It just happened that the bell was ringing, signaling the end of class. College students, brimming with energy and vitality, walked out of the classroom in groups. The entire building became noisy. "Wait here. You can come in when I call for you," Jin Nan-yu urged Xiao Luo and then entered the classroom in front of them. She clapped her palms several times to signal the English-language sophomores who were preparing to leave to sit down again. "Students, don't leave yet. I'll be introducing your new classmate." "New classmate? Counselor, are you sure you spoke correctly? This is a university, not a middle or high school. How could a transfer student be coming in halfway through the term?" "On Huan, you don't understand. If one's course credits in the previous year are seriously lacking, a student would have to repeat a year. It doesn't only include the transfer students that you've mentioned." "Yes, there is another situation where this is applicable. Those who change majors." Jin Nan-yu kept them in suspense. "Don't make blind guesses. It's better to let the student introduce himself." After speaking, she threw a look at Xiao Luo, who was at the door of the classroom. After getting the signal, Xiao Luo took a deep breath and stepped in. When he stood at the podium and looked down, he was dumbfounded. The class was all girls. Only 2 boys sat in the most inconspicuous corner of the back row. He had long heard that majors like English language were female-dominated, with a few males, but this was too crazy. Only 2 boys?
Chapter 13. 2 dormitory roommates. He couldn't just stand there stupefied like an idiot. He had a job to do. Xiao Luo quickly calmed down and introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. My name's Xiao Luo. I'll be having lessons with you and learning together. Please take care of me." He gave a polite and humble bow after he finished speaking. But his words received no response. All the girls looked at him as if they were admiring a cultural relic. This was called "whatever is scarcer is more precious." When Xiao Luo, a guy who could be considered handsome, entered the classroom, this group of sophomore girls from the English language department stared at him fixedly. Xiao Luo was a little embarrassed. Although he had attended some important events, he once hosted a product development conference for 20 or 30 people. He was not entirely composed when being stared at by 40 or 50 girls. "Ahem. What are you all waiting for? Please, welcome your new classmate." Counselor King Nan-yu reminded everyone with a cough. The girls finally reacted and welcomed Xiao Luo with enthusiastic applause. Some even cheered and called him classmate. Others called out, "Hey, handsome," and a few called him Appa, Korean slang that meant an older brother, a friend. They were not only enthusiastic and considerate, but much more emotional than they had been when they'd finished class just now. "Welcome, handsome. My name is An Huan. I don't have a boyfriend. Can you give me your mobile number?" A sweet-looking girl with a petite and cute figure approached the podium. She took out her phone and asked Xiao Luo for his mobile number. The class immediately booed. "An Huan, isn't a big guy from the Northeast enough to satisfy you? Don't be a menace to our handsome Xiao Luo." "Yes, that's right. Don't you believe we'll hang you up and beat you to a pulp if you dare to get it on with 2 guys at the same time? Now that we finally have a guy in class who's fit to be seen with, he can be anyone's boyfriend except yours, An Huan. Hurry and get down from there." The girls in the class slammed her down in unison. "Drop dead. This is pure jealousy on your part." The girl named An Huan flattened her lips unhappily. After saying this, she leaned close to Xiao Luo and gave a backhanded compliment. "Handsome, don't listen to them. Be careful of them, because when they devour men, there will be no bones left to spit out." Xiao Luo squeezed out a smile with great effort.
He didn't feel that he had come to the English language department. Instead, he felt as if he had fallen into a den of wolves, a den of she-wolves. Without waiting for him to say anything, a large group of girls ran up and gathered around him, demanding his mobile number, WeChat, and QQ. They were enthusiastic and excited, as if they were in the presence of a superstar. But some girls remained indifferent, like the girl sitting on the left side of the front row. She had a clean, sleek bob that fell just below her ears, her hair slightly concealing the enchanting face that blushed shyly. Her delicate and fresh features were intelligent and alluring. The white off-the-shoulder dress fell just to her wrists. Her chest displayed a natural curve. The pattern of lace followed her lithe waist until it reached the fluffy flared hem of the dress, which was covered with tulle and suffused with a pale gold tint. She was like a lotus that had just emerged from clear waters, fresh, pure, elegant. But a lollipop in her rosy little mouth added a sense of playfulness and charm. "Bai Ling, check his information. I suspect he's another one sent by my loathsome dad," she said to the girl sitting next to her, but her eyes were fixed on Xiao Luo, who was surrounded by a crowd. The girl named Bai Ling immediately entered a series of codes on her laptop and infiltrated Huaye's student management system. She quickly picked out Xiao Luo's information. Bai Ling glanced at her and smiled. "Young Mistress Chu, you guessed wrong this time. Your dad didn't send this guy. He really is a student of Huaye. He enlisted in the army 2 years ago while he was still in our school. He's back to finish college after 2 years of military service. Hence, that's why he's here." "Are you sure?" Chu Ye's delicate brows knitted in a slight frown. "It was written very clearly. The results of his various freshman courses are also recorded in detail. He even has a record of receiving a campus scholarship." Bai Ling turned her laptop around to give Chu Ye a better look. Chu Ye looked it over seriously and went silent, agreeing with Bai Ling's assessment. "I didn't expect such a handsome classmate to appear halfway through the term. The class will be a lot more interesting now." Bai Ling also expressed her welcome at Xiao Luo's arrival. After all, there were too few boys in their major. There were only 2, and both were hopelessly ugly. She couldn't help but feel a little excited when she thought about attending class with this hot hunk. "How is he handsome? Doesn't he have 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth? He's dressed kind of dorky, like a country bumpkin. Only this bunch of love-struck fools would think he's handsome." Chu Ye gave a great harumph. She hated this kind of guy who was a magnet for the opposite sex. Although Xiao Luo wasn't really like that, this imposter masquerading as a student was just such a person in her eyes. Bai Ling didn't say a word. At this time, she could not possibly insist that Xiao Luo was handsome and tear down her bestie's soapbox. All right, get back to your seats." The girls in the English language major only returned to their seats when their counselor, Qin Nanyu, told them to. They chatted and laughed as they took out their mobiles and went to Xiao Luo's WeChat and QQ space, feeling extremely curious. They also discussed with each other in which picture he was the hottest. Xiao Luo was feeling embarrassed. I could understand it if the girls wanted to know his contact information, but why was I being groped by a pervert? He felt someone touching him just now, and moreover, the place that they were fondling was the toy that would carry on his family line. Were these college girls? Xiao Luo had some serious reservations about them. Xu Xiaofei, Ding Kai. After King Nanyu called these 2 names, the only 2 boys in the class ran over obediently. One of them was so chubby his neck wasn't even visible. He stood less than 5 foot 6 inches tall, but weighed more than 250 pounds. He was so rotund, he looked like a massive meatball. The other guy, just the opposite, a bamboo pole. His face was sallow, his observed body with stooped shoulders. He was about 5 foot 6 and weighed less than 110 pounds. Short and fat, tall and thin, the 2 were a sharp contrast when placed together. One couldn't help giggling. Xiao Luo will be staying with you 2 in the dormitory. Since there are no classes after this, please show him around and help him familiarize himself with the dormitory's environment. King Nanyu said to the 2 guys. "Leave Xiao Luo to us. You can rest assured, counselor." Zhu Xiaofei patted his chest and made a solemn vow. He turned his head and said to Ding Kai, "Kaizi, help me take my books while I carry Xiao Luo's suitcase." "No need, but thanks. I can carry my suitcase myself." Xiao Luo was embarrassed and quickly refused. "It's all good. Lao Zhu's very strong. Carrying a suitcase is nothing for him," Ding Kai advised. Zhu Xiaofei had already hoisted the suitcase onto his shoulders. He yelled at Xiao Luo, "Bro, Xiao Luo, come along. We'll be roommates. No need to stand on ceremony with us." Xiao Luo reluctantly agreed. He said goodbye to King Nanyu and the girls, trundling off with Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai. Before leaving, he intentionally cast a searching gaze around the class and spotted Chu Ye, who was sitting in the first row, sucking a lollipop. "Young Mistress Chu, Xiao Luo seemed to have taken another look at you before leaving. His judgment is perfect," Bai Ling said, half-jokingly. "What's so good about that? He looked like a lecher," Chu Ye said disdainfully. Bai Ling laughed lightly and said quite meaningfully, "Isn't his judgment good? He doesn't look at anyone, only at you, our campus belle." "Bai Ling, you nasty girl, are you making fun of me? Do you believe I'll make you beg for mercy tonight?" Chu Ye laughed coldly, like a little devil. "Queen, please spare my life." Bai Ling shivered and swiftly asked for forgiveness as she recalled the scene where Chu Ye tickled her. Chapter 14. Campus Bell. Chu Due's Gaming Time. Xiao Luo followed Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai to the male dormitory for the English language majors. Both guys were the talkative type, and it was hardly quiet along the way. They were like a couple of buzzing bees flying and humming in Xiao Luo's ears. They were also curious about his past. When they learned that he had enlisted in the army for 2 years before retiring and returning to Huaye to finish his studies, the two started addressing him as Brother Luo. They initially thought he was about the same age as them. Now it seemed that Xiao Luo was much older, so it wasn't appropriate to call him Bro or Xiao Luo. About 10 minutes later, the three arrived at the 7th floor of the 7th dormitory. "Brother Luo, we're here." Zhu Xiaofei put down the suitcase and took out the keys from his pants pocket to open the green iron door in front of him. Xiao Luo secretly took his hat off to Zhu Xiaofei for lugging his 20-kilogram suitcase such a long distance and climbing to the 7th floor, and he wasn't even panting. So he wasn't the puffy sort with weak muscles and drooping fat. Coming to this dorm and smelling the strange odor that only existed in a dorm flooded his mind with a long-lost feeling. Who would have thought that after graduating and working for 3 years, he would end up in university again? Xiao Luo's heart was filled with emotion. They opened the door and entered the dorm room. 2 metal-framed beds came into view, followed by a row of desks that combined a bookcase, wardrobe, and computer table. Like most male dorm rooms, Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai's room was an unsightly mess. Warm clothes and socks were strewn as if an explosion had gone off. A pile of stinky blankets lay heaped in a corner. Zhu Xiaofei scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "The room is a bit dirty and messy. Brother Luo please bear with us." "It's all good," Xiao Luo tittered. In his university days, Zhang Dashan was the biggest slob. He would make the dorm room stink to high heaven with billowing smoke. He couldn't bear it in the beginning, but got used to it in the end. He'd survived 4 years of that, so why should he care now when he'd be here only 3 short months? Ding Kai tidied a bed and said enthusiastically, "Brother Luo, you can sleep in this bed. There's some luggage on that bed above, and it has a lot of dust. I can't clean it for you." "Are you the 2 of you in this room?" "Yeah, the standard dorm room is meant for 4 people, but there's only the 2 of us in the class. We're not enough to fill up one dorm room. But other students from other majors are unwilling to mix with us, so it's just us 2 here." Ding Kai spread his hands and said helplessly, "So that's what it was." Xiao Luo nodded. He opened his suitcase and began to sort out his bed. Then he began organizing his personal belongings. Naturally, Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai could not help him with that, so they turned on the computer and got ready to play a game. Brother Luo, do you play LOL? Xu Xiaofei turned his head and asked with anticipation. Xiao Luo smiled in return and said, a little. During university, Zhang Dashan was a loyal player of this game and brought him into the trap. Still, he played less after graduation when he started working. His rank had always remained at Platinum V. Would you like to open a chat for a game? Ding Kai said animatedly. Nah, you guys go ahead. I need to organize my stuff. Xiao Luo refused with a smile. He had no interest in playing this game now. Ding Kai raised his brows. Oh, all right. The two immediately joined to form a group, proceeding with duo rank mode. While waiting for the queue, Xu Xiaofei went into the group chat for the English language majors and cried out in surprise, "Fuck me! The campus belle Chu Yue is starting her live stream again. She's inviting everyone to go to the live streaming platform to watch it." Ding Kai howled energetically too. "Hurry! Ask her to take us along and make us look formidable. Let's fly!" "It's a must!" Xu Xiaofei fired off a reply in the group chat. "Chu please let me ride on your coattails." Ding Kai didn't resign himself to his fate. He also replied in the group chat, "We want to get on the same ride. I beg you, please take us on. We can give you a gift." He even added a sad and weak emoji at the end. Once they posted their replies, the other girls and the English language majors attacked them. "Losers, you dragged our Princess Chu Yue down so badly last time. Do you dare ask her to include you? Shameless! Xu Xiaofei, Ding Kai, form your team and trap others to take you along. It's best if you're cued to be opposite Yue, then you'll be cruelly beaten up by her. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Don't be like this. In any case, they're like the national treasure in our class. It's not good to deliver such a blow to them." "What are you afraid of? There's the handsome Xiao Luo now. They can get off their pedestal as national treasure." Looking at the screen full of remarks attacking them, Xu Xiaofei and Ding Kai felt like crying but didn't shed a tear. They wondered why they were hated so much. Xiao Luo had already sorted things out by now. Hearing the words campus belle, he guessed that it was Chu Yue they were talking about. His mission was to protect her. Naturally, he was motivated when it came to anything related to her. Hence, he inquired, "Xiaofei, when you said campus belle, did you mean Chu Yue?" "Yeah, Brother Luo, it's Chu Yue. She was voted campus belle on our school forum. She's the dream goddess of countless boys," Xu Xiaofei said with an intoxicated expression. It was apparent that he adored her. After all, she was a great beauty. Who wouldn't be smitten with her? Ding Kai added, "She's not only beautiful, she's a terrific gamer. She's ranked in the challenger tier with her official account. She has a secondary, unofficial account where she's ranked Platinum too. When she's free, she'll open up a game chat with Bai Ling and do a live stream. Her live stream broadcast has more than 200,000 fans. The money she gets from the live streaming platform every month is more than the wages of white-collar workers who've been slogging away for years." Xiao Luo was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Yue's level of mastery in League of Legends had reached the pinnacle. "She replied," Xu Xiaofei suddenly yelled in excitement. Xiao Luo looked at the computer screen and saw that Chu Yue did reply. She agreed to get queued with Xu Xiaofei and Ding Kai. At the end, however, she added in a commanding tone, "No dragging us down." "Ha ha ha! This is great! I can be on TV now too!" Ding Kai ecstatically then took out a mirror and combed his hair. "No, I want to tidy my hairstyle." "For F's sake, nobody can see you. Stop being narcissistic," Xu Xiaofei cursed. Ding Kai didn't mind. He flipped the bangs on his forehead. "If the stage is in my mind, there will be stages for me to perform everywhere. I want to show my most handsome and coolest side to the audience." "Ugh," Xu Xiaofei dry heaved. Beep, beep, beep. This time, Xu Xiaofei received a message on QQ. He selected the message to read it. It was from Chu Yue. There was only a short line. "Get one more to make 5 people." Fuck me! It seems that the great campus belle is going to show off some real skills this time. We're starting a team with 5 people ranking, but it's easy to meet an enemy team. Xu Xiaofei frowned. Then he realized Xiao Luo's existence and asked, "By the way, Brother Luo, what tier are you in?" "I think it's platinum," Xiao Luo replied. Xu Xiaofei was pleased. Then he asked, "What's the faction code?" "Black Rose," Xiao Luo answered without thinking. Chapter 15. ID Hero Luo. When Xiao Luo said that his faction was the Black Rose, Xu Xiaofei immediately flew over and held Xiao Luo's hand tightly. He put on a pitiful and delicate act. "Oh, Brother Luo, this must be fate. Yes, we are also from the Black Rose faction. Come and join the game chat. You're the only one left. You're not allowed to refuse. This is destined, and destiny has the greater power." Xiao Luo felt awkward. He frowned. "But I still need to organize my things." "It took a lot of effort for the campus belle to agree to take us on, to make us look more formidable, and to let us ride on her coattails to the sky. If you don't help, I'll be slitting on my own neck and committing suicide every few minutes." Xu Xiaofei interrupted, and he also made a gesture of slashing his neck with his palm. Xiao Luo had second thoughts. If he wanted to be an invisible bodyguard, the most important thing was to become friends with Chu Ye first. This was an opportunity. He thought about this and nodded in agreement. "Well then, I'll play a few rounds with you." "Ha ha! Thank you very much, Brother Luo, thank you!" Xu Xiaofei was so overcome with emotion that he almost kissed Xiao Luo a few times. Ding Kai responded to Chu Yue directly by typing in the group chat. "Chu Yue, we can start the queue ranking. The newly arrived Brother Luo in our class happens to be of the Platinum tier from the Black Rose, so we've gathered 5 people now." Not long after this message was sent out, the group chat of the English language class exploded. "What? The handsome Xiao Luo also plays League of Legends? Ho ho! Everyone go to Princess Chu's live stream. The handsome Xiao Luo will be playing League of Legends. Really looking forward to it." A series of messages sprung up in rapid succession, including various memes. The group chat had never been so lively before. In the female dormitory, looking at the enthusiasm by their classmates in the group chat, Bai Ling said half-jokingly, "Young Mistress Chu, Xiao Luo is very popular in our class. See, as soon as everyone heard that he'll be playing the game, they opened up your live stream in preparation to see him." Chu Yue sat on a desk chair. Her fine black hair was casually unspread, and her cheeks were rosy. She looked dazzling. Her delicate brows knitted in a frown, and feeling dissatisfied, she said, "He is just a fellow that appeals to the crowds using vulgar claptrap. I've had enough of these lovesick fools. It's as if they've never seen a man for decades." Pay attention to your words. You are broadcasting live." Bai Ling reminded her by coughing a few times. "Why are you nervous? I haven't turned on the camera yet," Chu Yue said with pursed lips and an indifferent attitude. After she put on headphones, her long and beautiful fingers tapped on the keyboard. She sent messages in the group chat, shouting at Xu Xiaofei and Ding Kai, "Hurry up, don't waste my time." At this moment, Xiao Luo had just tidied and arranged his computer. He logged into his account. "The great campus beauty is rushing us. Brother Luo, what's your ID? I'll add you as a friend before adding you to our temporary team." Xiao Luo replied, "Hero Luo." "Hero Luo?" Xu Xiaofei and Ding Kai turned their heads at the same time, looking at Xiao Luo with astonishment. "Don't you think it's too much of a show-off?" Xiao Luo was a little embarrassed. He also knew that this ID was too loud and aggressive, which did not fit his style. At the time of registration, he thought about it for a long time, but could not come up with a good name. Zhang Dashan, who had grown impatient with all that waiting, just typed Hero Luo and registered for him. The ID was then used until the present. No, the name is nice. It's loud. Sounds like someone with a great reputation, haha. Yeah, the ID doesn't matter. I have a secondary account with the ID Yuji Emperor. Xu Xiaofei and Ding Kai teased each other for a few moments, smoothing over the atmosphere of embarrassment. Although they felt that Xiao Luo's ID was indeed a little pretentious and arrogant. After joining the team that had been assembled at the last minute, Xiao Luo learned that Chu Yue's ID was Ziyu, and Bai Ling's ID was Bicey Doll. Zhu Xiaofei's ID suited his image. He was called Gao Lao Zhuang Lao Zhu. Ding Kai's was humorous and bold. He used the name of the national leader directly. When the girls of the English language major knew what Xiao Luo's ID was, the words Hero Luo dominated the group chat. The girls felt that the name was too cool. What? Hero Luo? How egotistical of him! I don't even know if his skills are worthy of the name. Chu Yue snorted disdainfully. Bai Ling smiled sweetly and teased he might really be an expert. Chu Yue disagreed and typed 4 words in the public chat room of the 5-man team. Don't drag us down. Xiao Luo knew she was warning him, so he did not reply. He opened the system mall and used 200 points to redeem the gaming ability. Since he wanted to get to know Chu Yue quickly, his gaming skills must pass muster. He hadn't been playing games for a long time. Although he was of the platinum tier, he would only be able to show a standard of play more suited to the silver tier if he did not redeem the gaming ability. Brother Luo, where do you want to fight? Zhu Xiaofei turned his head and asked. Ding Kai added, Chu Yue and Bai Ling are a forever combo of the bottom lane, so we are left with only the top, middle, and jungle. You guys choose first, Xiao Luo smiled. My fighting abilities are terrible. It would be better for me to go to the jungle, Ding Kai said, and he chose Jin Zhao to be the jungler. Then I'll choose the Baldy and take the middle lane. Zhu Xiaofei chose Rune Mage Riser. Xiao Luo was on top lane. Tryndamere the Barbarian King was his favorite champion. For safety's sake, he immediately chose it without hesitation. He was battling against Nar, the missing link. As soon as Xiao Luo finished selecting his champion, Chu Yue sent a message asking, a melee champion versus a long-range champion? Are you sure you can fight this battle? I'll do my best, Xiao Luo said, in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. Chu Yue did not say more. She chose Twitch, the plague rat, as her ADC, while Bai Ling was the auxiliary as Janna, the storm's fury. After a short waiting period, the game officially started. Brother Luo, you chose the wrong summoner spells. Ding Kai was surprised. Zhu Xiaofei took a look. It was true. The closer the enemy, the greater the damage Tryndamere could inflict. Ghost was the most suitable, but the summoner spell that Xiao Luo brought was Flash. Xiao Luo smiled and shook his head. It'll be all right. Brother Luo, in any case, no matter what happens, we'll just develop wretchedly. We'll wait for our campus bell to carry us through. Zhu Xiaofei was very worried. He really felt that Xiao Luo would give the top lane to the big boss. Xiao Luo nodded. Relax, it's okay. At this time, the Wuji Blade Master, jungler for the opposing team, sent a message saying with sympathy, You've exploded, Tryndamere. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Ding Kai sent a few question marks in return. The Wuji Blade Master immediately replied, We have a master at the top lane. He can beat everything into a pope. Tryndamere, I'll burn joss paper for you. Have a nice walk. Katarina also sent a taunting message from the opposing team's middle lane. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai could not bear it. They immediately replied, You think you're so great because you have a master? Our rat at the bottom lane is a challenger. Tremble, you scum. Go on and brag. Aren't you afraid of choking on your bullshit? The Wuji Blade Master of the opposing team said. I think he's the king of bullshit. Ha ha ha! Middle lane Katarina ridiculed. Zhu Xiaofei was a little angry and he replied, Childish losers, just wait for your punishment. As soon as childish losers came out, the opposing team immediately became hostile. All kinds of malicious and dirty curses were thrown wildly about. Some curses involved their mothers, some their ancestors. Anyway, the chat box on the lower left corner of the screen was filled with filthy language unfit for one's eyes. How did Zhu Xiaofei get into a cussing match with the opposing team? Chu Yue banned everyone's messages, out of sight, out of mind. Bai Ling, equally disgusted, and activated her ban on the messages. Xiao Luo frowned. In the end, he really could not stand the opposing team using the male and female reproductive organs as words of abuse. So he replied, "Do you have to go so far? It's just a game." It was only a simple sentence to stop the ongoing war, but the Wuji blade master of the opposing team immediately turned to Xiao Luo as his bombing target.
Chapter 16. Slain. "Fuck your mother. Who do you think you are to act all noble and virtuous?" the Wuju bladesman insulted. Click, click, click. Katarina from the opposing team's middle lane sneered coldly. "You shamelessly call yourself Hero Lu and are so thick-skinned not even an arrow can pierce you. We'll make you suffer like dogs in no time. You should change your name to Doggy Lu." "Ha ha! Doggy Lu! Great name!" The Sheriff of Piltover and her auxiliary, Leona the Radiant, who were both at the bottom lane of the opposing team, also sent messages mocking them. Zhu Xiaofei was frustrated on Xiao Luo's behalf and typed in reply, "Shut your trap! Let's see who will be suffering like a dog." Gnar from the opposing team, who had not spoken at all, suddenly piped up, "You can try." Contempt and supreme confidence oozed from those three simple words. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were getting ready to retort when Xiao Luo spoke up to stop them. "It's pointless to say more. Just do your best in the game." Zhu Xiaofei nodded. Ding Kai turned his head and said, "The opposing team's top lane player is strong. I just checked his battle record. He was MVP in his last 10 games. He must have paid someone to play on his behalf to level up or earn weapons." Xiao Luo smiled and didn't speak again, but a chilling light flashed across his calm eyes. "The minions have spawned." The computerized, synthetic female voice of the League of Legends game floated out. It was dignified, solemn, and old-fashioned. The attacking minions on both sides began to be spawned from their nexus. They rushed toward the link of the other team like a suicide squad. "I'm battling the red monsters. Chu Bai Ling, help me fight." Ding Kai sent a signaling on the map, hinting Chu Yue and Bai Ling, who were on the bottom lane, to help him fight the red monster. But he only received a cold response from Chu Yue, "Help yourself." "Ha ha, I like Princess Yue's temper." "Princess Yue, you've become pretty again. Mwah, my goddess." "As long as you don't give up, we'll always follow you as your fans." Chu Yue's livestream viewers were increasing exponentially, and many fans were giving her gifts. This moment's efforts brought her $70 to $80 of income. "Our name, Young Mistress Chu, is amazing. I don't care. You must buy me that floral dress when I get the money," Bai Ling said coquettishly. Okay. Seeing how you've been helping me, I'll begrudgingly buy it for you." "What? Begrudgingly? You seem so reluctant." Bai Ling's cheeks swelled as she panted with rage. "Madam Hotshot, your floral dress cost over $1,000. It's more than enough that I'm buying it for you, even though I don't feel like shelling out." Chu Yue took off her headphones and complained. Bai Ling smiled in embarrassment. Then she changed the subject. Let's play the game seriously. The 5 players on the other team are so arrogant. You need to teach them a harsh lesson." Chu Yue rolled her eyes at her and put on her headphones. She concentrated on controlling her champion as she proceeded with last hitting and poke. "First blood." At this time, the synthetic female voice of the game rang out, indicating that someone had lost first blood. When Chu Yue took a look, the one who lost first blood was Zhu Xiaofei, who played the rune mage in the middle lane. She immediately fired off a bunch of question marks. Zhu Xiaofei replied with a bitter expression, "Sorry. Seems like the middle lane is going to explode. If Katarina goes to the bottom lane, we'll have a hard time," Bai Ling said. "I've been mentally prepared. This game hinges on us at the bottom lane. We can't hope for anything from the other lanes," Chu Yue snorted. "That's true." Bai Ling became serious and assisted Chu Yue, poking the enemy's ADC and support continuously. Great teamwork. Little by little, the Sheriff and Leona the Radiant of the opposing team lost nearly half their health, especially the ADC, who also paid for heal and flash. Just as they were ready to kill the enemy's Sheriff with a burst of energy, the synthetic female voice of the game sounded again. "An ally has been slain." The one who was slain was still the middle laner, Zhu Xiaofei.
Chu Yue immediately shot back a message asking, "Zhu Xiaofei, what are you doing?" Behind her words was a tone full of blame. At this time, livestream fans also lashed out on the bullet screen in droves. "Is this Rise a pig? He was killed by the opponent twice in 3 minutes, and the opponent didn't even get any help from his teammates. How useless! Princess Yue shouldn't take on such a useless thing." "Yeah, that guy's the worst of the worst, only suitable for low-end games." The girls of the English language major also hurriedly called for Zhu Xiaofei to play more stably and to strengthen himself sufficiently before going for the enemy. Zhu Xiaofei was so embarrassed, he weakly explained to Ding Kai, "I could have killed Katarina alone. I was just short of a little health." "A little health is a world of difference, Lao Zhu. Keep calm. If Katarina gets up, even 10,000 points of health won't be able to withstand a few seconds of her spinning." "Okay, this time around I'll strengthen myself steadily first." Zhu Xiaofei nodded, determined not to fight boldly with the Katarina on the opposing team again. Click, click, click. Katarina from the opposing team's middle lane sneered coldly. "You shamelessly call yourself Hero Lu and are so thick-skinned not even an arrow can pierce you? We'll make you suffer like dogs in no time. You should change your name to Doggy Lu." "Ha ha ha! Doggy Lu, great name!" The Sheriff of Piltover and her auxiliary, Leona the Radiant, who were both at the bottom lane of the opposing team, also sent messages mocking them. Zhu Xiaofei was so furious he gritted his teeth and nearly went crazy. "Ignore them, they're just keyboard warriors. Let's show them a good game," Ding Kai said. Zhu Xiaofei endured the rage in his gut and continued playing in silence. "An enemy has been slain." The computerized synthetic female voice of the game sounded again. An avatar appeared on the right. It was Tryndamere, the barbarian king, who killed Gnar, the missing link. "Eh? Brother Lua had such excellent skills." Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai stared at Xiao Luo blankly. What shocked them even more was that he had over 200 health points left after single-handedly slaying his opponent in the top lane, Gnar of the Master Tier. Gnar of the opposing team had paid someone to practice and strengthen his champion and was killed single-handedly by Brother Louis Tryndamere. Incredible! Using the 3 attributes of Q, Bloodlust, Last Hit Lifesteal, and Innate Lifesteal, when Gnar of the opposing team got back to the battlefront, Tryndamere's health could recover above the safety line, and he could stay at the battlefront and suppress Gnar's ranking. "Brother Lua, be careful! The Wuju Bladesman is here to catch you!" Ding Kai suddenly exclaimed. Sure enough, the Wuju Bladesman circled while preparing to slay the barbarian king who had low health. He even carried a red buff. Although it was a second rank battling against a third rank, without the protection of the minions on the side of the Barbarian King, the probability of Wuju Bladesman slaying the Barbarian King was almost 100%. Chu Yue also issued 2 harsh warning signals, indicating that Xiao Luo should quickly return to the turrets. Xiao Luo smiled and pressed the health potion button. As his health recovered, he used his E key to retreat to the turret quickly. This move was a displacement skill that could soon increase the distance and kill the turret in a burst. "Stupid cunt! You're using E first? You want to die?" the Wuju Bladesman sneered. A Q Alpha surprise attack neared the Barbarian King from the front immediately. Xiao Luo's health had dropped to 100+ points. The Bladesman then used a left-click attack. With the added burn attribute of the red buff, he would be able to take down Xiao Luo's Barbarian King. At this moment, Xiao Luo's Barbarian King turned around and struck with his sword. In a full fury state, the blow was a critical strike. The Bladesman's health immediately dropped to half. After the blow was delivered, Xiao Luo immediately controlled the Barbarian King to retreat from the turret, increasing the distance from the Wuju Bladesman. Because of insufficient range, the Bladesman's left-click attack still couldn't be executed. He could only keep close to the heels of the Barbarian King and shorten the distance between them. The Barbarian King carried an attack speed rune. Moreover, his rank was 1 level higher than the Wuju Bladesman. Hence, his attack speed was naturally faster than the Bladesman's. By the time the Bladesman had shortened the distance and could immediately execute a left-click attack, the Barbarian King had turned around again to deliver a blow. Like before, it was a critical hit. The Bladesman's health dropped to 80 or 90 points in an instant, a state of severely low health. "Fuck! Seeing a wave of aggressive minions streaming from the back of the turret, the Wuju bladesman retreated. Otherwise, even the minions would have attacked him until he died. But the moment he flashed, Xiao Luo's barbarian king also flashed to keep up with him. Then his broadsword fell mercilessly. The Wuju bladesman let out a desperate scream and died. The synthetic female voice of the game rang out on the interface, sounding solemn and emotional. An enemy is slain.
Chapter 17. Barking Mad. Did Bloodlust kill Master Yi, despite the red buff? Shit, no way this is happening. Zhu Shuafei and Ding Kai stared dumbfoundedly at Xiao Luo. Master Yi could have taken out Tryndamere, the barbarian king, with a Q and an A, but was decimated by Tryndamere. No fucking way. Chu Yui and Bai Ling were shocked too. When the screen switched to the top lane, they both witnessed a fantastic anti-kill, much to their astonishment. They used an ordinary attack and moved slowly, but still managed to evade a regular attack from Master Yi without sustaining any injuries, and they even attacked Master Yi twice. Very well handled, especially toward the end where they both flashed almost at the same time. Clean-cut, decisive, incredible reflexes, Bai Ling analyzed. Blinking her beautiful eyes, Ju Yui regained her composure. The entire live stream filled with praise for Xiao Luo. She was pissed. Was Xiao Luo trying to steal her thunder? Although she acknowledged his skills, she refused to admit it verbally. She feigned nonchalance, saying, "It was blind luck. Master Yi was a fool. He didn't attack right away, giving him a chance to execute an anti-kill." Then she got serious. "All right, let's not worry about them. It's about time we started on the bottom lane." At the other end, Zhu Shuafei was messaging Master Yi with a taunt. "What did I tell you? Wait for it, loser." Infuriated, Master Yi typed in response, "Tryndamere, I'll get back at you. Just you wait." Xiao Luo just ignored his taunt. His Tryndamere bought a pair of Berserker's Greaves and Brawler's Gloves. With the red buff, his other supplies and level suppression, Gnar could only CS, but Gnar knew what he was doing and quickly bought a cloth armor before coming back online. Gnar wasn't just skilled at long range, he also had the Rage gene, which at maximum would transform him into Mega Gnar. His armor, magic resistance, and attack speed would level up, and using E, Hop, quickly put distance between him and his opponent, allowing him to slow down his opponent. Xiao Luo was patient. He focused on lane freezing, zoning, and blocking. His Tryndamere managed to escape Gnar's Q every single time, foiling his intention of wearing him out from a distance. At this moment, Chu Yui and Bai Ling at the bottom lane also executed a double kill with Twitch, the Plague Rat. "You're indeed Campus Queen Chu. The ante has been upped. Ha ha!" Zhu Shuafei chuckled. "With Chu, of course we wouldn't lose. Besides, our bro here is Xiao Luo, is also great at this. Look how he managed to defeat Gnar." Ding Kai turned around to Xiao Luo and said, "Bro, the line is almost at the turret, and you're reaching level 6. How about I help you with a tower dive gank?" "It's all right. Just help out the other lanes," said Xiao Luo, smiling. "Okay then, be careful with Master Yi. He might gank you soon." Ding Kai placed a ward in the triangle bush and then turned around and ran toward the mid lane. It was time to deal with Katarina mid lane. Xiao Luo's Tryndamere finally unlocked the ultimate ability, R, after taking down a wave of minions. On activation, Tryndamere would be immune to death for 5 seconds and gain 50 points in Fury. The crit chance would improve by leaps and bounds. His opponent Gnar knew he couldn't take down this wave. There were too many minions. It wouldn't even do him any good if he attacked below the tower. He'd have to wait till the minions' inventory ran out before taking on the barbarian king. But Xiao Luo wouldn't cut him any slack. Under his command, Tryndamere got closer without hesitation and immediately attacked him. Gnar lost half his HP in the attack and quickly E'd away, but Xiao Luo followed closely behind with a W and an E.
Xiao Luo wasn't as lucky with the strike this time around. Seeing that Xiao Luo was fighting tooth and nail, Gnar fought back equally hard. That's precisely what Xiao Luo wanted. The damage inflicted by Gnar attracted lots of minions. These minions, who had initially been at the enemy's inhibitor, started attacking Gnar. Xiao Luo's Tryndamere then left the AoE, and the inhibitor reduced the HP to about 200 points. Shit. Watching the minions diminish his HP, Gnar panicked and started flashing, but to no avail. After a dozen minions launched themselves at him, his HP was depleted, and his computer screen faded to gray-white. The system was indicating he'd been killed. Xiao Luo calmly circumvented the tower and continued with the last hit. At this moment, a level 5 Master Yi appeared from the bushes, used the red smite on him, and rushed over after minimizing the damage taken. This guy's insane. Xiao Luo smiled pensively. Tryndamere still has a few moves left in him, and was still at maximum fury, so there was no need to fear a level 5 Master Yi. With a terrible scream from Master Yi, the system indicated that there was a double kill. The words appeared on the computer screen. A barrage of comments filled Chu Yui's live stream. Wow, I need to learn from this Tryndamere. 96 CS in 10 minutes, that's even more than Princess Yu. This guy's a game guru. Barking King said, that's all basic stuff, guys. Don't get so excited. The entire live stream was a buzz about what just went down. And even among the English-speaking pro gamers, the ladies were all gushing about him. Hero Luo appeared so many times in the chat room. Some were even saying, Hero Luo, I'll ditch my boyfriend for you. Be my boyfriend instead. Everyone started calling him Hero Luo and was full of praise and admiration. They were practically idolizing him. Bro, you're a game guru. If killing Master Yi was a fluke, the double kill should leave no doubt about Xiao Luo's extraordinary skills, said Xu Shuafei in surprise. Nah, it was just because the other party got too complacent. Ding Kai laughed heartily. Haha, you're too humble, bro. Suddenly, he got a snarky message from Gnar. Barking King, you aren't from the Platinum Division. Whoa, this guy was fuming. Master Yi also went into a tirade. Motherfucker, how dare you pretend you're from the Platinum Division, fucker? His words were expletives and personal. The bastard. Zhu Shuafei didn't have a good temper to start with. After being provoked like this, he pounded the table furiously before jumping up. If that guy was standing in front of me now, he'd be dead meat. Relax, Lao Zhu. Just mute them. We're civilized people. Let's not bother with these childish losers, said Ding Kai in an attempt to calm him down. Xiao Luo also patted Xu Shuafei on the shoulder. It was just a game. No need to get angry. If one wanted revenge, they ought to do it in the game. There's no point in getting angry in real life. It'll ruin your mood. Chapter 18. Giving an Address. Xiao Fi slowly calmed down and conveniently banned the messages from the Wu Zhu bladesmen of the opposing team. Ding Kai's Xin Zhao had always been stationed in the middle lane. Hence, Katarina from the opposing team first killed Xu Zhou twice. After that, there were no more kills. Chu Yu and Bai Ling subdued the Sheriff and Leona the Radiant on their bottom lane. The situation had improved, and the opposing team didn't send any more taunting messages. And like a rolling snowball, Xiao Luo's Barbarian King had been strengthened to a horrific extent. He single-handedly killed Gnar from the opposing team without any limits. He also pushed away the outer turret, turning the upper half of the opponent's jungle into his backyard, that he could enter and exit at will. The red buff was all but his. In 12 minutes, the Barbarian King's rank shot up to level 10. His items included a static sheave, an infinity edge, a pair of berserker's greaves, a Duran blade, and a BF sword. The champion from the opposing team who had strengthened the most was Katarina, who was only at level 9. The barbarian king suddenly proceeded with a move using the E key, slaying the bladesman with a critical strike who was in the jungle doing a mission. Chu Yu's live stream burst into an uproar. It was insane. Fuck, one for the barbarian king. This is the bladesman? How in the world is he the bladesman? I took a look at Princess Yu's rat and decided to buy a barbarian king. Everyone was commenting on Xiao Luo's prowess as if this weren't Chu Yu's live stream anymore, but his. Bai Ling shocked, speechless. How could this be happening? In her wildest dreams, she never imagined Xiao Luo's barbarian king could be so scary. Chu Yu was seething. She was doing a live stream, but Xiao Luo had snatched all the attention, putting her in an embarrassing situation. At the same time, she was blown away by Xiao Luo's skills. The Nar from the opposing team was of the master tier, but he was able to beat the crap out of it. This standard was not of the platinum tier. He could have achieved the challenger tier just like her. He killed the bladesman with one slash. What kind of damage is this? Xu Zhaofei sucked in a breath of fresh air, looking at Xiao Luo, eyes wide open in amazement. Ding Kai's Xin Zhao was full of worship. Brother Luo, you and Chu Mimi are both challengers, am I right? I'm a platinum, Xiao Luo smiled embarrassment. Xu Zhaofei and Ding Kai did not ask any more. There was no way that Xiao Luo could deny this. His strength was on display for all to see. This level was the standard of operation only a challenger possessed. When the Bloodthirster came out, Xiao Luo's barbarian king ran across the map, taking a swing at the first champion he saw. Except for the offensive tanks, Nar and the Leona the Radiant, who needed 2 slashes, all other champions he met were killed with 1 blow. He killed each of those childish players with 1 blow. An indescribable joy arose in Xu Zhaofei and Ding Kai's hearts, especially when they saw how the bladesman died in Xiao Luo's hands 6 times in a row. The grievance they had previously suffered was washed away in an instant. Brother Luo, I wrote a poem for you. Xu Zhaofei deeply admired Xiao Luo. He said with great interest, "You can even write poetry. Let me hear it." "State, family, and world affairs, those are nothing to me but a slash from a sword," Xu Zhaofei read. "Ha ha! Good poem, good poem!" Ding Kai laughed too. At the same time, his Xin Zhao worked with Xu Zhaofei's rise to execute Katarina. Xiao Luo smiled without saying a word. By now, the game had evolved into his unilateral slaughter. The champions on the opposing team panicked at the sight of the barbarian king. They used up all of their teleport and flash spells. After 20 minutes, Xiao Luo had his barbarian king decked out with a full suite of various items and harvested 22 heads. The barbarian king went straight for Baron Nashor, challenging him to a duel. "Oh my God, Brother Luo, are you going to kill the dragon? Awesome! I'll come over to cover you." Xu Zhaofei controlled Rise and walked over excitedly. At this time, Chu Yu and Bai Ling sent a signal that the 2 enemy champions at the bottom lane had disappeared. "Don't tell me they're all coming over," Ding Kai frowned and guessed. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sheriff's big move of ace in the hole took the lead in the attack and locked on to Xiao Luo. Then Nar transformed, flashing down from the wall above the dragon's lair, banging into the barbarian king. Leona the Radiant used her big move via the R key and proceeded with a hard crowd control ability on the barbarian king with firm control. The Wuzhu bladesman circled from the back and used an R key move, rushing over angrily and aggressively. Katarina used the warding totem with the W key and came down too, activating the Death Lotus. All 5 of them used their ultimate attacking ability via the R key to fire at Xiao Luo at the same time. Xiao Luo used Flash, avoiding Leona's move, then executed an E key followed by a left-click attack, taking Katarina's head. By this time, the Wuzhu bladesman had just finished releasing the Q key when the Bloodthirster fell. The bladesman gave a blood-curdling yell and died. Xu Jiaofei only realized now, using the rune prison ability binding Leona the Radiant, who is preparing to use hard crowd control on Xiao Luo a second time. During this brief interval, Xiao Luo took off Nar's head with 2 slashes. It just so happened that the sheriff was running toward him to deliver some damage. The abilities via the E key had just cooled down, and he burst forth, hacking the sheriff to death with a swing of his sword. Only Leona the Radiant was left, but she was no threat. With 2 swings of the sword, she was dead. Calm, decisive, and overbearing. Pentakill. 5 kills. When a synthetic female voice rang out excitedly, the entire world went silent. People who saw this scene held their breaths for a few seconds. In the next second, Chu Yu's live stream and the group chat of the English language majors were overflowing with intense emotions like never before. Comments like, "So awesome," occupied nearly the entire screen. "What a prodigy! This is the real 5-second man." "So blindingly bright! Too much!" Such was the tempo of 5 people killing. Not only did they not die, but even took a pentakill. Fuck me! For a while, Chu Yu's live stream exploded various proverbs, expletives, and obscenities. Only these words could convey their shock. Xiao Luo took a pentakill and continued fighting the dragon, as if nothing had happened. Although he used a big move via the R key against the big dragon, in the end, he beat the dragon in a one-on-one duel. The opposing team's fighting spirit collapsed instantly. "Do you admit defeat?" Xu Jiaofei quickly lifted the ban and sent a message to the other 5 players. The bladesman took the lead in responding, "Fuck your mother, you bastard! I've slept with your family's women." "You piece of shit! I single-handedly killed you twice. Aren't you embarrassed to say this?" Mid-lane Katarina mocked. "You won without lifting a finger, so shut your mouth," the sheriff also sent a message. Xu Jiaofei was no longer annoyed. He knew that the more fiercely the opposing team cursed, the angrier they were. He was thrilled to see that, and immediately sent a line of words, "Ha ha ha," expressing his current mood. "Fucking cunt, give us your address if you dare. I'll have my guys chop you to death in minutes," the bladesman roared. Did they actually want to kill people over a game? Xiao Luo couldn't help but laugh. He typed energetically, "As I said before, it's just a game. No need to take it so far, right?" "You lousy, stupid dick, acting all noble and virtuous high. If you have the guts, give us your address. If you don't, acknowledge you're a wimp and shut up." The bladesman was extremely arrogant. "Brother Luo, these people are childish losers. Don't argue with them," Ding Kai comforted him. Xiao Luo smiled and nodded. He wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he thought those players were hilarious, but they were taking things too far. "Why should you be afraid of someone like that? I'll see if they'll come here." Xu Jiaofei detested the players of the opposing team. He typed a sentence with disdain. "Huaye, 7th dormitory, block 712. I'll be waiting for you here. Come if you have the guts." Then he clicked send. "Why are you doing this, Lao Zu?" Ding Kai shook his head helplessly. "We have to show some backbone and will as human beings. Look how arrogant that bastard is. He'll think we're afraid of him if we don't give our address," Xu Jiaofei said unhappily. With a helpless expression, Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows. "Let's hurry up and end this game already. It was a good game that deteriorated, so what was the point of dragging it on?"
Chapter 19. An Odd Solo Top Hero. Xiao Luo's Tryndamere could go against 5. There was no suspense to the outcome of this match. Xiao Luo's team got the highest score, and he was naturally the MVP. "Are you a challenger?" In the public chat room, Chu Yue's ID Ziyue posed a serious question. Xiao Luo replied with one word, "No." "If your performance in the next game is as good as this one, I'll let you join my team," Chu Yue typed. Xu Xiaofei and Ding Kai looked at Xiao Luo enviously. "Brother Luo, Campus Queen Chu said she'd let you join her team," said Xu Xiaofei. Xiao Luo asked,
Is that something to be happy about? Of course it is. If you join the Campus Queen's team, you'll get a lot of chances to hang with her, and you'll qualify for the national competition, Battle of Glory. If you take first place, there's $5 million prize money. After divvying her up, everyone can get $1 million, Xu Xiaofei said enviously. Ding Kai nodded and echoed, Yeah, that's a nice chunk of change, Brother Lo. This is starting to sound good. Joining Chu Yue's team will give me lots of opportunities to hang with her, making my job easier. Becoming eligible to participate in the Battle of Glory is an added plus. I'm no saint. If I can make $1 million by gaming, why the hell not? I'm in. Whether it was for Chu Yangsheng's commission or the $1 million cash prize, Xiao Luo made up his mind to try to join Chu Yue's team. He was psyched. 2 minutes later, the second qualifying match began. Brother Lo, your Trendemir is picked, Xu Xiaofei reminded him. Xiao Luo gave him a little smile. It's fine. I know a bit about other heroes. Whoa! Look at all those system prompts. Because of that one game just now, he gained 4,999 points. Yes, he suddenly felt filthy rich. Of course, he was well aware that this was due to Chu Yue's live broadcast. Are you going to solo top your assassin a cake? Chu Yue typed grumpily. Whatever, it might even work, Xu Xiaofei replied confidently. I never expected the opponent to pick all ADs. Guys, pull out all stops in this game. Even if we screw up, as long as we drag it to late game and stack up against our armor, they won't stand a chance against us. Ding Kai's voice pulled Xiao Luo back from his thoughts into the moment. After Xiao Luo took a look, it was indeed their opponent who had a solo top Trendemir, a solo mid Yasuo, a jungling Master E, and a misfortune AD. Their only AP was the support Lulu. Hence, their opponent had a pure AD lineup. Brother Lo, you'll be better off soloing top. I trust you, bro. Heh. Ding Kai said with a cheeky smile. His gaunt face looked just like a monkey. Xiao Luo nodded and instantly picked the armadillo. When the hero icon of a hedgehog-looking turtle was locked in, Chu Yue sent him a row of question marks. Ding Kai similarly frowned out of puzzlement. Brother Lo, The armadillo counters ADs. He's the safest pick for this match, explained Xiao Luo. After hearing that, Xu Xiaofei and Ding Kai could neither cry nor laugh. How would they not know that the armadillo counters ADs? They had never seen people using it as a solo top. The armadillo is usually used as junglers. The hero farms in the jungle during the early game, and with a power ball combined with a frenzying taunt, it could easily take down an enemy with the help of a teammate on the lane. The chat room in Chu Yue's live broadcast once again heated up. The hell? An armadillo solo top? Is he nuts? Even if this armadillo gets fat, it'll be nothing more than a meat shield. Could they be hoping that it would save the world for them? I highly suspect the pro misclicked over there. For a while, voices of doubt came from all directions. Chu Yue pursed her lips and said indignantly, How confident is he to pick the armadillo? Bai Ling recovered from her consternation and chuckled with squinted eyes. Young Mistress Chu, let's not rush to conclusions. Perhaps Xiao Luo will pull off a great performance. The hell he'll perform well this game, Chu Yue said furiously. She was a challenger. She had only seen people foolishly playing a solo top armadillo in low elo games. It would never appear in high elo games. An armadillo solo top was no doubt the strangest among the strangest. The hero's pathetic combat range aside, its ability to burst down an enemy was unusually low. When it wasn't using its defensive ball curl, the armadillo's attributes were way lower than a common tank hero. Against Trendemir, Malphite would have been the best choice. But lots of supporting voices came from the English broadcasting room. Way to go, Hero Lo! Get the enemy's asses! You're the best, Hero Lo! I look forward to your performance! Massacre them all, like in the last game! And Huan in particular shouted directly to express her affection. Hero Lo, I want to have children with you! Looking at An Huan's words, Xiao Luo almost spit out the water he had just swigged. He couldn't imagine a college girl saying that. Were the times so different now? Had girls become that aggressive and bold? Welcome to the Summoner's Rift. The solemn female computer-synthesized voice sounded, marking the start of a game. "What the far?" the enemy Yasuo said in the chat. "This is the first time I've ever seen an armadillo solo top. Tickle me, please, big god. Ha ha ha." The enemy Tryndamere also sent the message. There was a sense of irony along the lines. The enemy Misfortune reminded with a tinge of sarcasm. "Be careful, he deliberately picked an armadillo seeing that we're all ADs. Huh, what could the armadillo do? Before my sweeping blades, he can only tank a few hits," the enemy Yasuo responded arrogantly. "Yasuo fired off some trash talk during the last match." Xu Xiaofei felt triggered seeing those words. He typed and taunted, "STFU and play the game. Stop your trash talking." The enemy collectively sent a heh expressing disdain for Xu Xiaofei. "Motherfuckers, why do we always bump into people like this?" said Xu Xiaofei in a rage. "Calm down, bro. You should have already gotten used to it after playing LOL for such a long time," comforted Ding Kai. Xu Xiaofei immediately let out a long exhale like a rubber ball that was leaking. He was right. The community of this game was more or less as such. He won't be able to change anything no matter how cynical he had become. Minions have spawned. With the computer-synthesized female voice, minions spawned from both base camps, forming a long line and dashed toward the other base. Everyone was carefully last-hitting and harassing their opponents in the lane. Some 45 seconds into the game, the computer-synthesized voice sounded, "First Blood." The armadillo at top killed Tryndamere and acquired First Blood. "I fucked up," the enemy Tryndamere immediately explained. He was preparing to retreat using Sweeping Blade. With shaking hands, he ended up dashing towards the armadillo, gloriously feeding the First Blood. Xu Xiaofei and Ding Kai glanced at Xiao Luo with surprise as the vestiges of doubt in their hearts vanished. "See, Xiao Luo has it," Bai Ling told Chu Yue. "So what if he takes First Blood? Armadillo can't stop Tryndamere from growing?" Chu Yue said disapprovingly. As soon as her words fell, the game prompted that the enemy had been killed. With a close look, the armadillo killed Tryndamere, who had just spawned, and took the second kill. "Is this Tryndamere a bronze? How could he go against a level 2 armadillo at level 1 with the creeps hitting him?" Chu Yue said in exasperation. Bai Ling corrected her. "Young Mistress Chu, look carefully. The armadillo dived the tower to kill him and escaped with very little HP. Tryndamere was taunted. As he attacked the armadillo, he attracted the creeps aggro."
Chapter 20. An AFK Pentakill. After 2 deaths, the enemy Tryndamere immediately swapped lanes with Yasuo, lest Xiao Luo began snowballing. But when Yasuo came to the top lane, he once again gloriously fed a kill. Xiao Luo used Frenzying Taunt in conjunction with Defensive Curlball and the hit-and-run technique, smoothly taking down the enemy Yasuo. On the next creep wave, when Yasuo respawned, the enemy Master Yi came ganking from behind. At that moment, Xiao Luo's Armadillo coincidentally hit level 6. First, he dealt with the level 5 Master Yi, then the level 4 Yasuo. At a 1 versus 2 situation, he easily got himself a double kill. "He's really good." Bai Ling approved Xiao Luo's skills hands down. She had seen it very clearly. The enemy's skills weren't that bad. It was just that Xiao Luo's was above them. The Yasuo's last breath never once landed on Xiao Luo. Besides, Xiao Luo was good at exploiting the siege minion, and his hit-and-run technique was even more impeccable. Chu Yue didn't say a word this time around. Every skill that Xiao Luo displayed had left her in shock. "This armadillo is really extraordinary." "Not only extraordinary, he is sick." "This is a platinum game, right? Why does the enemy look like a bunch of bronzes?" The chat room in Chu Yue's live broadcast was filled with various replies left by her fans. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were looking at Xiao Luo ecstatically, like they've scavenged a treasure. "Brother Luo, my good old Brother Luo, you are the true master. The top lane has become the enemy's restricted area. I'm impressed that you can play the armadillo like this." The two gave a big thumbs up to Xiao Luo. Towards this,
Xiao Luo smiled faintly and didn't say a single word. The top lane was exactly like Ding Kai said. It had become the enemy's restricted area. Whoever goes to the top lane would end up feeding kills. The armadillo was a tyrant at the top lane, performing all kinds of tower diving, wave cutting, and aggro pulling. By the time it reached the 17th minute mark, it already had 190 last hits, 13 kills, and had reached a whopping level 12. Its items were Icebond Gauntlet, Thorn Mail, Hextech Revolver, and Ninja Tabi. When the armadillo morphed into a spinning ball and rushed toward the enemy high ground, everyone was startled. They were thinking, what is this armadillo trying to do? Chu Yue directly typed, "Xiao Luo, what are you doing?" Xiao Luo simply replied, "Going for a walk at their high ground." "You're crazy! This might be a one-sided match, but that doesn't mean that you can feed the enemy with kills," Chu Yue said while being utterly discomfited. Bai Ling echoed, "Quickly, get your armadillo back! Your head is worth a lot of gold. If your streak is ended, the entire enemy team will be awarded bonus gold." Zhu Xiaofei was also badly daunted. "Brother Luo, the heck are you doing?" "Calm down, Brother Luo. Our team kills are all on you. If you do not calm down, the outcome of this match will become uncertain." Xiao Luo ignored everyone's dissuasions while he used the armadillo's power ball to bypass one enemy tower after another and rushed directly to the enemy high ground. "You feeding?" The enemy Tryndamere immediately sent a message to inquire. Xiao Luo ignored the message, got up, and left his seat. "Where are you going, Brother Luo?" Zhu Xiaofei asked in exasperation. "Taking a leak," Xiao Luo replied and went straight to the dormitory bathroom. "What?" Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai's expression changed drastically. "Leaving the armadillo at the enemy high ground while he goes to the toilet? What kind of international joke is he trying to make?" "Kaizi, get Brother Luo's armadillo back at once." Zhu Xiaofei immediately ordered Ding Kai to control the armadillo to return from the enemy high ground. But at this time, the enemy Tryndamere, Yasuo, and Master Yi already had the armadillo surrounded, and immediately after were tossing all kinds of skills and abilities on the armadillo. On the contrary, the armadillo wasn't controlled by anyone, only auto-attacking according to the default command. Next, a scene that Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai would never forget happened. Tryndamere, Yasuo, and Master Yi, who were attacking the armadillo, had their health bars plunging rapidly. Although the armadillo's health was also decreasing, it evidently wasn't as fast as theirs. When the armadillo had about 200 health remaining, Yasuo and Master Yi successively perished, following a horrible shriek. The only remaining Tryndamere activated his ultimate and continued to wham on the armadillo. With 5 seconds of death immunity, he refused to believe that he couldn't finish off a low-health armadillo. But unbelief was one thing, and reality was another. A 200-health armadillo was as stubborn as a cockroach, refusing to die no matter what. After sustaining 5 seconds of damage from the Tryndamere that left it with merely over 10 health, the Tryndamere was reflected to death by its passive skill, Spiked Shell. "Triple kill!" the computer-synthesized female voice sounded. "Helly cow! 1 versus 3! What in the world is this? What am I seeing? What the F am I actually seeing?" Chu Yue's live broadcasting chat room boiled up once again. Her numerous fans couldn't believe their eyes. The armadillo wasn't fighting back properly, was literally just standing there, and the outcome was a triple kill. Who would freaking believe in this? Chu Yue and Bai Ling were transfixed. They were deeply impressed by Xiao Luo's armadillo and couldn't sprout a single word for a while. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were like they've seen a ghost under broad daylight, opening their eyes and mouth wide while gawking dumbfounded at their default positions. They were shocked to the ground, refusing to believe what they had just witnessed. It was too illogical and unrealistic. They had never seen anyone capable of playing the armadillo in that way. What astonished them even more was that when the armadillo that had 10 health left was attacked by 2 waves of minions, not only that its health didn't plummet any further, it was recovering at an incredible speed. Oh my lord, what is this monster? Is he still the meat shield armadillo I'm familiar with? Zhu Xiaofei gulped his saliva as he was rendered in shock that couldn't be described with words. At that time, the enemy Misfortune and support Lulu rushed over, and the two took turns firing at the armadillo. Back when it had some more than 10 health left, the Misfortune could very well finish the armadillo with a shot. But now that some 4 to 5 seconds had gone by, the armadillo's health had already risen to more than 100 points. It had 310 armor. The Misfortune fired 3 consecutive shots. Armadillo lost no health, but the Misfortune, however, had her own health diving straight down. Realizing that the situation wasn't good, the Misfortune immediately halted her attacks, but a bullet was already fired before the stop attack command could be issued. Clink! The bullet struck the armadillo's armor with a crisp sound, but the Misfortune fell to the ground with a horrible scream as she was killed by the armadillo's spiked shell. The support Lulu seemingly had a linked heart with the Misfortune and had made up her mind to kill the armadillo. She exhausted her entire mana and mercilessly went ham on the armadillo. At last, she followed Misfortune's footsteps and died. Pentakill! An exhilarated female computer-synthesized voice sounded. Adding up with the previous 3 kills, a pentakill was attained. At this moment, dormitory 712 and the girls' dormitory plunged into silence. Chu Yue, Bai Ling, Zhu Xiaofei, and Ding Hai held their breaths in for a short few seconds. Their minds were empty as they couldn't believe that Xiao Luo's armadillo achieved a pentakill just like that. The chat room in Chu Yue's live broadcast was boiling in an unprecedented hype. What is that monster? Is that still an armadillo? What the heck, getting a pentakill without moving on the enemy high ground? That's some true revelation over there. Hero Luo is his ID. Add him to your friend list, everyone. For an instant, the entire chat room of the live broadcast was filled with replies. Nobody was talking about Chu Yue. Everyone was hyped by the armadillo that acquired a pentakill on the enemy high ground. At that moment, Xiao Luo came out of the toilet. Seeing Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai's out-of-ordinary gazes, he asked, What's wrong? Zhu Xiaofei was so excited that he was almost roaring. Brother Luo, when you're peeing, your armadillo got a pentakill! A pentakill! A frickin' pentakill! Ding Kai was shouting repeatedly and hopping around like he was on drugs.
Chapter 21. Company had arrived. He achieved a pentakill in auto-gaming mode in the time it took to take a pee. Who'd ever believe it if word ever got out? Chu Xiaofei and Ding Kai looked at Xiao Luo with a crazed expression. The funny thing is, Xiao Luo didn't expect to achieve a pentakill, but he was confident that even if the 3 from the opposing team ganged up and tried to beat him, his armadillo Ramus would have handled it. That's why he went to the highland for a stroll. The innate skill and rune to regenerate health, plus the passive heal of the Hextech Gunblade, have conspired to create a monster. Xiao Luo has developed a new way of outfitting Ramos. Bai Ling gasped in amazement before turning to look at Chu Yue. Young Mistress Chu, this guy's amazing, a genius. You have to give him that. What's so amazing about him? He's just a pretentious dick, acting like a sheep to catch a wolf, Chu Yue harumphed. She was smoldering because Xiao Luo had stolen her limelight. Then is your previous agreement of letting him join our team still valid? Asked Bai Ling. Chu Yue snapped. Of course it's still valid. Although I hate him as a person, I acknowledge his skills. Besides, my words have always carried weight, and I never return them. It's never take them back. I'll say never return. What do you care? Said Chu Yue self-righteously. Bai Ling shook her head and sighed helplessly. Xiao Luo beat them 1 against 5. He achieved a pentakill in auto-gaming mode in the time it took to take a pee.
Who'd ever believe it if word ever got out? When Aranduin's omen and spirit visage appeared later, the 5 players of the opposing team felt defeated. They surrendered collectively in 15 minutes, ending the humiliating game. After the game ended, Yasuo from the opposing team sent a message asking, "Ramos, you bastard, did you inject code to cheat your way through?" Inject code? Xiao Luo smiled and ignored him. After redeeming a gaming ability, he had gained a deeper understanding of his fingers, the champions, and the items in the game. Moreover, whenever he met with an attack from the opposing team, he could always avoid it in time. These things explained his remarkable performance. He glanced at the time. It was already noon, time for lunch. Although the purpose of coming to Huaye was to protect Chu Yue, eating on time was his habit, so he stopped playing. "Brother Lo, let's play another round. I want to see you hog their revival point," Chu Xiaofei begged pitifully. "Yeah, I'm excited. Let's play another round." Ding Kai also wanted to continue the game. He especially wanted to see Xiao Luo subdue the other players with his skills. Xiao Luo shook his head. "I'm going to eat first. I'm a little hungry." "All right, Brother Lo, please get my lunch too. Thank you. Hee. Chu Xiaofei quickly took out his student card from the drawer, walked eagerly toward Xiao Luo, and shoved it into his hands. Ding Kai derided him. "You're a lazy pig." However, after criticizing Chu Xiaofei, he also put his student card into Xiao Luo's hands and said with a mischievous smile, "Brother Lo, please get my lunch too. I want to add 1 sausage, and just a little spicy is enough for me." Xiao Luo was annoyed, but it reminded him of his university days, which were similar to this. It wouldn't cost him an arm or a leg to bring back 2 more portions of lunch. He didn't dislike the 2 guys, so he happily consented. Bang! At that moment, the dorm room's half-closed green iron door was kicked open. A group of well-built male students with menacing expressions stormed in. "Who are you? Why did you break into our dorm?" Chu Xiaofei stood up, on the alert. The one standing in front was a boy with a face full of acne. He glanced at Chu Xiaofei's computer screen, which was still showing the League of Legends interface, and sneered, "Gao Lao Chuang Lao Ju! Motherfucker! It's you guys!" "Who's the hell are you?" Chu Xiaofei shouted. Uh-oh, he smelled trouble. "Bitch, cunt, I said that as long as you dared to give me your address, I'd come here to kill you." The boy riddled with acne looked ruthless. Then he kicked Chu Xiaofei's stool to the floor. "So it's you guys!" The expression on Chu Xiaofei and Ding Kai's faces changed dramatically. They never imagined that Wuju Blademaster and Katarina would come to their door to make good on their threat. There were only 3 of them, while the other side had 6. Moreover, the 6 were tall, muscular, and sturdy. If a fight broke out, they're in the losing end in a fight. "Yes, it's us!" The boy with acne took a step forward and casually patted Chu Xiaofei's face with a heavy hand. He smiled proudly. "Why don't you continue acting all high and mighty, you bitch cunt? Weren't you pretty good at acting all high and mighty in the game just now? I'll give you a chance now. Kneel and apologize to me, and this will all go away. Otherwise, I'll beat you up until your mom can't recognize you." "Apologize! Quickly apologize!" The other 5 yelled angrily, looking fiendish. They slammed their fists on the desk and even picked up their books and threw them against Chu Xiaofei, Ding Kai, and Xiao Luo. They were acting like a bunch of thugs. Their arrogance knew no limits. They seemed to think that they owned the world. Under their brutal abuse, Ding Kai was so frightened his legs trembled incontrollably. He turned the matter over in his mind for a while. Then he finally bowed his head and apologized in a small voice. "Sorry. I'm sorry, and it's over. What did I say? Do I have to repeat myself? Kneel!" The boy with acne became even meaner. He tore down Chu Xiaofei's computer's keyboard and smashed it on the ground. The plastic keyboard shattered, and the keys scattered across the floor. "You hear that? Kneel!" The others also started throwing cups and smashing books, turning dorm 8712 into a mess. "You guys!" Chu Xiaofei's rage skyrocketed. The things in the dorm room belonged to them. To see his stuff being recklessly thrown and smashed by these guys was more than he could bear. All he felt was total humiliation. Xiao Luo stepped out at this time and said calmly, "You're also Huaye students who are studying in the same school. Is it necessary to be so cruel?" The boy with acne turned to Xiao Luo. Squinting his eyes, he said coldly, "Why is your tone making me angry? You must be that motherfucker Trindamir." He took 2 or 3 steps to Xiao Luo, staring at him with a cold and savage gaze. "You were something else in the game, but in reality you're a lowly cunt. There's nothing more to say to them. I can't shake off the anger if we don't give these 3 a good thrashing." A rather handsome boy came forward, looking at Xiao Luo, his eyes full of hate. Xiao Luo smiled. "You're Gnar?" The boy sneered. "What's it to you? You lost the game, and now you're getting ready to lose the integrity of a human being?" Xiao Luo chuckled. The boy with acne suddenly laughed out loud, as if he had heard a funny joke. "Bitch, cunt! You still dare to pretend to be all noble and virtuous? Your brain must be damaged." The handsome boy whispered to him, "Yuze, stop talking nonsense to this loser. Let's teach him a lesson." The acne-riddled boy nodded. A savage light bloomed in his eyes. When the others saw him darken, they took out the metal pipes jammed under their belts and hidden under their clothes. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Chu Xiaofei turned pale with fright. He never thought this group would be so bold that they dared to carry metal pipes with them. Ding Kai was timid. He so frightened his legs were trembling incontrollably. "Wait!" Xiao Luo shouted. "It's too late for apologies. I want to beat you up until you're unrecognizable." The boy with acne sneered wickedly. Xiao Luo chuckled. "You misunderstood. What I wanted to say is that space here is too small. How about we go to the roof?" When the 6 boys heard these words, they laughed loudly, mocking Xiao Luo for being ignorant of the severity of the situation. "Okay, since we're all from the same school, don't say I was too ruthless. I'll meet this bitch cunt's requirement." The boy with acne pointed at Xiao Luo contemptuously.
Chapter 22. Becoming Law-Abiding Through Reason. It was very windy on the rooftop. The sky was cloudy, and there was no sun. At this moment, 6 boys with smug faces holding metal pipes surrounded Xiao Luo. "I still want to say something. Since you're students, act like students. Don't learn from the gangsters in society and act as they do. We're a society now ruled by law. Your behavior is challenging the law," Xiao Luo patiently advised. It was only a game. He didn't want to take action to teach these guys a lesson. "Are you fucking trying to make me laugh myself to death? We're already at this point and you're talking to us about the law. What a fool!" The boy with a face full of acne laughed. The others laughed along with him, looking contemptuously at Xiao Luo, the way they looked at lunatics and idiots. Xiao Luo lowered his head and said helplessly, "There's another way." The facial expression of the boy with acne quickly changed. He shouted in a low and heavy voice, "Of course there's no other way. Go! Beat the shit out of him!" The other 5 yelled with deep voices and pounced on him. Seeing them rush toward him, the expression on Xiao Luo's face slowly congealed. When the boy who was speeding at the forefront flung his metal pipe at him, Xiao Luo's body instinctively stepped back to avoid it. He calmly avoided 2 other metal pipes that were brandished at him in succession. He dodged every attack by dint of a subtle but effective move. The 5 guys rushing toward him were more than a little astonished. They never expected Xiao Luo to be so agile. After fending off their attacks, Xiao Luo retaliated. In his eyes, the actions of any one of these boys were prolonged so slowly that he could see their blue veins and soft hair fluttering on the back of their hands. Whoosh! His arms were like 2 attacking poisonous snakes, moving at breakneck speed. He grabbed 2 of the guys by the wrist and sent them flying.
The two felt as if the pipes in their hands were caught in a speeding truck that was towing their bodies. They fell head first onto the ground, knocking out their front teeth. Blood splashed everywhere. Blood-curdling screams soon followed. A boy happened to be holding a metal pipe high above his head at this moment and was about to smash Xiao Luo's head in, but he realized he could not swing the pipe down. It seemed to be stuck. Looking up, he saw a big hand holding the metal pipe like a steel clamp. That hand belonged to Xiao Luo. No matter how hard he tried, the metal pipe did not budge. Let go!" the boy cried in horror. Xiao Luo snorted and eased up a little. Then he quickly snatched his opponent's metal pipe. Stepping forward, he positioned his body as he rammed his shoulder into the guy's chest. Bam! The guy felt as if a wild bull had hit him. His internal organs trembled violently at this very moment. His body lost control as it was thrown back. He fell with a crash onto solid ground 3 or 4 meters away, involuntarily letting out a miserable howl. Seeing that 3 of his guys had collapsed in an instant, the eyelids of the acne-riddled boy twitched frantically. Another 2 of his people stood rooted to the spot, terrified. It was impossible to say they felt no fear. They never expected that Xiao Luo could be so violent. Sighing, Xiao Luo said calmly, "I was trying to reason with you all, but you got violent with me. You're pulling out some metal pipes to frighten people, trying to show me how you're ruthless badasses. Who doesn't know how to do that? If you want to play, we should have some real fun." He grinned cruelly, speaking in a resounding and powerful voice. If Xiao Luo was a smiling angel just now, he was currently an evil, bloodthirsty demon. The 3 guys, including the one with acne, were so scared that they took a few steps back. Their hearts beat wildly, and their breathing became fast and short. They were so nervous they broke out in cold sweat. "Chen-je, go! Beat him up!" the acne-riddled boy shouted in a quavering voice at the handsome boy beside him. How would Chen-je dare to do that? He pushed forward another guy who was next to him. "Shebin, you go!" Someone pushed him forward. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but felt that would be too cowardly. At last, he gritted his teeth, bellowed, and braced himself as he rushed toward Xiao Luo. Before his metal pipe met Xiao Luo's body, the metal pipe in Xiao Luo's hand was already on its way toward his neck. He administered such a fierce and severe blow to his neck. Bam! This guy felt as if his neck had shifted. He staggered a few steps back and collapsed on the ground. His body spasmed uncontrollably. He was cruel and ferocious, leaving them no leeway. Xiao Luo was expressionless. His eyes were as cold and distant. Gulp. The 2 scared men hung their heads in fits, staring at him in shock and horror. They were almost petrified. Xiao Luo took a step toward them. They dropped the metal pipes with clangs, as their heels. "So, are you scared now?" He drew closer to them step by step, with a mocking smile on his face. Don't you come over. Hitting someone with a metal pipe is illegal. Aren't you afraid the police will arrest you?" Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Now you're telling me that it's illegal? What were you doing earlier? If you reason with me, I'll reason with you. If you want to play at who's more ruthless, I'll use ruthless methods like payback. There will be even." When they heard this, they wanted to cry. They were majors of community sports. They had a very high opinion of themselves in school and acted like they owned the campus, but they never expected they would meet their match. No, he was not their match. He was a demon. "We apologize. You don't mess around," Chen-je cried in alarm. "Apologize?" Xiao Luo shook his head and sneered coolly. "It's too late." As soon as he finished speaking, the metal pipe in his hand flew toward the 2 boys, without mercy. They screamed as if they were pigs to the slaughter. In the dorm room, Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai went through a painful mental drudgery. In the end, they finally conquered their fear. "This disaster was caused by me. I can't let Brother Lo get beaten up. I'll go up and fight them with all my have." Zhu Xiaofei gritted his teeth and yelled angrily. He lifted the stool and rushed to the rooftop. "Brother Lo, you just hold on. I'm here." Ding Kai timidly stood in front of the large mirror and slapped himself a few times. He pretended others delivered the slaps, and this bolstered his courage with the help of this rage. Picking up the mop in the bathroom, he too rushed to the rooftop, shouting and screaming all the way. Both of them were dumbfounded when they rushed to the rooftop, Xiao Luo still in the center like a pencil-straight pine tree, and the 6 people who had come to make trouble were all lying on the ground, wailing in pain and misery. The metal pipes were scattered all over the ground in a disorderly manner. What was going on? This couldn't be the result of Xiao Luo's actions. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai could hardly believe their eyes. "Why did you come up here?" Xiao Luo threw the metal pipe onto the ground and walked toward them. Zhu Xiaofei subconsciously hoisted the stool. "We're here to help you." Ding Kai nodded in agreement like a chicken pecking at grains on the ground. "That's not necessary. I reasoned with them and they all became law-abiding." Xiao Luo turned around and scanned the 6 people. His face was bright and cheerful with a benign smile, but in the eyes of the 6 boys, it was no different than the devil's grin. They immediately lowered their heads after meeting Xiao Luo's eyes. They would never forget the fear of being subdued by this guy just now. And how could Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai believe that Xiao Luo had reasoned with them? How did talking reason result in broken bodies? 1 against 6? Oh my God! Is Xiao Luo the reincarnation of Yip Man? Zhu Xiaofei muttered to himself, in total shock.
Chapter 23. Lao Ju the Scrooge. Xiao Luo dealt with them appropriately. His actions were well within limits, and the 6 guys would be okay after resting up for 3 to 5 days. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai's worship of Xiao Luo surged like the Yellow River flood. Once it started, there was no stopping it. He was handsome, a brilliant gamer, and an even better fighter. 1 person challenging 6 people to a fight. He was an all-around talent. Luckily, Chu Yongsheng had cleverly designed his character as a student returning from the army to continue his university studies. How else could anyone account for his extraordinary fighting abilities? Brother Lo, those troublemakers are community sports majors. They're in the same year as us. 3 of them, Tang Yuzhe, Chen Jie, and Shay Bin, are known for throwing their weight around on campus. That's because they rely on support from Song Jianan, a 3rd-year community sports major. If you think they're bad sports at losing a computer game, you should see what happens when they lose a set of basketball. You wouldn't want to be there. They even had someone lending them support? Xiao Luo frowned and asked, "Does Song Jianan come from an influential background?" "Not really. This guy is a big Northeastern jock trained in mixed martial arts and is president of our school's mixed martial arts club. The dude has some serious skills, like he can split bricks with his bare hands. Everyone's afraid of him." "He's also the boyfriend of An Huan Huan from our class," Ding Kai added. Xiao Luo nodded to show he had a clear understanding of the situation. Ding Kai sighed, sick with worry. "I don't know if he'll retaliate. What I'm afraid of is that he'll grab me like a helpless puppy and throw me to the ground like I'm nothing. That guy's a bully and a narcissist." "What are you afraid of? Our brother Lo used to be a soldier. He's also a trained fighter. Even if Song Jianan dares to darken our door, it's still debatable who'd be the one meting out a lesson." Zhu Xiaofei raised his voice to give his courage a boost. But Ding Kai was still restless. He said apprehensively, "No, I'll go to An Huan Huan and ask her to put in a word for us. It's better to minimize the issue until things die down. Hopefully all this will come to nothing. I came to Huaye to study, not to get beaten up. If that doesn't work, I'll tell the counselor." He hurried about, preparing to go out as he spoke. Xiao Luo put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Kazi,
The university is a microcosm of society. You have to deal with all types. Don't panic when you encounter difficulties. Keep calm and think of ways to solve them. That might work if you're in elementary school. If you have a problem, you can always go to a teacher or your parents, but that doesn't work when you're in your 20s. Can you be a bit mature and steady? Zhu Xiaofei rebuked him. Ding Kai was at a loss. He looked at Xiao Luo. What should we do? Don't worry. I was the one who beat the 6 people up. If Song Jianan wants to make trouble, he'll come looking for me. You and Lao Ju will be fine. Brother Luo, I don't like this. If it weren't for me, Tang Yuzhe and his goons wouldn't have found us. It's all my fault. I feel so bad about letting you bear this burden alone. Zhu Xiaofei patted his chest with a vow solemnly. If Song Jianan dares to come near us, don't worry. I'll stand by you and I'll go all out and fight him. These words scared Ding Kai. Fight with the president of the Mixed Martial Arts Club? Was he crazy? But he also summoned up his courage and yelled in a trembling voice, I'll fight him too. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows. He suddenly felt that these 2 roommates were quite impressive. It was going to be an exciting next 3 months. That night, the 3 of them went out for dinner. After slamming some beers, they stumbled back to the dorm. Their relationship was slowly growing closer. As Xiao Luo lay crashed out on his bed looking at the 10,000 points he had earned in the system, he felt an excitement he could not express. He never expected it to be so easy to earn points. He got a lot of them just by playing 2 games a day. Curious, he suddenly asked, System, what's the most expensive ability in them all? Ding! It's the life extension ability. 1 redemption requires 500,000 points, the system responded. Xiao Luo was astonished he turned pale. Could I extend my life? This cheat code was a little too much. Can I extend my life in any circumstances? Ding! You can use this ability for all sorts of factors that endanger the life of the host, such as disease, aging, external and internal injuries, etc. Xiao Luo was shocked. In other words, as long as I have enough points, I can live forever? Ding! You can understand this, but each time you extend your life, the points required next time will increase exponentially. That is, you pay 500,000 points to use the life extension ability the first time. The second time you want to use this ability, you need to spend 5 million points. For the third time, you need to pay 50 million points, and so on. There is no ceiling on the points that you spend. Xiao Luo was dumbfounded. Just now he thought that 500,000 points wasn't expensive at all. Now it seemed that it was just too expensive. Forget it. It was better to cherish life and not think about extending it. Whether I had this system or not, life is precious. Besides, I had escaped the Grim Reaper's clutches once, and thus had gained an even greater appreciation of life. Early morning the next day, Xiao Luo was awakened by Zhu Xiaofei's movements. Kazi, where's your toilet paper? Where did you put it? I need to go to the bathroom right now. Hurry up and get it, before I shit in my pants. It's in the closet. Get it yourself, Ding Kai muttered as he turned on his side, still half asleep. Zhu Xiaofei opened his closet, dug out the toilet paper rolls hidden under a pile of clothes, and ran into the bathroom. After slamming the door, he did not neglect to complain, "Why hide it so secretively? Isn't it just toilet paper? You treat it like it's your baby." This seems to be the scoundrels have been holding it back for too long. This is too much. When he heard this, he jumped up from the bed and rushed to the bathroom, scolding, "You have the nerve to say that. We've been roomies for almost a year, and you've never bought a single roll of toilet paper. You always use mine, and in such large quantities. I'm starting to wonder what else you're doing in there." Fine. So much resentment. Fine, I'll buy some today, okay? Zhu Xiaofei replied loudly from the bathroom. Give me a break. You say this every time. Ding Kai was hopeless. Xiao Luo couldn't help but be amused. He teased, You mean he hasn't bought toilet paper in over a year? He's never bought any. Speaking of this, Zhu Xiaofei was full of complaints. Brother Luo, you don't know the half of it. Even though Zhu Xiaofei is fat, he's a total Scrooge. He's a Mr. Miser who loves to stretch $1 to $10. Leaving aside the fact that he's never bought a pack of toilet paper, he's never even bought toothpaste, laundry detergent, clothes hangers. In this 1 year plus, he's been using all of mine. Xiao Luo nodded in agreement. That's indeed a little too stingy. It's not just a little, Brother Luo. Look at his slippers again. Ding Kai pointed at Zhu Xiaofei's seat. Xiao Luo looked at the floorboard at the bottom, where the shoes were. A pair of strange-looking slippers came into view. Why were these slippers strange? Because they were made by cutting a plastic Sprite bottle down the middle. Using the mouth of the bottle and then the technique of threading a needle manually, he turned the bottle into a pair of flip-flops. Zhu Xiaofei made these? Who else? And to save a few dollars that a pair of slippers cost, he tinkered and came up with such a lousy pair of slippers. How ingenious! Xiao Luo had to take his hat off to his friend. He acknowledged that Zhu Xiaofei was brilliant at saving money. Gazi, you bastard! Stop dissing me in front of Brother Luo. What I did was art, so don't talk if you don't understand it. Zhu Xiaofei opened the bathroom door just a little and yelled indignantly. Suddenly, a stinky odor wafted out. The smell was unspeakable. Xiao Luo frowned and pinched his nose. Ding Kai immediately cursed. Fuck! Just talk! Don't open the door, you dumbass! You're stinking up the room with your shit!
Chapter 24. Amazing everyone with one sentence. After getting up and having breakfast, Xiao Luo went to the classroom for lessons according to the timetable. After experiencing the larger influence of society for the past 3 years, it was very torturous for Xiao Luo to return to the classroom. On the podium, the lecturer talked unceasingly throughout her lesson, but below the podium was him feeling drowsy. His eyelids were like 2 magnets attracting each other. He did not manage to overcome the sleepiness in the end. His upper body was sprawled on the table as he snored and slept soundly. The tutor who was delivering the lecture discovered a student lying on the table sleeping. She immediately stopped and asked with a serious expression, "Students, is my class too boring?" The whole class was stunned and puzzled for a while, and then they quickly shook their heads in denial. "No, Tutor Zhang, your lectures are very exciting, especially the history of currency in various countries. We are all listening with keen interest," the petite and sweet-looking An Huan said. Others echoed her sentiment immediately. Tutor Zhang Meili pushed up her glasses. Then she pointed at Xiao Luo. "If it's really so interesting, why is he sleeping?" Everyone turned around and looked. Well, it was true. Xiao Luo had his upper body sprawled on the table as he snored and slept soundly. "Oh my God, didn't Zhu Xiaofei tell Hero Luo that he can sleep in any of the classes with the sole exception of Tutor Zhang's class?" In her heart, An Huan felt anxious for Xiao Luo. Chu Yue was wearing an embroidered white shirt and an airy jade-green tulle skirt this time. Her black hair was tied back in a smart ponytail. A few strands of hair swayed with the breeze flowing in from the window. She looked beautiful in a crisp and refined way. Seeing that Xiao Luo was asleep, she could not help but frown. Is this guy here for the lecture, or did he come here to sleep? Tutor Zhong really hated when someone sleeps in her class. Xiao Luo is in trouble now. Bai Ling shook her head in sympathy. Xiao Luo did not realize that he had become the focus of the class at this moment. After getting up in weight, being woken up by Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai, he even asked what had happened. Zhu Xiaofei did not know whether to laugh or cry.
"My dear brother Lo, you must not sleep in Tutor Zhong's class." "Why?" Xiao Luo did not know the reason. When he attended college in the past, he had never heard that he could not sleep during class. University teachers did not care whether you listened to their lessons or not. They only cared about completing their lectures before letting the class out, and that would be all. Was it not the same case in Huaye? Xiao Luo looked up and received a severe shock. All the girls in class, and even the female tutor on the podium, were all looking at him at this moment. The director of the academic council is a relative of Tutor Zhong. The director wields great authority. As long as Tutor Zhong has a word with the director, she can immediately add a few strokes on your record. Once a student skipped her class, and she was immediately consigned to repeat a year. She only graduated after 5 years of university. Ding Kai said, anxious as a cat on hot bricks. Xiao Luo realized the seriousness and smiled bitterly. This is embarrassing. The blame is on me. I forgot about it and neglected to tell Brother Lo the situation in advance. It's my fault. Zhu Xiaofei smacked the back of his head and said in self-reproach. At this time, a girl stood up and shouted at Xiao Luo in a stern voice. "Xiao Luo, didn't you sleep well last night? How can you sleep in class? Don't you know that this is an awfully terrible characteristic?" This girl had short hair, and she was dressed in a straight and narrow manner. She did not wear light makeup like the other girls. She was completely barefaced. Her face was oval, and the eyes could not be considered small. Her facial appearance was not bad, but she was not the sweet-looking type. She exuded a dignified and solemn air all over. She would become a career woman for sure when she entered society. After Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai's introduction yesterday, Xiao Luo knew that this girl was the class monitor of the English language major. Her name was Huang Rairan. She was a very principled girl who was proactive about improving herself. "Quickly admit your mistake to Tutor Zhong and promise not to sleep in class in the future," Huang Rairan said in a commanding tone. Xiao Luo might be able to accept it if it was Tutor Zhong talking to him in such a reprimanding tone. But who was doing so now? A little girl several years younger than him. She even criticized him so openly in front of so many people. She wanted him to admit his mistake and make a promise? Well, he wasn't having any of this. He stood up and bowed to the tutor Zhong Meili standing on the podium. He said sincerely, "Teacher, it was wrong of me to sleep in class, and I admit my mistake." He glanced at Huang Rairan and changed the topic of discussion. "I admit it because I realized my mistake." Whether Huang Rairan spoke up or not, it had no substantial decisive influence on me admitting my mistake. As soon as he said this remark, the whole class burst into uproar. What was Hero Lo doing? Was he declaring war against the class monitor, Huang Rairan? Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were terribly frightened. Huang Rairan was a girl with a strong personality. Now that Xiao Luo had torn down her prestige, he would probably face a difficult future. One must know she was the class monitor. There are many things which had to be done with the help of the monitor. It would be disastrous if she was to frequently pick on someone or to make things difficult for them. Although she had said she wanted to add Xiao Luo into her gaming team, Tru Ye was now watching the entertainment. She was not close friends with Huang Rairan, but she was convinced by and respected Huang Rairan's scholarly knowledge, personal accomplishments, and eloquence. Otherwise, she would not have recognized Huang Rairan's position as the class monitor. I was right. With Xiao Luo's arrival, our class has become much more interesting all of a sudden. Like Chu Ye, Bai Ling was watching the entertainment with no fear of the matter blowing up. Huang Rairan looked at Xiao Luo askance. Her eyes were full of loathing and disgust because Xiao Luo was the first person to challenge her authority and prestige as the class monitor. Tutor Zhong Meili did not show a smile of gratification because of Xiao Luo admitted his mistake. Instead, she looked at Xiao Luo with a sullen expression. "You must be the new student Xiao Luo. Don't you know that Huang Rairan is your class monitor? You were sleeping in class. She criticized you a little for your own good. You should be glad to have such a good monitor. But what kind of attitude are you showing now? You have no respect for your superiors at all, and you don't seem like someone who's admitting his mistake. Xiao Luo felt his face growing a little hot. He was already so old, but this was the first time he was receiving such a torrent of censure. The fault was his, and it was hard to say anything. He could only act as if he didn't hear anything. Idiot. Huang Rairan shot him out of the corner of her eye and scolded him in English before sitting down. Xiao Luo couldn't bear it and immediately responded in a cold voice. Who was the idiot referring to? It wasn't his style to argue with a girl head-on, but it was very unfortunate that Huang Rairan made him very upset. Moreover, he had never considered himself a gentleman. Since he couldn't endure it anymore, he retorted, why bother holding it in and making himself uncomfortable? The entire classroom became silent as soon as he spoke. Everyone stared at him with a peculiar gaze, not because he dared to challenge Huang Rairan, but because his spoken English was just so good. If they hadn't seen Xiao Luo speaking with their own eyes, they would have thought that it was spoken by a foreigner just based on the voice. It was too pure, too regular, a real American accent, which was the level of spoken English they had always wanted to attain. Tru Ye took another look at Xiao Luo now. Obviously, she did not expect that Xiao Luo could speak English so well. Tutor Zhong Mei Li was also very surprised. Although Xiao Luo only said a short sentence, she was sure that Xiao Luo's spoken English was at least a level 6. So far, only Huang Rairan had reached level 6 amongst all the English language majors. This is why she was so partial towards Huang Rairan. After all teachers like students who studied well. This was an innate tendency.
Chapter 25. An Impeccable Narrative. Xiao Luo, what's the meaning of this? Do you have any opinions about class monitor Ruran? If you're unhappy that Ruran is the class monitor, you can feed back to the counselor, or you could offer your own services by recommending yourself to be the monitor. But it's another matter if the class will vote for you. That is, don't think just because you boys are national treasures you can be undisciplined, out of control, and disrespectful to the class monitor. 4 to 5 girls stood up and bluntly delivered some harsh words in defense of Huang Rairan. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai felt a headache coming on. For Huang Rairan to be the monitor, of course she had many supporters in class. Those who stood up and rebuked Xiao Luo were either members of the class committee or girls who had a good relationship with Huang Rairan. This was not the result that they wanted to witness. Xiao Luo stared blankly before revealing a scornful smile. He felt rather bewildered now. He was merely feeling upset by a girl criticizing him so openly and bossing him around. How did they turn it into a case of him being dissatisfied with Huang Rairan as the class monitor? It was really sudden how this offense was pinned on him. At this time, Huang Rairan said to the girl who stood up, "What are you doing when we are having lessons now? Don't you have any discipline in the classroom? All of you sit down and pay close attention to Tutor Zhang's lesson. Don't lower yourself to that level." She still had authority as the monitor. The 4 to 5 girls who rebuked Xiao Luo glared at him, as if in warning, and then sat down. They should not lower themselves to that level? Xiao Luo felt very annoyed in his mind. Huang Rairan was obviously mocking him. That level clearly referred to nobody else but him. Tutor Mei Li coughed a few times and said sternly, "Okay, let's leave the unpleasantness just now and don't bicker too much about it. Moreover, Xiao Luo has admitted his mistake. He just arrived in our class, and it takes a while to integrate into this group. Everyone should be more tolerant. Let's continue the lesson now. Xiao Luo, sit down." She spoke up for Xiao Luo because she saw that Xiao Luo's level of spoken English was quite high. Otherwise, she definitely would have helped Huang Rairan to bring him down a peg or two. He complied with her words and sat down, but rage churned in his guts. He never thought that he would be so angered by a little girl, even though he had been working and living in society for 3 years. However, he thought about it and ultimately put the blame on his male chauvinism.
My dear, dear brother Law, why did you make an enemy off of the class monitor? Zhu Xiaofei advised with great patience and sincerity. Our major has always been female-dominated. We may be labeled as a national treasure, but, well, we're actually suppressed by them. Yeah, we're the only 3 boys. They can't outdo them when they have strength in numbers. Xiao Luo smiled. I just don't like to be so blatantly criticized by a girl. Don't worry, the matter is in the past now. I won't bicker about it with her. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai looked at each other. They did not believe Xiao Luo's words at all. One must know, when Xiao Luo was ridiculed by the opposite team during the game yesterday, he immediately used his barbarian king to teach the other parties a lesson that they would never forget with each slash of his sword. They were very sure that Xiao Luo was someone who would repay a kindness, but he also believed in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He remained impassive on the surface, but by the time he exposed his fangs, the other party had no time to react at all. After the brief disturbance, Tutor Mei Li continued the lesson. The content she was presenting today was about the world's various countries' history of currency. Of course, she conducted the lesson in English. After all, she taught oral English. It would be out of step if she was to teach in Chinese. Since the time of our ancestors, there has always been a saying that money is the root of all evil. So, is money really the root of all evil? Students, what do you think of this? Xiong Mei Li tossed out a topic. Money is certainly the root of all evil. All kinds of crimes have arisen because of money. From ancient times till today, countless people have died for wealth. And Huan stood up and expressed her opinion in English. Others also agreed with this statement one after another. After all, there was a saying in the Chinese state that went like this: human beings die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. This sentence fully illustrates the status of sin that money occupied. Do all students share this view? Ruran, how about you? Xiong Mei Li looked at Huang Rouran. Huang Rouran stood up and organized her speech. She answered in fluent English. The story of Paradise Lost from the Bible and the teachings of our distinguished Chinese predecessor, Mencius, both explain that it is not by nature that man is evil. It is the external temptations that make people lose their conscience. I think that money is the root of all evil. First, money has the real legitimacy of an equivalent exchange with any commodity. It has unlimited effectiveness and therefore can arouse infinite greed. Second, not only can money control the power of nature in the field of commodities, it can also commodify non-commodities. It is not only a symbol of material wealth, but it has also become a bargaining chip for spiritual values. Power and status can be purchased with money. Chastity and honor can be put up for sale in public. Humanity and dignity can be sold to the highest bidder. Even the natural order of things and conscience have been contaminated with the stench of money. Shakespeare has long ago revealed that money can turn dark to light, ugly to beautiful, wrong to right, and the lowly to noble. It is precisely because money has the boundless power to confound right and wrong and to turn the universe upside down that it has become the greatest root of the criminal and wanton spread of evil, so I believe that money is the root of all evil. Although they were English language majors, everyone's English ability had not reached a certain level. They only half understood what they had heard. But Huang Rouran restated her point of view in Chinese after speaking, and the entire class was deeply convinced by her rational and well-evidenced discourse that even made use of quotes from famous people. Indeed, she deserves to be the class monitor. Her speech is just too good. The class monitor is right. Money is the root of all evil. Human beings are inherently good. Only external causes can make people fall into crime, and money is the cause. For a while, everyone in the class supported Huang Rouran. Ruran is really eloquent, Chu Yu said as she pursed her small mouth. Yeah, otherwise our young Mistress Chu would have never been willing to let her have the position of the class monitor. Bai Ling nodded in agreement. Chu Yu rolled her eyes at her. You talk too much. Bai Ling playfully stuck out her tongue and did not speak again. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai stared at Xiao Luo without blinking. They always felt that Xiao Luo would stand up to refute Huang Ruoran. They did not believe that Xiao Luo could really swallow down the anger he felt just now. But they both felt that Huang Ruoran's narrative was flawless. It was impeccable, even perfect. After listening to Huang Ruoran's narrative, even they, who thought of money as the greatest treasure, felt as if they had been brainwashed. They now firmly agreed that money was the root of all evil. There was no way he could outdo Huang Ruoran. They feared that Xiao Luo would only make a joke of himself if he stood up to refute her. This was not what they wanted to see.
Chapter 26. The Power of Language. When Xiao Luo stood up, Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai opened their eyes in astonishment. Here it comes. Indeed, Brother Luo wants to meet our class monitor Ruoran in a head-on confrontation. It was already too late when they wanted to stop him. Xiao Luo stated his point in English in a generous manner. I don't think that money is the root of all evil. Every word was resounding and powerful, ringing clearly in one's ears. As soon as he said this, the classroom went silent. All 50 to 60 students of the major looked at Xiao Luo with amazement. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, the girl who had just stood up to argue in aid of Huang Ruoran angrily said, Xiao Luo, just what do you want to do? Do you plan to oppose whatever the monitor says? Don't you know the limits of your abilities? Then the other girls who had a good relationship with Huang Ruoran could not sit still anymore, and they made sarcastic remarks one after another. Who can't make contradictory remarks? I can even say that the sun orbits around the earth. You're just speaking without thinking. Convince us if you have the ability to do so. Xiao Luo, your character is so bad. Ruoran merely reprimanded you a little, but you're holding a grudge. Not only did the girls with a good relationship with Huang Ruoran feel that Xiao Luo was of low moral character, at the moment other girls also felt that he was pettier than a girl. An Huanghuan wanted to say something in defense of Xiao Luo, but ultimately did not speak. Zhu Xiaofei slapped his forehead. Oh no, Brother Luo has pissed everybody off. Ding Kai also smiled bitterly. They never thought that Xiao Luo was so fierce and unyielding that he actually dared to oppose Huang Ruoran, who was outstanding in all aspects. Chu Yu and Bai Ling casted sympathetic looks at Xiao Luo. There's basically no loopholes in Ruoran's assertion. Really, this guy has the guts to say anything, Bai Ling sighed. Chu Yu blinked her pretty eyes and said in disapproval, I've said it before, he's a fellow that peddles vulgar claptrap to please the crowds. Let's see how he's going to put an end to this now. Huang Ruoran looked at Xiao Luo with disgust. She did not say a word. Everyone be quiet. Tutor Zheng Mei Li silenced the entire classroom. Then she looked at Xiao Luo with some expectation. Xiao Luo, since you said that money is not the root of all evil, can you refute Ruoran's assertion? Xiao Luo was not being petty. He truly did not think that money was the root of all evil. In addition to that, since it was Huang Ruoran's point of view, he was very happy to turn it on its head. He said neither hurriedly nor slowly, I have only 4 questions. First, there are innumerable evils in the world. Can all the evils be explained solely by money? A robber may murder and commit arson for money, but is the domestic violence and child abuse of today, even genocide, all for money? Second, the origins of money is actually very intricate and complex. We cannot classify it as a common root. Dictators may eliminate dissidents for money, but could they not do it for power or status? Thus, it can be seen that it is generalizing to treat money as the root of all evil. Third, the philosopher Sartre has told us this: man has free will and the right to choose. To blame all crimes on money because one must take full responsibility for his actions, is that not a direct cover-up for the role of one's free will? Fourth, if money is the root of all evil, why would anyone use the root of all evil to do good?
In the Great Sichuan earthquake, the entire Chinese nation was united in their hearts. Many successful people contributed generously by donating emergency relief money to the disaster area. If money is really the root of all evil, how did this root of all evil produce such good deeds as a result? Xiao Luo also restated his assertion in Chinese. As soon as his voice fell, the entire classroom was quiet again. Not a single voice can be heard. It was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Everyone could not believe it. Xiao Luo actually refuted Huang Ruran's statement. He did not speak without thought, and it was not a mess of words. Every word was beautiful and forceful. The 4 questions were like 4 heavy punches that instantly crushed and shattered the viewpoint that money was the root of all evil. The logic was so strong, one could not help but be wowed. The few girls who stood up for Huang Ruran and made sarcastic remarks were so astounded they turned pale. They never expected Xiao Luo to be able to list 4 questions. Moreover, they could not find any words to effectively refute his points. This guy is competent. It's really surprising. Yeah, not only is his spoken English very strong, his eloquence is in a league of its own. He's equally matched with Ruran. It seems that this will be an exciting battle. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were dumbfounded. They looked at Xiao Luo with admiration. It was a long time before Zhu Xiaofei reacted. He slapped his thigh. Holy shit! How is Xiao Luo's brain so good? This is too powerful! Tutor Zheng Mei Li looked at Xiao Luo with new respect. She found out that this new student, Xiao Luo, was not like the 2 guys, Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai, who were ignorant, incompetent, and unmotivated slackers passing their days in a muddle-headed way. At this time, Huang Ruran stood up and sneered. Your 4 questions are indeed good, but unfortunately the premise is all wrong. In the Qihai dictionary, the word wan has never meant all. Let me give you an example. When we say that a person has gone through all kinds of hardships, does that mean that he really has experienced all the hardships? This is obviously not the case. Wan means all. Of course not. Money is the root of all evil means that money can produce a great number of evil deeds. The variety of evil deeds are also complex. This has long been proven by history. When the Roman Empire was dominating its region, conquest brought glory to the empire. It also brought a steady stream of wealth. But soon the simple and honest Romans fell on their knees to worship money as they indulged in the wantonness of their sensual and luxurious pleasures. The Roman Empire collapsed in this decay and degeneration. In the Middle Ages, Catholics once took pride in their clean and honest living, but the charm of money finally broke through where their moral and religious beliefs were stationed. For money, Pope John XXII openly labeled the crimes in the world with a monetary value. One could be exempt from punishment as long as one paid the price of 3 gold coins. For 5 gold coins, one who committed rape and adultery could sit back and relax. Even if one murdered someone with only 7 or 8 gold coins, one could have the guarantee that their soul would go to heaven. When even an ancient civilization that has existed for thousands of years has been deeply corrupted by money, can it not be said that money is the root of all evil? There is an old Chinese saying, "Learn from history and you will know the rise and fall of a kingdom." Money has given birth to so many evil. If money is not the root of all evil, then what is? Huang Ruran's words were like bombs that exploded in everyone's mind. Everyone originally thought that Xiao Luo's 4 questions had created a deadlock, but by merely quoting the interpretation of the word wan in the Chai-Si dictionary, Huang Ruran managed to overthrow Xiao Luo's 4 questions based on the premise. Everyone was thoroughly bowled over by Huang Ruran's eloquence and her extremely wide knowledge. This was the power of language. Everyone suddenly felt that Huang Ruran's silhouette was incomparably tall.
Chapter 27. A Fatal Blow. Ruran is right. Money is the root of all evil. One doesn't mean all. If you don't understand, then refer to the Cai-Hai dictionary. Xiao Luo, let's see how you refute this time.
The female students who had a good relationship with Huang Ruran jeered at Xiao Luo to express their hostility against him, even as they applauded enthusiastically in support of Huang Ruran. Huang Ruran looked at Xiao Luo quietly, with eyes full of hostility. Xiao Luo looked at her and chuckled. No matter how you cut it, one apple can only be one apple after all. It may seem that Huang Ruran has listed many evils, but in fact, there is only one, and that is the greed for money. Is the desire for money the only type of evil? The answer is no. If you say one doesn't mean all or everything, then I would like to ask you, if I say that you must not, wan buku, agree with my position today, does that mean that you disagree most of the time, but occasionally you may agree? The answer, of course, is not. So the word one here means all. Fuck me! Zhu Xiaofei couldn't help but spit out a swear word. The reason is that Xiao Luo's rebuttal was too convincing. Even if someone wanted to be convinced by Huang Ruran's assertion, it was impossible now. If Huang Ruran's previous statement was compared to a violent storm, Xiao Luo's counterattack was like a rough and angry sea. The whole world was in a state of turmoil under these two waves of language power. Everyone's ears perked up. They saw that it was not only Huang Ruran who had a strong command of English and was highly eloquent, but also Xiao Luo. The control the two of them had over spoken language was freaky. Xiao Luo still kept a slight smile on his face. He continued, "Money cannot comprehensively cover all the evil in the world. According to anthropology research, the forms of evil fall into 4 categories. 3 of them are wholly unrelated to money. Only one of them is greed. I will not talk about greed for money now. I'll talk about the evil of extremist beliefs. In 1995, some cult members released sarin nerve gas at a Tokyo subway station, killing 12 people. More than 5,000 people were admitted to hospitals for treatment. Also, during the Crusades, it wasn't only adults who were harmed. Many innocent and unarmed women and children were burned alive even as they hid in churches. These cases account for most of the deaths and injuries. Shouldn't this be included in the so-called all evil? And if so, what does it have to do with money? Wu Songui let the Qing soldiers enter the pass. He did it for Chen Yuanyuan, not money. Some time ago, the news reported about an obsessed man who killed his girlfriend and dismembered her body into 13 sections because she found a new love. Is the cause of this evil deed hatred in his heart, or the loathing that already exists in him? Or perhaps it's because his girlfriend didn't give him a breakup fee. Various examples show that money isn't the cause of all evil, so I don't think that money is the root of all evil. At least it can't even compare to many other types of evil at all. The class gasped as they listened. This technique behind this rebuttal was compelling. It was a direct strike against Huang Ruran's point of view. Tutor Zhang Meili's eyes welled up with surprise. Her class had not been so lively in many years. Not only did the newly arrived Xiao Luo push her class to an unprecedented peak, but he also made her, as a tutor, excited. She never thought that a topic she had thrown out could actually trigger such a fierce verbal showdown. At this time, Huang Ruran spoke up. She met Xiao Luo's question head-on. The first question you said is primarily a problem of evil cults. Asahara Shoko solely planned the poison gas incident at the Tokyo subway station. He was the founder of Om Shinryoku. He sold one strand of his hair to his worshippers for 30,000 yen and a cup of bath water for 50,000 yen. He might not have said it, but whatever was going through his mind, wasn't it ultimately about money? If Wu Songui did what he did for Chen Yuanyuan, why does he still want to be promoted to a high official position when he had already become the king of Yunnan and had Chen Yuanyuan in his palm after letting the Qing soldiers through the pass? Why could his mind still not relax? Why does he even want to be the emperor? It's always because of money. The people of China compare extreme hate as hating someone like they have killed your father and stolen your wife. But now some people who have no money can sell their wives, and when they have money, they can sell out their fathers. Is this still hatred? The greatest hatred is caused by money, or the desire for money. You previously said that must not clearly states the meaning of all, but you are mistaken. The one in must not is an adverb, and the one in the root of all evil that we are speaking of today is an adjective. You use adverbs and adjectives as analogies. Is this incompatible and irrelevant? Honoré de Balzac said, "Money squeezes through every crack to penetrate our society. It controls politics, the economy, and ethics. When everything is controlled by money, what path do we take?" So my viewpoint is the same as before. I think money is the root of all evil. The classroom fell silent again. Wang Ruran and Xiao Luo were engaged in a battle of words. There was no gun smoke here, yet it was more intense than a battlefield. This showdown was bloodless. The students held their breath and were shocked by the confrontation between Wang Ruran and Xiao Luo. Every word was beautiful and forceful as it faced the assertion of the other party head-on. They used cases from foreign countries and quoted words of famous people. Such a level of knowledge deeply moved their audience. The figures of Wang Ruran and Xiao Luo now looked like two timeless mountains standing in front of them. Xiao Luo smiled and said indifferently, "One is not only an adverb, but also an adjective. What is a surefire strategy and perfectly foolproof? What is universal gravitation and intelligence of the universe? Doesn't this one mean all? Could it possibly refer to exceptions? The Tsai-Hai dictionary is authoritative, but aren't you quoting out of context and straying from the topic by just looking at the morpheme one and not the phrase root of all evil? Also, everyone, ask yourself honestly, do humans not have evil nature? Is everything induced by money? From where do man's greed and brutality originate? If money is the root of all evil, why was this brutality and greed suddenly not termed as evil before money was invented? So is it the greed and wicked thoughts in the human heart that is the root of all evil, or is money the root of all evil? Do it still necessary for me to continue explaining? Everyone's soul was impacted by this one narrative. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow. Yeah, would there be no evil if money had not been invented? There was no way to explain, no way to refute. It was a totally hopeless situation. Wang Ruran couldn't speak for a while. Even for her, it was beyond her capability to refute Xiao Luo's statement. She just clenched her teeth and looked at Xiao Luo unhappily, unreconciled with this outcome. It was now clear who won and who lost. Everyone was really convinced by Xiao Luo, especially the final statement, which was simply devastating and crushing. The girls who had ridiculed Xiao Luo before couldn't say a single word now. Xiao Luo's ability to organize a speech, his ability to rebut, and his command of English was first-rate. He was superb, and yet here they were mocking him for speaking without thinking and for not knowing the limits of his abilities. They suddenly realized that they were actually playing the role of the savage, troublemaking villain who would never amount to anything. They couldn't help but feeling their faces getting hot. None of them dared to raise their heads and meet Xiao Luo's eyes.
Chapter 28. Luck with the Ladies. The after-class bell rang, to the dismay of both tutor Zhang Mei Li and the English language majors. They hated seeing the lesson end. The verbal sparring between Wang Ruran and Xiao Luo was exhilarating. Not only were their superior English skills on display, but also their eloquence, logic, and ability to think. They also showed a wide range of knowledge, exuding confidence and charisma. The debate between Ruran and Xiao Luo was captivating. In your spare time, you can all learn something from the points expressed. As for whether money is the root of all evil, this is a controversial topic that will never become irrelevant. Zhang Mei Li wrapped up the session succinctly.
At the same time, she was giving Huang Ruoran a way out of an embarrassing situation. Zhang Meili's statement could mean that she agreed that money was the root of all evil, or it could mean that she disagreed with this point of view. Her remark, purposefully ambiguous, took both students' perspectives and feelings into consideration. Okay, students, that's it for today. We'll see each other next time. After she finished talking, she picked up her laptop and teaching materials before turning to walk out of the classroom. Just before she exited, she looked at Xiao Luo twice more, her eyes shining with unabashed praise. She didn't expect that this new student would have such in-depth training in the fundamentals of the language and such sophisticated cultivation in his knowledge. For a second-year student, this was rare and remarkable. After tutor Zhang Meili left, the classroom suddenly burst into activity. "Brother Lo, you're my idol from now on," Zhu Shafei patted his chest. Ding Kai guffawed and said sarcastically, "You mean he'll turn you into a nauseating idiot, right?" "Kaizi, do you want to get beaten up? Trust me, I'll pluck out all your pubic hair." Zhu Shafei looked exasperated. At this point, An Huan, who was petite, cute, and sweet-looking, left her seat and ran happily to Xiao Luo. She said with a worshipful expression, "Hero Lu, you're so gorgeous and cool. I'm a big fan of yours." She was wearing a snow-white long-sleeved jacket with a pair of navy blue mini-shorts. Her legs, fair and delicate, made one's thoughts wander into the gutter. Her elegant jet-black long hair was draped over her shoulders, giving her a soft and beautiful look. A pair of small dimples, evenly distributed on both sides of her cheeks, made her look lovely as a fairy when she smiled. Xiao Luo smiled politely in return. "Hero Lu, be my boyfriend!" She suddenly grabbed his hand. Her bright eyes shone with expectation. As soon as this statement came out, many pairs of eyes in the classroom turned toward them, shooting daggers at An Huan. Xiao Luo felt overwhelmed by the favor immediately, causing himself to choke as he swallowed the wrong way. He coughed unwillingly. He shook off An Huan's hand and gave a bitter smile. "I just met you yesterday. It doesn't seem right to be your boyfriend." He couldn't help but wonder, was the girl who sneakily raided his toy for carrying on his family line yesterday An Huan, who was standing right in front of him? Her behavior was unacceptable. Were there girls who directly called out a guy to be her boyfriend? Where was the reserve that only girls had? Especially this girl, who was quite pretty. Xiao Luo was even more perplexed. Perhaps this era had changed and he was the one who was out of step with the times. It was beginning to seem that way. It's right! I like handsome and outstanding guys like you, Hero Lu. Just be mine forever." She wasn't unyielding, and she grabbed Xiao Luo's hand again, which took him by surprise. Just be hers forever? What the fuck? Xiao Luo couldn't imagine those words coming out of the mouth of a girl. "An Huan, can you be a bit more reserved?" Huang Ruoran had packed her books, and she came over now reprimanding An Huan. As the class monitor said her piece, An Huan didn't dare to be so presumptuous anymore. She let go of Xiao Luo's hand and whispered to him, "Hero Lu, you're mine. I want you for sure." After she finished talking, she enticingly batted her lashes at him and left. Huang Ruoran glanced at Xiao Luo coldly and with obvious displeasure, then turned and left without saying a single word. The other girls also left in quick succession. "Brother Lo, you're having a lot of luck with the ladies," Zhu Shafei said animatedly. "I once wanted to scoop up all the girls in our major and build a harem, but I'm too ugly, so it was just filthy thoughts rolling around in my mind. But Brother Lo, you're different. This debate with Huang Ruoran was exciting. You've captured the hearts of all the girls in the class. You can be like the emperors of past times. Whichever you want, you can turn over a token to make your choice. Hee hee." "Zhu Shafei, what kind of nonsense are you spouting?" To that, Zhu Shafei was like a harsh kick to his butt. He was about to get angry, but when he turned around, he saw the faces of Chu Yu and Bai Ling. He immediately withered, his temper drained. He waved his hands and smiled awkwardly. I didn't say anything. I was joking around with Brother Lo." True Yu couldn't be bothered with him. She said directly to Xiao Luo, 7 o'clock tonight. Wait for me at the school gate. There happens to be a party. I'll take you with me so you can get to know the other 3 members of our gaming team. Envy and jealousy were written all over Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai's eyes. To join Chu Yu's team was something they had longed for day and night. But in the end, Xiao Luo arrived, and they were rejected. There was no point in comparing oneself to others. "You haven't even asked me if I want to join your team," Xiao Luo said. His arrogant attitude took Chu Yu down a peg or two. But she kept her cool. She asked indifferently, "Don't you want to?" "To have a chance to win a massive sum of prize money? Sure, why wouldn't I?" Xiao Luo said laughingly. Annoyed, Chu Yu glared with her enormous and beautiful eyes. "Then why did you still ask?" "It's one thing for me to join, and it's another thing for you to ask me if I'll be joining or not. I'm asking out of politeness." Looking at him talking in such a pitiful way, Bai Ling, who was standing beside them, tittered. She realized she shouldn't have laughed and calmed down after coughing a few times. But Chu Yu was so furious she stomped her foot on the ground forcefully and raged, "What's wrong with you?" It just so happened that she stepped on Zhu Xiaofei's toes. Zhu Xiaofei screamed like a stuck pig whose butt was on fire. He jumped up and down on one foot, unable to keep his balance, so Ding Kai reached out to support him, but because of the significant disparity in their builds, both of them fell to the ground. Since she was the person he was supposed to protect, Xiao Luo didn't tease Chu Yu anymore. He just smiled and said, "I'll meet you at the school gate at 7 o'clock sharp." Then he walked off looking like Mr. Nonchalant. Ugh, he was so annoying. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai quickly got up and followed him. "This guy is really—" Chu Yu gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. She thought that she was quite arrogant and overbearing, but she never expected Xiao Luo to outdo her. "Xiao Luo is quite a character. Young Mistress Chu, you've met your nemesis." Bai Ling giggled. "How is he my nemesis?" Chu Yu snorted slightly. "I'll let Fue and the rest of him teach him a lesson tonight. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant in front of me."
Chapter 29. Attending a Dance Party. At precisely 7 o'clock that evening, wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of casual black pants, Xiao Luo arrived at the gate of the Huaye campus. He was on time, but Chu Ye was not. Half an hour later, she and Bai Ling finally pulled up next to him. He was in a foul mood. Ignoring the BMW 3 Series that Chu Ye was driving, he snapped, "You're late." "It's only natural that we have to dress up since we're going to a party, and of course that takes time. You only waited for half an hour. You're so petty for a man," Chu Ye said in objection. Her hair was jet black, her skin as smooth as jade. She had a delicate and perfectly straight nose set in an oval face. Sucking on a lollipop, she looked ravishingly beautiful with a hint of naughtiness. "There are 30 minutes in half an hour, and 30 minutes is 1,800. The world's highest rope skipping record is 7 skips per second. Based on this calculation, the person can complete 12,600 skips in 1,800 seconds. A chef with superb culinary talent can even create a feast in that time. 1,800 seconds is enough time for a big player in the stock market to turn everything upside down and set off a storm in the stock market. For me, I can use 1,800 seconds to improve the relationship between my new roommates and me significantly. I can use the time to review the notes from today's class. I could have watched an exciting NBA game, too. I have so many things to do, but because you're not on time, I wasted 1,800 seconds. During this period, I only did one thing, which was to stand here like a block of wood, doing nothing except waiting." Chu Ye and Bai Ling were growing impatient. Weren't they only half an hour late? It's normal for girls to be late. What in the world was up with Xiao Luo that he would unload this verbal diarrhea on them like that? For heaven's sake, he was acting as if they'd done something truly egregious. Seeing how Xiao Luo wasn't about to shut up, Chu Ye quickly drew out $30 from her bag.
Stop. Here's $30 to buy the 30 minutes you wasted. Oh no, it's the 1,800 seconds. Will this do? That's more like it. Xiao Luo wouldn't stand on ceremony with her. He took the bills from her hand and stuffed them in his back pocket. Then he opened the car door and squeezed into the back seat. The anger boiling up inside Chu Ye was not only because of this incident. She never expected Xiao Luo to call her bluff and snatch her money away so rudely. Although it was only $30, she was pissed. She felt as if she had been seriously ripped off. Bai Ling couldn't stop laughing, revealing two cute little eye teeth, her eyes narrowed into crescents. "Xiao Luo, you are quite a character." "Nobody in their right mind would hold a thing against money," Xiao Luo said, self-righteously. "Country bumpkin, do you only have eyes for money?" Chu Ye was indignant. Then she started the car. Looking in the rearview mirror, she said, "Sit still and don't move around. These seats are real leather. You won't be able to afford the repairs if you scratch them." "Your car is a BMW 3 Series. The official price is $36,000. You should be able to get it imported for $46,000. After spreading out the cost, these real leather seats will cost only about $3,000 to $4,000. Although I am not particularly wealthy, I can still afford such a trifling amount." "You..." Chu Ye felt her heart spasm. This guy was going to give her a heart attack. Beside her, Bai Ling sighed in her mind. "I'm afraid that young Mistress Chu has met her nemesis." In her memory, Chu Ye had never lost a verbal exchange. But since meeting Xiao Luo, she was always so pissed off that she became tongue-tied and had no way to vent her feelings. Bai Ling just gave a sympathetic sigh to her bestie. Chu Ye gritted her teeth and thought, "You think you're the only one who can talk? Let's see if you can still say anything later." It was quiet in the car throughout the entire journey. Finally, they arrived at a luxurious villa in Zhangcheng. Xiao Luo got out of the car and glanced at the villa in front of him, trying to look nonchalant. "Yeah, it must be nice to be stinking rich." "What are you looking at? You can't afford this villa no matter how many times you look at it. It cost more than $1 million. "So it's a villa that cost more than $1 million," Xiao Luo said with all seriousness. "Why do I feel that the trees have become a little smaller? The garden area is minimal, too." "The trees here are planted in strict accordance with the feng shui pattern. Don't you understand anything? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything." Chu Ye panted with rage. This Xiao Luo was a total bumpkin. Jeez! Xiao Luo zipped his mouth. He happened to be her bodyguard, so what choice did he have? Although he was an invisible bodyguard, he couldn't change the fact that as her bodyguard, he shouldn't keep provoking her discontent for the fun of it. "Princess Ye is here. Come on, let's go in quickly. A lot of people are waiting." A well-dressed guy in a slim-fitting suit came out to greet them. He glanced at Xiao Luo and said, "This must be Xiao Luo, bro. Princess Ye wants you as part of our team. Welcome, welcome." "Fu Jiawei is a member of my gaming team and also owns this villa," Chu Ye explained before making further introductions. Xiao Luo greeted Fu Jiawei politely. "Hello." "Don't be shy. Since we're members of the same team, we're teammates and brothers. Come in." Fu Jiawei was very enthusiastic. Xiao Luo nodded and walked into the villa with Chu Ye and Bai Ling. The so-called party was a dance party of those wealthy children who had nowhere to spend their money, so they invited friends around to eat and drink. The dance was on the lawn beside the pool. Many handsome men and beautiful women had already gathered there. "Princess Ye! Bai Ling!" Accompanying these two excited voices were two girls who lowered their glasses and ran over, kicking up a fragrant breeze behind them. Xiao Luo sized them up carefully. Although they were tall with a bombshell sultriness, they did not have the Chu Ye's fresh and pure vibe. Still, these stunners could make men rise to the occasion countless times in desire. "Why did you get so drunk?" Chu Ye caught the scent of alcohol and wrinkled her nose. Relax, we can't get drunk on this little alcohol. Even if we're drunk, we can spend the night here at Jay Wei's place. Anyway, there are many empty rooms in his house. Jay Wei, am I right? Asked one of the girls. Fu Jiawei nodded eagerly. I don't have much else here, but I have a lot of empty rooms. You're just showing off, the girl rebuked, and then she noticed Xiao Luo. Hey, Princess Ye, is this Xiao Luo? Chu Ye nodded. Yes. Hello, my name is Fang Shulan, and I'm a member of Princess Ye's gaming team. Nice to meet you. My name is Ye Yingying, and I'm also a member of Princess Ye's gaming team. Hello. Xiao Luo shook hands with them one by one. He dropped their hands as soon as possible. There was no reluctance to let go. His manners were very appropriate for the occasion. I heard you'd invented a new way of outfitting the armadillo. The opposite team was a pure AD lineup, and you got the high ground in a 1v5 in 10 minutes. We can swap pointers when we get a chance, Fang Shulan said with anticipation. Sure, there will be a chance, Xiao Luo smiled wryly.
Chapter 30. To be targeted. After getting acquainted with them, Xiao Luo gained a general understanding of Fu Jiawei and his party. They were all rich children like Chu Yue, and they were university students too. They were not in Huaye, but in Zhanghua Normal University, which was separated from Huaye by an artificial lake. When they learned that Xiao Luo came from an ordinary family of farmers, Fu Jiawei, Fang Shulan, and Ye Yingying soon lost interest in him. Their enthusiasm towards him suddenly plunged to the freezing point. They pulled Chu Yue and Bai Ling along as they gravitated to other friends for some chit-chat and drinking. All the people who came to this dance party were the children of Jiangchang's richest families. They should network more at this time. Contrary to expectation, Xiao Luo was at ease being all alone. He minded his own business as he ate the food. He had not had his dinner, so his stomach was protesting at this moment. He sat down at a table full of desserts and fruits and started eating without hesitation. Not to mention, the taste was good, and he couldn't stop eating once he started. Chu Yue, Fu Jiawei, and his friends were looking over here from a distance. Princess Yue, why did you introduce such a person into our team? Look at how he eats, how rude. He's not at all elegant. With him around, our team's overall image will be lowered, Ye Yingying complained. Her eyes were filled with disgust at Xiao Luo. We're all from the same circle, but he's a penniless pauper who's unqualified to be friends with us. If somebody else got wind of this, everyone will certainly laugh at us, Fang Shulan echoed in agreement. Fu Jiawei did not express his criticism as the master of the house. Instead, he looked at Chu Yue quietly. He would never criticize the friends brought by Chu Yue before she had clearly expressed her attitude, although he felt the same in his heart, that Xiao Luo was not qualified enough to come here. Bai Ling argued in defense of Xiao Luo. What's wrong with the way he eats? I think it's good. To be able to eat is a very fortunate thing. Don't you know that? Also, my family's finances aren't great either. According to what you said, do you mean that I shouldn't be here too? Bai Ling, you are Princess Yue's best friend. How can you be the same as him? That's right. He is he, and you are you. How can he be compared to you? Look at how he eats. He's gorging himself, just like a criminal just released from prison. He's not cultured at all, Fang Shulan said coldly. Bai Ling didn't want to say anything for Chu Yue's sake, as to avoid spoiling the relationship between everyone, but as a child from an ordinary family too, she felt that their attitude toward Xiao Luo really was a bit too much. What's inside or outside the circle? Why haven't I heard of it? I brought Xiao Luo here. Do you want to embarrass me by vilifying him like this? Chu Yue spoke up now. Although she was a child of a wealthy family, she was very disgusted with the culture of the insider circle. Otherwise, she wouldn't have Bai Ling as her best friend. Fang Shulan and Ye Yingying were quite embarrassed. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They did not expect Chu Yue to have such a big reaction. She actually criticized them because of a penniless pauper. Fu Jiawei laughed heartily and broke this awkward atmosphere. Princess Yue is right. Everyone is a student. Things like insider circles are just people messing around.
Ying Ying, Shulan, if you talk about Xiao Luo like this again, I would have some harsh words for you. We said something wrong. Princess Yue, don't be angry. Yes, we just said those things randomly. You can't treat it as real. I'm not angry with you. What's with the apology? Chu Yue shot an angry eye at Xiao Luo with her beautiful eyes. I brought him here for 2 reasons. 1, to let you guys get acquainted, and 2, for you guys to teach him a lesson for me so that he'll stop acting so arrogant. Oh. Fu Jiawei, Fang Shulan, and Ye Yin Ying looked at each other, and they felt a keen interest immediately. Chu Yue beckoned them, and the 4 of them gathered together, discussing in low voices a strategy to make Xiao Luo embarrass himself. Bai Ling sighed helplessly and cast a sympathetic look at Xiao Luo. The music slowly started up, and the handsome men and beautiful women attending the dance party put down their wine glasses and went hand in hand to the dance floor and began to ballroom dance. The so-called ballroom dance was a pair of man and woman holding each other's waists while each placed a hand on the other's back. They would gently sway their bodies as they faced each other with loving gazes like a couple and slowly spun. How leisurely and elegant these people are. Xiao Luo drank a glass of red wine in one gulp and picked up a piece of butter cake. He lifted his spoon, dug into the cake, and delivered it straight to his mouth. Not to mention, the taste was good, and he couldn't stop eating once he started. Chu Yue, Fu Jiawei, and his friends were looking over here from a distance. Brother Xiao Luo, why don't you go dance? I don't know how to. Hey, it doesn't matter. Nobody's born knowing how to dance. How about I get Shulan to teach you? Fu Jiawei waved at Shulan. All these had been discussed earlier. The purpose was to make Xiao Luo embarrass himself, and thereby realizing Chu Yue's wish. Fu Jiawei added, Shulan is a master of street dance. Sorry, I really don't know how to dance. It'll be all right. I said we're going to become good bros in the future. Don't be so reserved. Also, Shulan is not an outsider. We're all on one team. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Fu Jiawei laughed and said. Shulan glanced at Xiao Luo and shouted, Come here if you're a man. Don't be so faint-hearted and naggy. Previously, she thought that Xiao Luo was also from the same circles, so her attitude toward Xiao Luo was very friendly and polite. Now that she knew he came from an unremarkable background, that he was just a penniless pauper from the country, she stopped being polite. The question was now gravely linked to the deep question of his manliness. Xiao Luo, a male chauvinist, could no longer let them trample on his dignity as they liked. He harumphed and put down half-eaten cake in his hands, dusted off the crumbles on his hands, got up and walked to the dance floor. At the same time, the system notification voice sounded in Xiao Luo's mind. Ing! Congratulations! You've received the dance talent. You've used 500 points. The fish has taken the bait. The smile on Fu Jiawei's face grew even fuller, and he sneakily threw an OK gesture to Chu Yue in the distance. Then he signaled the sound engineer to play some high-energy music. When Shulan started to dance on the empty and spacious dance floor, one could see that she had a boy's strong sense of rhythm and sharpness. Her street dance was very visually pleasing and attention-grabbing. With the addition of the dynamic, high-energy music, she seemed to have transformed into a dance queen. All the magnificence was gathered in her body, which attracted exclamations and enthusiastic applause from the guests on and off the dance floor. It's your turn. After a segment of street dancing, Shulan panted for air and nodded at Xiao Luo. It doesn't matter if you don't know. It's street dancing as long as you dance to the rhythm and show the passion. It's that simple? Xiao Luo smiled as he considered. It's that simple, Shulan nodded. However, she was sneering in her mind. Hell would freeze over if it was really that simple. Just wave your limbs like a clown and make a disgrace of yourself. You're a country hick who shouldn't have come here.
Chapter 31. Shocking the audience. She revealed a devilish grin. Bai Ling's body quivered. She crossed her hands in front of her chest, feigned a delicate and charming look, and said sweetly, Young Mistress Chu, I've accidentally spoken out of turn. I beg your forgiveness, for I've displayed much sincerity. Then she quickly diverted Chu Yue's attention. She said, Look, Xiao Luo's going to dance." The diversion was a great success. Chu Yue triumphantly shifted her eyes to the dance floor, her delight evident to all. At that moment, Xiao Luo could hardly retain his composure. Recollecting some of Feng Shulan's simple movements, he slowly began to sway and shuffle his body. But his stiff limbs made his movements all the more ridiculous. He looked like such a dork. "What dance is that? Why haven't I seen it before?" "This is called cluttered dancing, which means screwing around." Yeah, cluttered dancing, it is, ha ha ha." Everyone was laughing at Xiao Luo with malicious enjoyment. The grin on Fu Jiawei's face was even more exaggerated. Contempt and disdain were flickering in his eyes. Sure enough, for him, such an uncool and unrefined person was unworthy of being called a friend. Feng Shulan and Ye Yingying looked at each other, grinning and squinting like an emoji face. In their eyes, Xiao Luo, who to them was nothing more than a yokel, was there to amuse them with his bumpkin ways. They were so mean. At this moment, Xiao Luo's movements halted, and he transitioned into a robot dance. It was Michael Jackson's signature move, the moonwalk. It seemed as if he was walking in space, with his body freed from the clutches of Earth's gravity. His movements were like moving clouds and water, smooth and mind-stirring. "Huh? What's going on here?" Everyone's mouth was agape. Xiao Luo, who was swaying around in his nonsensical dance moves, abruptly performed a turnaround right at the next moment with some impeccable footwork. The smile on Fu Jiawei's, Feng Shulan's, and Ye Yingying's face froze. From far away, Chu Yue and Bai Ling stood there, wide-eyed. They couldn't believe Xiao Luo would have something like that up his sleeve. Xiao Luo became more and more comfortable in his movements, performing various unnameable one-handed flips and two-handed backflips. He didn't look like a human moving his body, but a spirit who was possessed. What the heck? Does he practice the lightning skill? A guy who was preparing to feast on some desserts was shocked by Xiao Luo, who was randomly performing flips, body waves, and a series of movements that defy human anatomy. He wasn't even aware he had dropped the cake in his hands. Wow! Xiao Luo's body flipped rapidly, performing a few jaw-dropping actions mid-air as he went in the direction of the gourmet table. Just when everyone thought he was about to topple the table, he forcibly propelled his body, giving people the illusion that he had stopped in mid-air. Then he tapped both of his feet at the corner of the table, did a 360-degree backflip, and landed firmly on the ground. Whew! After letting out a long breath, Xiao Luo grabbed a glass of red wine from the gourmet table and guzzled it down with his head raised. The entire ballroom plunged into a deathly silence. They were gaping at Xiao Luo as they stood in place, motionless. In their minds, it was the out-of-this-world robot dance Xiao Luo had performed earlier. Clap, 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 clap. A guy slowly began applauding for Xiao Luo. That single clap struck a chord in everyone, as thunderous applause and cheering sounded the very next moment. These guests used their actions to express their approval toward Xiao Luo's dance moves. Feng Shulan, on the other hand, felt a tingling feeling in her heart. From a professional point of view, Xiao Luo's dancing was impressive. Whether his moonwalk or his various body flips, his movements were on point and hugely satisfying to watch. His dancing wasn't just a little bit better than hers. "Young Mistress Chu, your plan has failed miserably. Far from embarrassing himself, Xiao Luo earned everyone's praise," Ai Ling said gleefully. Chu Yue fluttered her apricot-shaped eyes as if she had just recovered from the shock. She said while unconsciously gritting her teeth, "This is an accident.
This performance is purely an accident. How can someone like him know how to dance so well? I think you should forget about it. I already told you that guy is your nemesis. You will never win against him," exclaimed Bai Ling. "No, I must and I will take him down. Otherwise he'll think that I'm a pushover." Chu Yue clenched her fist and said with utter determination. Bai Ling sighed. "Your plan has failed. What else do you plan to do?" "Well, I have more than one plan. I prepared 3 plans." "3 plans?" Bai Ling was startled. Subsequently, she shook her head and said helplessly, "Young Mistress Chu, how much do you detest Xiao Luo, and why?" She felt terrible for Xiao Luo. Didn't he just unintentionally talk back to the young mistress several times? Must she take things to the extreme? Xiao Luo glanced at Feng Shulan and said playfully, "Miss Feng Shulan, my dance moves aren't bad, right?" "Yeah, they're great. Impressive, truth be told." Feng Shulan told him this, but was cursing him inside. "That jerk is mocking at me," he thought to himself. Xiao Luo snorted faintly, but didn't speak again. He was beginning to feel that he had a target painted on his back. Why else would the sons and daughters of the wealthy come forward and offer him dance lessons? So that was it. He was on to them now. As he kept pondering his situation, he thought about Chu Yue. He turned to look at Chu Yue and sighed in his heart. That young mistress is hard to serve. $2 million ain't easy money. At this moment, Fu Jiawei approached him from behind and held his shoulders as if they were good brothers. "You're a low-key person, my brother. You can dance so well, but you said you couldn't, and I ended up calling Xiaolan over to teach you. From what I see, you should be the one teaching Xiaolan." "Well, sometimes it's better to be a low-key person," Xiao Luo said with a smile. As this sentence had a deep meaning, Fu Jiawei went blank for a moment. His expression was becoming unnatural. Later, he once again put on a friendly smile. "Yes, of course you're right, my brother. By the way, do you play snooker, perchance?"
Chapter 32. Vilest Plan Throughout History. Snooker? Xiao Luo was quiet. This plan was another of Chu Ye's tricks. He unconsciously revealed a smooth arc at the corner of his mouth as he replied, "I've only played pool, never tried snooker before." Fu Jiawei chuckled in his heart. It would be odd if you'd tried something as high class as snooker. His expression was calm as he pointed to a place not far from the dance floor. "Well, are you interested? I happen to have a snooker table over here." Looking in the direction where Fu Jiawei was pointing, an open-air building that looked like a giant white swan came into view. Inside was a snooker table. There were 15 red balls and 6 colored balls and holes at all 4 corners and the center of the 2 longer sides of the table. The green surface of the table was as smooth as a mirror. Xiao Luo smiled. "I can give it a try." He doesn't mind giving these people a lesson and earning some points in the process. Ye Yang came forward. "I'll play with you, Xiao Luo." "A beautiful girl wants to play with me? I'm raising both my hands in approval." Xiao Luo nodded and said casually, "But merely playing won't be that fun. How about we spice things up a little?" Ye Yang was surprised. Then she took out a bank card from her pocket and said, "Sure, there's 50 grand on this card. I'm not asking you to score higher than me. I'll consider you have won if you score 10 points, and you can have this card." "Are you sure, Miss Ye? I must say that I'm not bad at this game. 10 points and I'll win? Aren't you going too easy on me?" The smile on Xiao Luo's face was vibrant. Not only did he get to eat good food by partaking in this party, but he could also even win some money. For a guy like him who didn't have much cash, happiness came too suddenly. "Idiot! How is pool the same as snooker?" A condescending sneer washed over Ye Yang, mocking Xiao Luo's ignorance.
Although pool and snooker were both billiards, there was a big difference between them, starting with the tables. A pool table was approximately 2.5 meters long and 1.2 meters wide. A snooker table, on the other hand, was 3568 millimeters by 1778 millimeters. The latter was much bigger than the former, and their difficulty was not at all at the same level. Second, defending, ball control, and strategizing in snooker were important. Those who hadn't tried the game before wouldn't have such concepts in their minds. Their minds would be blank, like a person who had never touched a basketball and was suddenly thrown into a basketball court for a game. If you think I'm going too easy on you, so be it. But if you lose, you'll have to give me something to make it fair, said Ye Yang Yang. I'm not as wealthy as you, Miss Ye. I don't carry 50 grand on me. I don't want money. Besides, why would I, daughter of the Yi family, be short of money? Xiao Luo's expression became curious. So what do you want? If you lose, bark a few times like a dog in front of everyone and clean my heels. Ye Yang Yang lifted her high heels. Aha! All the guests knew what was going on here. Ye Yang Yang was trying to humiliate Xiao Luo. His eyes glazed over. He never expected Ye Yang Yang's heart to be so cold. This is about my dignity as a man. I doubt it's worth less than your 50,000, Miss Ye. Then let me up the ante. Ye Yang Yang went all out and took off the watch she was wearing. This is a Swiss Omega Series luxury watch, worth at least 50,000. You're playing pretty big. Xiao Luo pretended to be hesitant. He was already giggling in his heart. He was worried about the lack of money, and this poor thing just came offering herself to deliver him some cash. Show me some courage and resolution if you're a man. Can't you not be that hesitant? Fang Shulan crossed her hands in front of her chest with a mean face. When these words dropped, she, Ye Yang Yang's partner in crime, and all the rich sons and daughters spoke up. Yeah, be quick if you want to play, or just admit you're a pussy. He must be afraid of losing. After all, he's never tried something as high class as snooker. But his worries can be justified. He'll have to bark like a dog if he loses. He can't possibly humiliate himself like that. Fu Jiawei smiled contemptuously. If he got this done, Chu Ye might fall for him. Thinking about his future days with a goddess beside him, he could feel the bliss in his heart. From far away, Bai Ling said anxiously, "Young Mistress True, do you think Xiao Luo will agree to Ye Yang Yang's offer?" "I'm not going to proceed with the vilest plan in the history of humanity if he doesn't." Chu Ye curled her mouth, resolving to humiliate Xiao Luo. Vilest in history? Bai Ling couldn't help but shudder as she broke into a cold sweat for Xiao Luo. At this moment, Xiao Luo craned his neck and proceeded to ask, "Miss Ye, what's the password to your bank card?" What? Everyone was stunned, as they had no clue about what Xiao Luo was doing. Ye Yang Yang also looked puzzled. Xiao Luo spread his hands and said, "How am I supposed to take money out of this card without the password?" Psst. After he came out with those words, the crowd subconsciously took a deep breath as they thought, "This guy is way too arrogant. How can he be so sure he'll win?" Fu Jiawei, on the contrary, only dismissed a sneer as he murmured in his mind, "Games and snooker are Ying Ying's greatest hobbies. Even Uncle Da, who had played snooker at international level competitions, recognizes Ying Ying's skill. Do you want to compete with her in snooker, Xiao Luo? Don't even think of winning if you have an extra 3 heads and 6 arms." Ye Yang Yang was so agitated she chuckled. Then she said in a deep voice, "The password is 6 ones. Win it from me if you can." All right. Xiao Luo strode toward the snooker table. The guests who were initially drinking, eating snacks, and chattering shifted their positions, seeing that an intriguing snooker match was about to begin, and moved forward to get a better look. Xiao Luo picked a snooker cue and weighed it in his hands. I haven't played in a long time. Let me get the hang of it again." As he spoke, he bent over and thrust the white ball with his cue. His movements were rusty and stiff, and his shot lived up to everyone's expectations. He slipped. Almost all the thrust force from the cue was funneled to the edge of the white ball, causing it to only roll a short distance. "Ha ha ha!" Fang Shulan and Ye Yingyang's friends were rolling in the aisles. "He can't even hit the ball. He must never have played. He even boldly claimed he was good at pool just now. It seems like he's just bluffing." "Yeah, right. I've never seen such an idiot. Is he out of his mind to brag that arrogantly? I'd wonder how he's surviving in this world." From far away, Tru Ye became excited. "That guy's going to be barking soon. Ha ha!" Bai Ling was baffled. What's wrong with Xiao Luo? He shouldn't agree if he doesn't know how to play. But after some thought, she was a little relieved. But that's okay. At least young Mistress Tru won't get to use her vilest plan. Since Tru Ye said it was the most vicious plan in history, it was by no means an exaggeration. It would be 10 times or even 100 times crueler than this one.
Chapter 33. A Heavy Thrust. Xiao Luo ignored the crowd's taunting, waved the cue stick, and said to Yi Yingying, "Can you let me practice for 3 minutes? It's been a while. I'm rusty." Yi Yingying sneered. 3 minutes? I can give you 10 or 30 minutes if you want." "Nah, 3 minutes'll do. And please brief me on the scoring rules in snooker in the meantime." Xiao Luo bent over to hit the ball, trying to get the feel of the game, even though the system already prompted that he had successfully redeemed the talent of playing snooker. Seeing him slip 9 out of 10 times, Yi Yingying couldn't hardly wait to do her victory dance. She wanted to laugh so badly, but she still explained the scoring rules to Xiao Luo unhurriedly. Each red ball is worth a point, and the yellow ball 2, the brown ball 4, the blue ball 5, the pink ball 6, and the black ball 7. When pocketing the balls, you must follow the 1 red, 1 color sequence. That means you can only pocket a colored ball after a red one. When all the red balls are pocketed, you have to pocket the colored balls in the sequence of their respective point value from low to high. When you're supposed to strike a red ball, if the white cue ball doesn't come in contact with any red ball, you will be penalized 4 points. If you accidentally hit a colored ball, the penalty depends on the point value of the ball, but the minimum will nonetheless be 4. "The rules seem a little complicated," Xiao Luo scratched his head. As an international sport, snooker will of course have many restrictive rules. It is because of these rules that snooker is challenging and fun. Yi Yingying lifted her head as her eyes radiated contempt and condescension. "Ah, well, that makes sense. 3 minutes have passed? Got your feel back yet?" Fang Shulan asked. Xiao Luo waved his hands and said, "Almost. Let's begin. Who'll go first?" "As you like." Yi Yingying casually took a cue ball from the cue bag. "Ladies first," Xiao Luo said, with a gesture and a smile. "Idiot. Let me see you bark like a dog later." Yi Yingying snorted faintly. Without saying anything more to Xiao Luo, she went to the break-off position, bent her body down, made a groove with her left hand, and held the butt cap of the cue with her right. Then she laid her upper body down and aimed in the direction of the cue ball. Her right hand, which was gripping the cue stick, remained stagnant. She stood upright, took a small step with her left foot that corresponded to her shoulder length, and rotated the tip of her right foot at about 70 degrees, thus positioning herself firmly. Then she aligned her chin with the center axis of the cue and leveled her eyes to look forward. Her nose, mouth, and chin were in the same vertical plane with the cue ball and her right arm. She exuded a calm temperament and supreme confidence. You can tell if someone's good at something once they get into action. It was not necessary to see Yi Yingying striking the cue ball. From her posture, the crowd could tell she was a pro in snooker. Otherwise, she wouldn't be emitting such a lofty and cold temperament. It formed a sharp contrast with the stiff and rusty movements Xiao Luo displayed earlier on.
The disparity was that of heaven and earth. Clack! Once she thrust her cue, the white ball rolled with a soft impulse toward the red balls gathered in a triangular formation. This move was a gentle strike to defend. A match between veterans would typically start in this way. It all depended on who revealed their flaws before the other. Yi Yingying naturally did this out of habit. After all, the people who usually played with her were all pros. After the white ball mildly scattered the red balls, it slowly rolled to the short edge of the table and stopped right behind a brown ball. It was both a flawless defensive and offensive move. As long as Xiao Luo didn't hit a red or colored ball, his turn would end, and she could even score a few points, buttering both sides of the bread. Nice! Fang Shulan and Yi Yingying's friends applauded. The others also nodded as their eyes blazed in praise. From that strike, they could tell that Yi Yingying had an excellent grasp on the white ball's movements. With skills of this caliber, she merely possessed the style of an international-level snooker grandmaster. As a hobby, it was rare for her to have practiced her skills to this extent. "It's your turn, Xiao Luo. Don't touch the colored balls," Fu Jiawei said, smiling with his eyes squinted. "Relax. I'm not that bad." Xiao Luo rubbed the Q-tip with chalk to enhance the leather tip's friction. Chu Yue, from far away, couldn't bear to watch him. She mocked. "That frickin' poser, acting cool by rubbing the Q-tip with chalk. Isn't he ashamed of himself?" Bai Ling kept quiet. She thought Chu Yue was way too critical of Xiao Luo, anyway. Yi Yingying left her position and stood to the side. Similar to Fang Shulan, she crossed her hands in front of her chest and looked at Xiao Luo with disdain. "Girls will be girls, powerless even to thrust the cue. Let me scatter all those red balls." Xiao Luo bent down, preparing to strike. When the people around her heard that, they were all holding back their laughter. This attitude was the difference between an amateur and a professional. He doesn't know anything and thought she couldn't exert enough strength because she's a girl. He knows nothing about snooker. "You scatter the red balls then." "Yeah, hurry up and strike the red balls apart. Let's see your skills." "Be careful, don't slip again." "Haha." Fang Shulan and Yi Yingying smiled as if they were looking at an idiot as they spouted words of mockery. Xiao Luo smiled with them and then forcefully thrusted the cue. Clack! The white ball gushed out like a thundering beast, hitting the long side of the table and then rushed toward the clumped red balls with unstoppable impetus. With a clatter, the 15 red balls scattered outward without any art of composition, but none of them pocketed, while many of the red balls stopped at positions not far from the pocket holes. Xiao Luo frowned. "Well, I thought I could pocket at least one. What bad luck." "Bad luck? It's you who was stupid, all right? You thought that snooker is the same as pool, where you can get the balls pocketed by just randomly hitting." Fang Shulan and Yi Yingying's friends scoffed, thinking Xiao Luo was way too funny. "Xiao Luo, you can recede now." Yi Yingying moved forward as she revealed a confident smile at the corner of her mouth. "Very confident of you, Miss Ying, but although I've scattered the red balls, it wouldn't be easy for you either, right?" Xiao Luo said, disapprovingly. Yi Yingying looked at the black balls clumped together and the white cue nearby that was surrounded by a chain of red balls. She said with a smile, "Open your eyes and watch. Let's see if this will be easy for me." Upon finishing, she bent down and hit the white ball without much aiming. The white ball hit a nearby red ball, and the red ball rolled toward the bottom hole and coincidentally knocked another red ball that was near the bottom hole into the hole. A beautiful demonstration of beating the cattle across the mountain. "Nice!" When Fang Shulan and Yi Yingying's friends were applauding, Xiao Luo joined them. "Not bad. You're quite good at this, Miss Ying." "Quite! Why would a nitwit in snooker hold on to himself so shamelessly?" Yi Yingying wanted to yell at him. However, courtesy was drummed into her since she was a tyke. She simply glanced at Xiao Luo with disdain and continued to strike the balls. Catarum! The blue ball pocketed. Yi Yingying attained 6 points in an instant. Seeing the distribution of the red balls on the table, she intensified her smile as she felt she could clear the table in one turn, denying Xiao Luo even 1 point.
Chapter 34. Can you feel it? Kadroom! Kadroom! Following the crisp sounds of balls potting into holes, the number of red balls on the table were decreasing at speeds visible to the naked eye. Ye Yingying's score was also steadily increasing, from 10 to 17, 25, 30. Yingying is going to clear the table! Even the veteran in snooker, Uncle Da, almost lost to Yingying. She has to be good. Clear the table! Let that guy score a big fat 0! Ha ha! Fang Shulan's and Ye Yingying's friends became tinged with irony and teasing. Seeing that Ye Yingying had cleared all 15 red balls and only 6 colored balls remained, Fu Jiawei felt the urge to look at Xiao Luo's expression, thinking it would be interesting. But when he turned around and looked at Xiao Luo, he was startled because Xiao Luo was at that time sitting on the chair while holding a glass of red wine that came from nowhere. He had his legs crossed and was drinking ever so leisurely, without a hint of anxiety. He went over and asked with feigned concern, "Xiao Luo, my brother, Yingying is about to clear the table. How can you even think about sipping wine?" "It's fine. There are still 6 colored balls left, which hold a total of 27 points," Xiao Luo said calmly. "What the f***? Just how big is your ego?" Fu Jiawei, who had always been courteous previously, couldn't help but spout an expletive in his heart. Then he sneered with a gloating expression, "Well now, you have only 22 left." As he spoke, Ye Yingying had already potted a yellow and a green ball. Immediately after that, she potted a brown ball. She was on fire. 18 points left. Fu Jiawei glanced at Xiao Luo from the corner of his eye. Kadroom! A blue ball went into a hole. Fu Jiawei had a playful smile on his face as he lifted his volume. 13! Xiao Luo kept silent as he continued to sip his red wine unhurriedly. "Ha ha! That poser is going to be barking soon!" Chu Yu was elated. She could finally let Xiao Luo experience some exquisite humiliation. "I hope Xiao Luo won't be angry at you when he finds out you're behind this," said Bai Ling, shaking her head without mincing words. "He dares be angry at me?" Chu Yu lifted her chin proudly. "Well, I didn't beat him up physically or verbally. I only let him learn how to bark like a dog. Why would he be angry?" "Young Mistress Chu, guys care a lot about their dignity, all right." Bai Ling rolled her eyes in disbelief. I know. Geez, didn't he join my team? As team captain, I need to let him have a taste of my authority, lest he steps above my head in the future," Chu Yu exclaimed angrily. Pouting, Bai Ling refused to say another word. Ye Yingying was knitting her eyebrows as she thought he didn't estimate her strike well enough, landing the white ball in an awkward position. She was confident about potting the pink ball. At the same time, after the white ball knocked the pink ball, it had more than a 90% probability of falling into another bottom hole. If the white ball was potted, Xiao Luo would gain 6 points without doing anything. This wasn't the result she wanted. What she wanted was an overwhelming victory, not to mention that 6 points would bring him exceptionally close to 10, and she didn't want him to gain even 1 point. Hence, she chose to play defensively. She gave the cue a light thrust, the white ball gently knocked the edge of the pink ball, touched the short side of the table at a tricky angle, rebounded, and stopped near the black ball. The 3 balls were almost aligned. It could be said that the black ball had the pink ball blocked, and the white ball could never directly touch the pink ball. "Nice ball!" the guests praised her. This move was a good strike of the outermost defense. Subsequently, everyone turned to look at Xiao Luo. What would he do now? Would this guy create a miracle, or would he finish with a big fat 0? Many were anticipating the outcome. After all, Xiao Luo looked calm and serene without a tinge of panic. The pink and black ball totaled 13 points. If he could pot both balls, he'd still have won the game. But no one was rooting for Xiao Luo. What kind of joke would that be?
Why would a guy who slipped 9 out of 10 times pot the balls? There would be zero suspense regarding the outcome. Your turn. Ye Yingying turned around and yelled at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo wasn't affected. He put down his wineglass and said to Fu Jiawei next to him with a smile, "See, I still have a chance." Yeah, you still have a chance, bud. The pink and black ball total 13 points, which is over 10. Haha. Fu Jiawei was cracking up. What an oddball. Why would he still think he had a chance at this point? No wonder he failed to notice that he had provoked my Princess Chu Yu. Xiao Luo circled the table, and his eyebrows became almost knitted together. The white ball can never touch the pink ball with 1 rebound. It will need at least 2 rebounds. To accomplish this feat, not to mention me, I'm afraid that even the internationally renowned grandmasters would have less than a 50% success rate. That's an outstanding play, Miss Yang. Now that I tell you, there was a disturbance next to Xiao Luo. Looks like you're not that big of an idiot after all. Since you were well aware that you will never get to pot the pink ball, you should give up. Give up? Xiao Luo shook his head. Why should I give up? Ye Yingying said, "Do you think you're better than the grandmasters that you can pot the pink ball with the white ball being at such a position?" Never try, never know, Xiao Luo said while spreading his hands. Fang Shulan was getting impatient and yelled, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you going to hit the ball or not?" Exactly! You're so naggy. You're nothing like a man. Do it quickly if you so wish to try, and bark if you admit defeat. Aside from barking, you still have to rub Yingying's heels clean. A bunch of people echoed. Xiao Luo smiled indifferently. He bent down, made a groove of his left hand, and aimed his cue. He took a deep breath, brewing his strike unhurriedly. "Jiawei, can you feel it?" His words confused Fu Jiawei as he replied while containing his laughter, "Feel what?" "Me potting the ball, of course," Xiao Luo said seriously. "Are you potting the ball?" Fu Jiawei was taken aback. He couldn't contain his laughter any longer. He almost cried as he thought, "Your club isn't even pointing in the right direction and has almost 180 degrees deviation with the pink ball. You dare claim that you can pot the ball? You are a weirdo, my brother." However, he said, agreeing, "I didn't feel it at first, but after what you said, I immediately felt it. You can get the ball potted." "Ha ha 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 ha!" The guests burst out laughing, amused by Xiao Luo's ignorant and funny words. "Get in, ball!" At this time Xiao Luo shouted, his eyes abruptly turned sharp as he forcefully struck the cue on the white ball. Clack! The static white ball morphed into a ray of white light rushing out at extremely high speed. It randomly spurted across the entire table, as if it had lost control, consecutively colliding 4 times with the edges of the table. Finally, following a clack, it knocked on the pink ball. The pink ball attained a surge of energy and went directly to the bottom hole. Amid the crowd's incredible expressions, the ball went into the hole, following a kadroom. Clean and neat, done in a stretch. The clattering in the venue abruptly halted.
Chapter 35. Flaw. All the guests were stunned. Chu Yue and Bai Ling, who were far away, also straightened up their bodies. Yikes! The ball went in! The pink ball was potted into a hole. A brute force thrust that sent the white ball bumping around like a headless fly hit the pink ball, and not only that, it even knocked the pink ball into a hole. Holy moly, how is that possible? No one could believe their eyes. It was 1 in a million. Unbelievable, unacceptable. They never expected something like this to happen. Xiao Luo stood upright, walked toward Fu Jiawei and patted his shoulders. "Jiawei, thanks for your blessing. The ball has been potted." Fu Jiawei just stood there, unsure what to do. He broke out an awkward smile. Ye Yingying, Fang Shulan, and the rest of the gang looked as if their mouths were stuffed with fish. Their expressions were as awful could be. "Luck! It must be luck! I'll eat shit if this isn't a lucky ball." A guy who had a great relationship with Ye Yingying was unconvinced. The others also subconsciously nodded in agreement. The white ball rebounded 4 times before it hit the pink ball, and if this weren't a lucky ball, no one would have believed the tale anyway. It couldn't possibly be that Xiao Luo had mastery over the white ball's trajectories, right? If that was the case, wouldn't Xiao Luo be better than those internationally renowned grandmasters in snooker? Was that even possible? Xiao Luo was impressed by that guy's hypothesis. If you say it's a lucky ball, then a lucky ball it shall be. I can't possibly say no and let you eat shit, right? You? That guy was gritting his teeth and rubbing his palms. If Fu Jiawei hadn't given him a dirty look, he would have bolted up to teach that arrogant Xiao Luo a lesson. At this moment, Ye Yingying said with a knowing smile, "Don't get too full of yourself. Pot the black ball if you can, or you'll still lose." "Yeah, get on with it. I don't believe you'll have such great luck this time." It was that guy from just now who was itching to see Xiao Luo fail. "It was all luck just now. If he pots the black ball this time, I will kneel to him." "Just kneeling? I will straight up call in my daddy." "Yeah, a miracle like that will never happen twice." The few people who were close acquaintances of Ye Yingying began taunting him. Xiao Luo kept quiet, bent down and locked his cue on the white ball. The cue, the white ball, and the black ball were in a straight line. His eyes were sharp, and his body was radiating a unique aura. A gust of wind blew over, sending the fringe on his forehead into a gentle flutter. The air condensed as he channeled his focus. His foxy grin, his confidence, his evil yet charming morale, and his solemnity were giving off a mysterious air of kingliness. For a moment, Ye Yingying was taken in by this force in the world. She murmured subconsciously, "That poser looks so handsome." At this moment, Xiao Luo had already taken his shot. Clack! It was still a hard strike. The white ball whistled toward the black ball like a ray of white light, rupturing the fabric of space that had even left an afterimage in the crowd's eyes. As soon as it collided with the black ball, the white ball immediately substituted the black ball in its position and spun at breakneck speed. The black ball, on the other hand, morphed into a black panther that thundered toward a hole. Without any accident, it perfectly went into a hole following a kadrum. The crowd was gazing at the white ball that was spinning wildly in the same spot as if they were idiots, with the word impossible imprinted on their faces. The guy who said Xiao Luo was blessed by luck earlier, in particular, felt his face burning as if he'd been slapped hard by someone. "I got 13 points. According to our agreement just now, I won." Xiao Luo put down the cue, walked toward Ye Yingying, and extended his hand. He meant, "Where's my watch and bank card?" With so many people around, Ye Yingying couldn't renege on her promise, but $50,000 was her 1-month pocket money, and that Swiss watch was her much-treasured possession. How could she hand it over just like that? "I want another match." Ye Yingying gritted her teeth while she took off her watch and placed it into Xiao Luo's hand along with her bank card. "Another match?" Xiao Luo frowned. "Yes, a rematch." Ye Yingying's eyes were about to spurt fire. She finally understood that this guy had been pretending all along. From the moment she challenged him to a snooker match, she had become an idiot. "If you win, I will give you another $100,000. If you lose, return me my bank card, watch, and lick my shoe clean." She was furious. This was the first time she got cucked so severely. She was proud of her brilliance in snooker. For her, this defeat was a deep, humiliating disgrace. "Why would Xiao Luo ever say no to free money?" He replied in a faint tone, "Well, we could, but I don't like empty promises." What he meant was, she had to show her sincerity. She couldn't just say it with her mouth. "There's 50 grand in here." Fang Shulan took out a bank card from her pocket and placed it on the snooker table, supporting Ye Yingying to the very end. Fu Jiawei was no longer pretending to be good brothers with Xiao Luo. He took out a bank card and said, "I have $50,000 in here as well." "There's exactly $100,000 over here." "Okay, fine, I'll have another match with you."
Although Xiao Luo wasn't someone whose eyes would glimmer in the face of money, he never turned his thumbs down to it. "Oh yeah, 10 points and I'll win? Like just now?" After hearing this, Ye Yingying, Feng Shulan, and Fu Jiawei almost vomited. Fu Jiawei was holding back his vulgar words as he forced a smile on his face. He said, "Xiao Luo, you know how to play snooker. If we go with the previous 10 points, it won't be fair to Yingying." "Do you mean we're going by the normal rules, Jiawei?" "Duh! Why must she give you a handicap after we know that you knew how to play snooker? What a shameless person! Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Taking your undeserved gain for granted, why don't you go to hell?" The people who were close with Yingying and the girls were overcome by anger, wishing they could go forward and whack him together. "Xiao Luo, stop acting. We won't fall for it," Feng Shulan said. "Relax, I'm just saying. I already had one easy match. It wouldn't be great if I got another handicap. Let's have a normal game. Whoever gets a higher score wins." Xiao Luo looked ever so tranquil, keeping a smile on his face from the beginning till the end. Ye Yingying took a step forward, took a cue, and thumped it on the ground as she said furiously, "Cut the crap! Break off!" Xiao Luo shut his mouth, but kept his smile and put on a solemn expression. He once again picked up the cue, went to the break-off zone, and started the game with a light thrust. It was a face-off between pros, and the atmosphere was tense. Everyone was looking at the table without blinking their eyes, not knowing who the victor would be. With the gentle strike that Xiao Luo had taken, the white ball collided with the edge of the clumped-up red balls and rebounded to the tiny semicircular break-off area. Most people thought it was a tremendous defensive strike, but from Ye Yingying's point of view, Xiao Luo had revealed a flaw in his first shot, because one red ball had already detached from the cluster, and it just happens that it was hittable with the white ball. Even the angulation was just right so that she could get it potted. While doing that, she could seize the opportunity to scatter the red balls, which would be beneficial for her to get more balls potted subsequently and acquire more points. Chapter 36. I will show you how to clear the table. Without a word, Ye Yingying walked to the table with exceptionally focused eyes. In this game, she wanted to showcase all of what she was capable of unreservedly, win back her bank card and watch, and all the more, let Xiao Luo lick her heels clean in front of everyone, so as to vent her hate. On the table, the white ball and the red ball that was separated from the cluster was about half a table away. The red ball also had quite some distance with the bottom hole. Such a strike was the hardest to take. Its difficulty factor was immense. If she could get the ball potted, she would have the chance to pressure her opponent with that move alone. But if she couldn't, she could very well be counter-pressured. This was undoubtedly a very risky strike. Everyone focused their attention and held their breath while they looked at the emerald-colored snooker table, wondering if that ball could be potted into a hole. Ye Yingying looked very calm. She bent down and struck the white ball without hesitation. Took. As being impacted by the cue, the white ball gushed away. After colliding with the red ball, it thumped into the cluster of red balls, while the previous red ball rolled straight the bottom hole. Following a kadrum, it potted glamorously. At the same time, another red ball from the clump that was scattered was also potted into another hole. 2 pots in a strike, 2 points in an instant. Great strike! You're the best, Yingying, a prodigy in snooker. In the face of absolute skill, that contemptible rebel can never get his shit together. When Ye Yingying's friends were cheering for her, they didn't forget to blast Xiao Luo with mockery. The others were also nodding to each other. This was truly a beautiful strike by Ye Yingying. It was done calmly, decisively, and clean, pleasant to look at, and the crowd had to applaud for her. Xiao Luo, on the other hand, was still at the side while he continued to leisurely sip on the red wine that he had yet to finish drinking, enjoying the wonderful pleasures of good wine rolling through and nourishing his throat. After potting 2 balls in 1 strike and having acquired 2 points, Yi Yingying continued her turn. Her choice was the pink ball that was worth 6 points. The position of the white cue ball was very conducive, and with greater reason, it would be beneficial for her subsequent moves. Hence, knocking the pink ball was the best choice. Took. The crisp melody of the cue strike sounded. The white ball went rolling directly towards the pink ball at a very fast speed. It was a heavy strike. Yi Yingying's intention was obvious as to position the white ball in a favorable position after potting the pink ball, to continue her turn with the red balls. Clack! After being knocked by the white ball, the pink ball sprinted towards the bottom hole with accuracies at the extreme. The murky opening of the hole was like an open giant mouth waiting to slurp in the pink ball. But just when the crowd thought that the ball will be potted for sure, an accident occurred. At the moment that the swift-moving pink ball entered the hole, it speeded around the hole entrance and was spurted back out. "What? How could that be?" One of Yi Yingying's friends yelled out loud. The scene was in an uproar. No one expected that to happen. That was a confirmed pot. Why did it spin around the hole entrance and spring back out? Damn it, why did that happen? Fu Jiawei forcefully flung his arms as he reviled in displeasure. What happened? From far away, Chu Yue blinked her enthralling eyes and asked out of puzzlement. With a doubting look, Bai Ling said, "It looks like the unexpected has occurred. Yi Yingying didn't pot the pink ball." "That's fine. I don't believe that poser will ever win Yingying in a normal match." Chu Yue was full of confidence in Yi Yingying. At this moment, Xiao Luo put down the wineglass, stood up, and said leisurely, "Such scenarios could easily happen when you use too much strength. It's like a basketball flying towards the hoop at high speed. As long as the accuracy deviates just slightly, the speed can produce a big enough centrifugal force to make it rotate around the hoop and in the end bounce right out of it. The reasoning is the same." "What a great speech! You sound like you know snooker very well." Yi Yingying scoffed at disdain. "This isn't about snooker. It is simple physics." Xiao Luo said calmly. "You don't get too full of yourself. The game has only just begun. Don't ever think that you can win." "Sometimes a tiny mistake is often fatal." "Really?" Yi Yingying sneered. "I might have made a mistake, but the white ball is attached to the edge, and all the more at the break-off region. Do you think this will be an easy ball for you?" "For me, anywhere is the same." "Huh, I look forward to your performance then." Yi Yingying dropped a cold sentence, turned around, and backed off. Xiao Luo didn't strike the ball immediately, but placed his cue aside and reached out his hands to pick up something on the emerald-colored table. Feng Shulan was impatient, and she yelled, "Xiao Luo, what are you doing? Can you take your turn?" Xiao Luo raised his head and smiled gently. "There's a small piece of dirt on the table. I want to dispose of it." "So what if you clear the dirt? Do you think you can really win Yingying?" Feng Shulan got so pissed off that she laughed, feeling that Xiao Luo was extremely ridiculous. Xiao Luo said ever so tranquilly, "Let me get rid of the dirt, then I will show you all how to clear the table." Clearing the table? The crowd was startled at first. Then they turned up their noses and laughed, feeling that Xiao Luo's speech was too bigoty and too pretentious. "Are you pretending? If you can clear the table, I'll cut off my dick right over here." "What a boaster! I've never seen such a shameless and arrogant person." Feng Shulan and Yi Yingying's friends sneered. That guy who promised to eat shit earlier even said he would cut off his schlong. Fu Jiawei shook his head as he turned to look at Chu Yue. He sighed on the inside. I have absolutely no idea why Princess Chu Yue would let such a guy into her team. Is skill really that important that just anyone can be recruited? Ignoring the mockeries from all around, after puffing off the dirt in his hand, Xiao Luo picked up the cue, bent his body, and struck the white ball seemingly without aiming. Clean, smooth, and without delay. Clack! Before the crowd's attention, the white ball knocked a red ball into a hole and stopped firmly at a corner. Xiao Luo didn't bother to look at the crowd. He walked over with the cue, bent his body, and continued to strike the white ball within less than 10 seconds from his previous shot. Clack! With the crisp sound of balls colliding, the black ball rolled towards a hole and was potted following a kadrum. Eh? What's going on? The crowd was astounded as their movements froze for him. Xiao Luo continued without pausing. With the cue in his hands, he changed positions and continued to strike the ball. One strike, one pot. Kadrum! Kadrum! Red ball pots, black ball pots, red ball pots, black ball pots, and the cycle repeated. As known to the crowd, the black ball held the highest point, which was 7. With it continuously being potted, Xiao Luo's score continuously soared, with 2 values of 1 and 8. Amid the crowd's gazes in awe, with movements as smooth as flowing water, Xiao Luo expressionlessly went one strike after another, potting the balls serenely like a snooker grandmaster. It was like he was performing magic. Chapter 37. Let us search your body. The kadrum of red and black balls being potted into holes was like a giant drum beating on everyone's soul. As the referee, the Fu family's butler respotted the colored balls and said, "He has already potted 10 balls in a row." Moreover, aside from the 10 consecutive pottings, all the balls potted after every red ball were black. Xiao Luo's score was a staggering 40 points. Kadrum! Kadrum! Xiao Luo focused his attention on delivering his strikes at lightning speed. He didn't need to aim at all, yet he potted the balls nearly every single time. Extraordinary! Yi Yingying's eyes were as wide as a copper bell. She could no longer maintain her composure. Fang Sulan and Fu Jiawei were equally dumbfounded. Who knew that Xiao Luo's snooker skills were at this level? His movements were elegant, his shots were decisive, his sense of rhythm was impeccable. Was this even the same guy who slipped up at the beginning? No way. Looking on from afar, Chu Yue and Bai Ling didn't expect Xiao Luo to be this good. 20 consecutive strikes, 30 consecutive strikes. The number of billiards on the table decreased rapidly. Xiao Luo thrust his cue forcefully on the last black ball. Kadrum! It fell into the hole, marking the completion of his 30-second strike. He put down his cue. The table was cleared. He won without breaking a sweat. Total silence. Everyone stood staring in wonder at the table, with only a white ball left. Were their eyes deceiving them? Had they just witnessed an illusion? Rubbing his eyes, Fu Jiawei said to Fang Sulan, his voice shaking, "All the balls are potted?" Fang Sulan nodded like a robot with a stiff face. "Yes, all of them." Having confirmed the fact, Fu Jiawei looked at Xiao Luo. He bested Fang Sulan in street dancing and crushed Yi Yingying in snooker. How could this guy, from an ordinary family of farmers, be this tough to deal with, this competent? His performance defied credulity. "This is impossible. How is this possible? This can't be possible." Yi Yingying's face turned ghostly pale. Until this moment, she did accept that she'd lost the match. She had only acquired 2 points, and Xiao Luo, a whopping 141 points, ending the game by clearing the table. She was proud of how she played. Even when she went against masters, she had never lost so miserably. How could this little nobody triumph over her? Her mind went blank as all thoughts slipped away. And the guy who threatened to cut off his manhood if Xiao Luo cleared the table was flattened in disgrace. His face was as red as a baboon's butt, and he felt like burying his head in the nearest hole. Xiao Luo unceremoniously held the 2 bank cards in his hands and waved to Yi Ying. "Thanks, Miss Yi." Upon finishing, he turned around and prepared to leave the villa. Fu Jiawei's heart was bleeding because one of those cards was his. Seeing that Xiao Luo was about to leave, he immediately asked him, "Xiao Luo, my brother, where are you going? The party hasn't ended yet." "Going to do some transfers at the nearby ATM. I only feel secure after the money enters my account." At FYS. Fu Jiawei wanted to curse so badly after hearing him. Losing money felt effing awful. It felt even worse when the guy who won his money gave him an innocuous smile. His blood was boiling, but still he kept his composure. Fang Sulan, however, wasn't so nice. Unable to bear Xiao Luo's cynicism, she sneered, "Are you afraid of us reneging and freezing our accounts? Relax, we don't have to do that. I regard this as chump change to shun off some beggar." She was so angry she lost her mind for a moment and shed all pretenses of cordiality. When the crowd heard that, everyone frowned. Fang Sulan was embarrassing them, the children of privilege. She not only lost the competition, but with that remark she lost her character too. On the surface, it might have seemed as if she was humiliating him, but in fact, she was lowering her standards and splashing dirty water on herself. Xiao Luo smiled faintly. "Miss Feng, you were born into a family of wealth and privilege. You've never had to want for anything since the day you were born. I bet that what you spent on your branded clothes and luxury accessories was enough to open a shop. How fortunate you are. You may enjoy your privileges and creature comforts to your heart's content, but that doesn't mean you're superior enough to look down on people born into an ordinary family. Life has its ups and downs. I mean, maybe, just maybe, when we meet next time, perhaps you will be the one looking up at me." As absurd as it might seem, Xiao Luo's words penetrated deep into the hearts of the guests. Their expressions ran the gamut. Some were full of contempt, as they regarded his words as a joke, while others knitted their brows and fell into contemplation. "Me? Looking up at you?" Fang Sulan laughed and scoffed. "You? Really? Whether in terms of resources and connections, everyone here has it better than you. Do you think that I'll fare worse than you after I graduate?" "You can't be sure about that. It all depends on what we do, right?" Xiao Luo said humbly. Upon finishing, he ignored Fang Sulan and headed outside the villa. Fang Sulan gritted her teeth and stomped her feet in rage. "Excuse me, sir." At this moment, several security guards approached and blocked Xiao Luo's way. Frowning, Xiao Luo asked lightly, "How can I help you?" "This is the thing. Just not long ago, the young master lost a few valuable items." "Oh?" Xiao Luo looked at Fu Jiawei. "You lost some things, Jiawei?" "Yeah, they're quite valuable, I must say." The security guard continued. "It may be difficult for the young master to say this, so we will speak for him. Except for you, everyone here is from prestigious backgrounds. Hence, your suspicion is most significant. Of course, this may very well be a misunderstanding. Would you kindly stand still and allow us to search your person to prove your innocence? Would you consent to that, my good fellow?" The security guard's disdainful eyes were staring vertically at Xiao Luo. Bai Ling gulped as she turned her head and asked, "Young Mistress Chu, is this your third plan?" Chu Yue nodded. "Yeah." "This is beyond the pale. Now you're not making Xiao Luo look ugly, you're humiliating him in front of a massive crowd." "Relax, I know when to stop. If he gets angry, I'll ask him out alone at some point and make an apology." Chu Yue curled her lips, thinking that maybe she had gone overboard, but at this stage she couldn't halt the plan. If her ruse were exposed, she would be the embarrassed one. "The damage is already done. What's the point in apologizing?" Bai Ling glanced at her indignantly. I'm done for. I accidentally boarded your pirate ship. Xiao Luo will treat me as a bad person who humiliated him. Hey, why do you care so much what he thinks of you? Tru Yue rolled her eyes. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. She took a deep breath, pointed at Bai Ling in terror and accused her. Bai Ling, don't tell me. Have you fallen for that poser? What are you talking about? I've only known him for less than 2 days. How could that be possible? Not possible, you say? You're blushing. You even picked on me just now. So you're the one who likes him. When I say no, it means no. Forget it. I'm not going to talk to you.
Chapter 38. He fears nothing. Do you have evidence that I stole something? Xiao Luo looked at the security guard square in the eye and denied taking anything from the villa. The other security guards took a step forward in solidarity, bracing themselves for a confrontation. They gave Xiao Luo a cold stare of disdain. Gritting his teeth, the head security guard said, "Didn't I just tell you? Except for you, everyone else here is from a prestigious family. You are a poor guy, and that makes you the most suspicious. We don't want any trouble. We just want to do a search. If we find nothing, you're free to go." "Do the poor deserve to be despised or condemned?" Xiao Luo said solemnly. "Aren't you a poor guy too? Otherwise, why would you be working here as a security guard? The other security guard stood there with clenched fists. Xiao Luo snarled, "Go look after your gates. Leave me alone. I've done nothing wrong." "And what if we don't let you pass? You will not be leaving this place until we search you." The leader of the guards began raising his voice, attracting the attention of the guests, who stared at Xiao Luo menacingly like ferocious hounds circling their prey. Xiao Luo let out a snort and gave him a knee bump. Bam! The guard went flying in the air and smashed into the food table with a loud bang. All the food came crashing to the ground. The guests gasped in horror. Was he hurling someone 5 to 6 meters away with a knee bump? What kind of strength was that? Xiao Luo continued without pausing. He performed neat and swift turning kicks, rear kicks, and punches, and sent the guards surrounding him flying in all directions, knocking down the guests, the barbecue stand, and anything else in his way. He turned the dance party into a garbage dump. Panic set in. Everyone was screaming. They had never seen anyone like him before. Xiao Luo cracked his neck and exhaled. Like a general who massacred an entire army, he shouted, "Ah, that feels good!" He scanned his surroundings with a smile on his face, his eyes ultimately landing on Fu Jiawei. Gulp. Fu Jiawei trembled as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He never expected Xiao Luo's fighting skills to be so out of this world. He was a monster. Fu Jiawei had hired all his security guards through legitimate companies. They had undergone strict training and were veterans in close combat. Who'd have thought that the 5 of them would be lying on the ground groaning in pain after being whacked a couple of times by the likes of Xiao Luo? He literally couldn't believe his eyes. When he was spacing out, Xiao Luo marched up to him and stared him down with a "don't mess with me" face. Fu Jiawei broke out in a cold sweat. He instinctively stepped backward, but accidentally tripped and landed on his butt. Xiao Luo stared at him from above. "You said I stole something precious from you, right? Fine. Now then, I will turn out every pocket. If you can't find those valuable things that you mentioned, I will break all your fingers one by one. How's that?" This guy wasn't joking. His threats were severe, and his hostile intent was undisguised. When an angel loses patience, it puts on the face of the devil. Fu Jiawei shivered in horror, as he quickly explained with a smile, It's a misunderstanding. Don't be angry, my brother. I'm just joking with you. It's nothing more than a joke. I have lost nothing." He did not doubt that Xiao Luo would break his fingers. This wild beast was emitting a savaging aura from head to toe. Pathetically, he had previously regarded him as a timid sheep that could be bullied and taunted for his amusement and pleasure. A joke?
Where can you find jokes like this? Xiao Luo stepped on Fu Jiawei's chest. The force made him feel as if his lungs and chest were bursting. The pain was so excruciating, he began coughing heavily. Everyone felt his chilling aversion. "Xiao Luo, let go of Jiawei, or else," Fan Shulan yelled. Seeing the absurdity in her words, Xiao Luo turned his head with a mocking smile and said, "Oh, or else what?" Fan Shulan couldn't speak for a moment, nor did she have the courage to stare straight into Xiao Luo's piercing eyes. He was right. He even wiped out all of Fu Jiawei's security guards. What could she possibly do to him? "We'll call the police and have you arrested for assault and battery. You'll be sent to prison." "The jail is waiting for you?" "You're not only poor, you're barbaric. You turned our nice dance party into a big mess and destroyed our property. People like you are called hooligans. Let go of Jiawei." Ye Yingying's close acquaintances criticized Xiao Luo. After recovering from the shock of the altercation, what did they have to be afraid of, given their numbers? At least that's what they thought initially. Now, all bets were off. "You should have mentioned calling the police earlier. We're a society bound by laws. Whacking someone is illegal. I don't want to break the law," Xiao Luo said while frowning. Thinking that Xiao Luo was afraid, Ye Yingying gained some courage and ran to help Fu Jiawei up. "Good that you know. Now, take your claws off Jiawei." Fan Shulan knitted her brows. Both she and Ye Yingying had an unclear, ambiguous relationship with Fu Jiawei, and they both loved the man deeply. Hence, when Fan Shulan saw Ye Yingying running forward, she followed her and sneered at Xiao Luo. "You bastard! Are you going to lift your foot or not? Do you believe I will use my connections to let you rot in jail until you make a hole on the floor?" "Uh-huh." While smiling, Xiao Luo took his foot off Fu Jiawei. In the next second, with a cold expression, he smacked his feet on Ye Yingying's face. Following the sound, Ye Yingying fell to the ground with a clear shoe mark printed on her left cheek. Before Fan Shulan could react, Xiao Luo flung the back of his hand, slapping it hard on Fan Shulan's face. Slap! Fan Shulan screamed in pain and fell to the ground. There was a touch of blood at the corner of her mouth. The two girls turned their heads around and stared at Xiao Luo with their eyes wide open. "You! How dare you hit me!" Ye Yingying shrieked. No one had ever treated her this way, as if she was a lump of dirt, a nobody. "Hit you? Did I?" Xiao Luo spread his hands innocently. "There are no surveillance cameras here. Do you think the police will believe I hit you based on solely your claims?" "You jerk! You just wait! You'll regret this!" Fan Shulan pointed at Xiao Luo as she made a harsh remark. "My apologies. The word regret doesn't exist in my vocabulary." "Stop right there! Xiao Luo, what are you doing?" At this moment, Chu Yu and Bai Ling ran over desperately. Chu Yu was the one doing the shouting. She only wanted to make Xiao Luo look bad this one time. She never dreamed things would turn out this way. Never in her wildest imagination did she think he possessed such formidable skills and be unafraid of anything or anyone. Aside from beating up all of Fu Jiawei's security guards, he even beat up Fu Jiawei and his gang. Unexpected. Everything was unexpected. She never anticipated this situation. "Oh, you finally decided to show your face, Miss Chu?" With a playful smile on his face, he asked. "Do you think of me as a toy? Do you want to get more people and play a few more rounds with me? I will stick it out to the bitter end and do whatever you have prepared for me."
Chapter 39. Pretty to see, foul to smell. So, the cat was out of the bag. Xiao Luo knew all along that Chu Yue was the one who'd cooked up this nefarious scheme. Standing face to face with his stormy gaze and dagger eyes, she felt a pang of guilt, as if she had committed a serious crime. The other guests were also in on the joke. Fu Jiawei, Feng Shulan, and Ye Yingying were targeting a guy from an ordinary family simply because Chu Yue had instructed them to do so. Those three most certainly wouldn't have dared challenge Chu Yue. After all, her father was Chu Yongxiong, one of Jiangcheng City's most influential figures.
Though their families were just as wealthy, they didn't travel in the same circles. The three students were well aware that a loose tongue could cause them a lot of trouble. Chu Yongxiong was not someone to be trifled with or tested. "Xiao Lu, don't be angry," said Bai Ling. "Young Mistress Chu isn't a bad person. She's just—" He interrupted her. "If this isn't bad, then define bad for me. Murder and arson?" Xiao Lu waved his hands dismissively before turning to Chu Yue. "Let me think about why you're doing this to me." "Ah, I get it. First, I took all your glory in the match yesterday, right? Second, I didn't talk to you politely and deferentially as if I were your grandson like everyone else, right? Chu Yue kept silent because Xiao Lu was dead on right about everything. That was the reason she wanted to make him look bad. "Miss Chu, young Mistress Chu, don't you think your behavior is childish? Why do you think everyone has to dote on you, protect you, flatter you, obey you, and put you at the center of their heart? Is it because your family is rich and you have a pretty face?" Grinning sarcastically, Xiao Lu continued, "Who do you think you are? Do you think the earth will stop spinning without you? Sorry to break it to you, but you have a grossly exaggerated high opinion of yourself. I, for one, despise you. I will never grovel before you. In my eyes, you're just like the Stapelia plant, pretty-looking, foul-smelling." "You?" Chu Yue unconsciously shed a few tears. Xiao Lu's words hurt. He used no expletives, but his sentences were like poisoned needles jabbing in her flesh. No one had ever spoken to her so disrespectfully. The others were startled, too. Xiao Lu described the campus belle of Huaye University as a Stapelia, pretty but foul-smelling. Wow, this guy was running his mouth a little too much. Wasn't he afraid of being struck by lightning? After thinking for a while, Chu Yue came up with a rebuttal. "Do you still want to join my team?" To her surprise, Xiao Lu said, with a contemptuous smile, "Before this, yes, now no. Although there's a chance for me to win a huge sum of money, which I could use, I won't compromise my morals or integrity. So, thanks but no thanks. I won't yield to you over money." He exuded an air of indifference. Then he turned briskly on his heel and walked away. "Xiao Lu, where are you going?" Bai Ling called out. "Back to school." "But there are no taxis in this area. Leave with us later," she shouted. Xiao Lu callously waved his hand without looking back, acting like a total nut job. Everyone on the dance floor was astounded. "That stupid poser! How dare Xiao Lu compare me with the pretty but stinky Stapelia? Chu Yue wiped her tears, feeling misunderstood. The fact that Xiao Lu didn't give a damn about her dealt her a heavy blow to her pride. Bai Ling sighed faintly, unable to console her. She could only repeat what she'd been saying all along. "Xiao Lu is your nemesis. Accept your fate." After the commotion died down, Fu Jiawei felt that the time had arrived for him to sell himself. Enduring the slight pain at his chest, he hobbled over to Chu Yue and said, "Princess Chu Yue, don't argue with him. Rest assured, I'll get someone to teach him a hard lesson and make him grovel before you to apologize. He slapped me. Can you believe it? I'll never let this pass." Ye Yingying said furiously. Equally exasperated, Fang Shulan gritted her teeth. "I'll make sure that bastard pays us back in spades." "Today's incident ends here. None of you should bother Xiao Lu, or I'll tear up our friendship." Then she wrinkled her nose and said firmly, "I'll reimburse all of you for the money you lost. After all, it was because of me that you went out of your way to make things difficult for him. Only it didn't work. It backfired." Her remarks made them squirm. One was a veteran street dancer, the other was a past master in snooker. But Xiao Lu outdid them both, and they were the ones who were disgraced. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. "That bastard was very good at pretending to be inexperienced. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so badly. He tricked us." Fang Shulan was simply pissed off at Xiao Lu. Bai Ling decided to add her 2 cents. Come on, didn't any of you realize that Xiao Luo was more inscrutable than any of us? He plays like a challenger in league, he's better than Shulan in street dancing, and he even outperformed Ye Ying in snooker? Xiao Luo is a genius who excels in everything. Psst. When she said that, Chu Yue, Fu Jiawei, Fang Shulan, and Ye Ying gasped. Bai Ling's words made them realize that Xiao Luo was a prodigy in gaming, street dancing, snooker, and brawling. Everyone is constrained by time and energy. Talent varied among individuals. It was already extraordinary for someone to excel in 1 or 2 fields, but in Xiao Luo's case, he was a prodigy in at least 4. How was that possible? What was his brain and body made of? Could Xiao Luo be that kind of genius who only appeared once in a century, as often seen in movies? For a moment, the 3 of them put their anger aside as they contemplated on Xiao Luo's phenomenal talents. After the disturbance Xiao Luo had created died down, the dance party soon came to an end. Feng Shulan and Ye Ying naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to get it on with Fu Jiawei, hence they would be spending the night in the villa. The other guests dispersed. Chu Yue and Bai Ling were also preparing to return to campus. It was already 11 o'clock at night. The street lamps couldn't dispel the darkness. The night was as murky as ink, and every street lamp looked like the eyes of a sleepy person that would close at any time. In the long, empty street, the wind rustled through the fallen leaves with a snapping sound. Bai Ling, tell me honestly, am I as horrible as that loser poser said I was? Chu Yue couldn't help but doubt herself. Bai Ling said, You earn tens of thousands a month just by streaming yourself playing games. Whether on food, clothes, daily necessities, you spend the money you make on yourself. If this is considered lousy, shouldn't I be ashamed of myself? That's what I thought. That poser talked about me like I'm good at nothing. Why didn't I think of using my monthly income to shut Xiao Luo's big mouth? She said indignantly. I told you not to go overboard. Xiao Luo is different from other guys. What's so different about him? They all have 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 nose, and 1 mouth. Or does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? I don't know how to describe it, but regardless, I just have the feeling this guy is very different. You'd better play on him less in the future. She snapped contemptuously, the nerve! But when she was saying that, what appeared in her mind were the elegant dance moves, the concentrated eyes, and the devilish yet charming smirk that Xiao Luo had when he was robot dancing and playing snooker.
Chapter 40. The Hunter Strikes. Just when Shu Ye and Bai Ling were about to open the car door, a man with a dry, raspy voice approached them from behind. He came out of nowhere, and it creeped them out. Please wait, ladies. His voice sent shivers up their spine. They felt uneasy being alone on an empty street with a stranger so late at night. Chu Ye and Bai Ling turned their heads around to get a look at this weirdo. Was anyone else with him, or was he alone? Dressed in black from head to toe, he was wearing a loose black coat and a wide-brimmed hat pulled down over his eyes. It just so happened that the lights from the street lamp were shining down at a slanted angle on top of his head, making it impossible to see his face. Earlier, the girls had checked the street and the area around the car to make sure it was safe. There wasn't a person in sight. Everything looked okay. So when this stranger came from behind them, walking softly without making a sound, they smelled trouble. Who are you? What do you want? Chu Ye stared at the person vigilantly as she discreetly slipped her hand into her purse and grabbed the pepper spray concealed in a lipstick case. If this person was up to no good, she was ready to spray him in the face or eyes. Are you Miss Chu Ye? The man in black inquired. Chu Ye subconsciously nodded, but shook her head immediately after. Panic set in. It looks like I didn't get the wrong person.
Chu Ye caught a glimpse of the man's hideous devil's grin in the shadows. Feeling the situation wasn't right, she went to grab the pepper spray, but it was too late. The man in black waved his enormous hand and threw a colorless and odorless powder in her and Bai Ling's faces. It was devil's breath. After taking a few breaths, the girls started to feel like zombies. First they felt dizzy, then their vision became blurry and clouded. The two of them tottered a few steps and collapsed like a couple of wet rag dolls, totally zonked. What have you done to us?" Bai Ling stammered feebly. "Relax, this isn't poison. It'll make you fall asleep quickly." The man in black stepped forward and chuckled, as if he was admiring two works of art. Chu Ye struggled to hold herself up. Who are you?" "It doesn't matter. What's important is that you are Chu Yangsheng's daughter. If he pays the ransom, I will avert this disaster for him. Just think of yourself as unlucky," the man in black said. "Let go of my friend. This doesn't have anything to do with her." Despite having the temperament of a young mistress, Chu Ye did inherit some of her father's traits. She was cool-headed and didn't get rattled as other girls would during a kidnapping. She was even looking out for her best friend. "My apologies. Aside from money, I happen to like pretty girls, especially students like you two, who haven't been, excavated much." The man in black took a deep breath and said, "The fragrance of your bodies is so intoxicating." Chu Ye's face was pale. Bai Ling was in despair. For girls, undoubtedly, their bodies were precious. If they were humiliated by this guy who resembled neither human nor ghost, they might as well kill themselves. "Do not resist. Be a good girl and follow me." With a sinister laugh, the man in black stretched out his enormous hands that looked like a devil's claw and grabbed Chu Ye and Bai Ling on the ground. But at that very moment, he caught a whiff of someone nearby. Years of stalking exclusive prey for a commission, coupled with living on the edge, had granted him a keen sense of smell that alerted him to danger. A threat. He felt his adrenaline pumping. When he turned his head to see who was there, his chest felt tight. Where is he? He was over there just now. When the thought flashed through his mind, a burst of energy came from behind him. His pupils shrank. With no time to think, he immediately leapt to his feet, attempting to avoid the shock. But it was too late. A brutal palm forcefully struck his back. The man in black quivered and spewed a mouthful of blood, as if he'd been hit by a speeding car. He went flying without control and fell into a posture like a dog eating shit. Chu Ye and Bai Ling were terrified. Who sent the man in black flying in the air? They could only see a slender figure in their blurred vision. In the next second, a name popped out in both their minds. Xiao Luo. The character resembled him too much in height and body type. But under the effect of the drug, they were temporarily paralyzed and couldn't utter a word. At last, the girls passed out. The man in black lifted himself slowly from the ground while he looked in horror at the young man wearing a white t-shirt who had superhuman strength. If it hadn't been for the man in black's swift reflexes, that karate chop would have shattered his back. Who was that guy? According to the intelligence he received from the person who hired him, there was no one of his caliber guarding Chu Ye. He had already lured away two of her regular bodyguards. Where did this guy come from? Was he Chu Ye's bodyguard too? "Who are you?" the man in black shouted. "I've been hired to do a job just like you. The difference is that you were hired to kidnap Chu Ye. I was hired to protect her," Xiao Luo snorted. Tonight's encounter made Xiao Luo detest Chu Ye inexplicably. But since he'd already signed a contract with her father, he wouldn't renege on the deal. He'd been taught to honor his word. This was a guiding principle in his life. Of course, he had also accepted $2 million in remuneration. Talking is useless. Come. As soon as the words were spoken, with ghastly eyes, Xiao Luo lunged toward the man like a cheetah. His right palm turned into a claw. Taking an artful trajectory like a slithering snake, he went directly to the man in black's throat against the hissing winds. What speed is this? The man in black turned pale. With no time to think, he ran off, not wanting to provoke, much less deal with this monster. "Wanna run?" Xiao Luo kept chasing the man. Since this kidnapper had already endangered Chu Ye's life, he didn't want him to get away, and this was an excellent opportunity to strike. If he seized him once and for all, he wouldn't have to worry about Chu Ye and keep an eye on her at all times. But just as Xiao Luo caught up to the man in black, he threw a white powder into his face like a gust of dust. Xiao Luo dodged it instinctively. When he regained his stance, the man in black had already run more than 20 meters away. This guy was agile. He leapt to a big tree, flipped his body over the walls of a residential area, and vanished into the night. Is his zodiac rabbit? He runs fast. Xiao Luo decided not to go after him. God knows if there were other hunters out there. Things would get nasty if he kept chasing this guy, while others rushed in to kidnap Chu Ye and Bai Ling, who were lying on the ground unconscious. This whole thing was probably part of a well-thought-out, multifaceted plan. He turned around and went back to check on Chu Ye and Bai Ling. Looking at the two unconscious girls on the ground, he frowned. Then he heard urgent footsteps in the darkness. Xiao Luo focused his eyes while he thought, there are more of them. Able to discern people when they were coming from behind him, without even thinking, he swiped at them in an offhand manner. His 5 fingers were like knives, making a whizzing sound as they tore through the air. "Mr. Xiao, we are Mr. Chu's bodyguards appointed to guard the young mistress," one of the men said.
Chapter 41. I can provide for you. Wrong target? Xiao Luo halted his attack. His hand that was like an eagle's talon abruptly stopped a few centimeters from the face of the guy who was talking. Whew, that was a close call. The two of them were males in their 30s. Both had a bowl cut and were brawny. Despite not being very tall, their rippled muscles were beautifully defined. Now the two of them were standing there in shock, staring in awe at the Xiao Luo's fists. They felt that they had taken a trip to and from the gates of hell and were happy they identified themselves before things turned nasty and they got hurt. Thinking about this, they subconsciously quivered as they thought, where did our boss find such a beast? Yes, a beast. That was their impression of Xiao Luo, though his appearance was at odds with his strength. With his good looks and slim body, he looked like a bookworm or a nerd, certainly not a brutal, outrageously intense fighter. Shang Gao Yang? Shang Gao Zhan? Xiao Luo retracted his hand and studied the two guys standing in front of him. Before Xiao Luo came to Huaye, Chu Yunsheng showed him pictures of these two bodyguards to prevent any accidents from friendly fire, as just almost happened. The more wiry guy quickly saluted and said respectfully, "Yes, that's us." The other person also held his fists together and bowed. "Mr. Xiao, thanks for your swift intervention. Were it not for you, the young mistress might have been—" "No need for courtesy. Like you, I'm here to protect Miss Chu." "All right. Oh, one thing though. Just say that you saved them. Don't expose me." "All right, Mr. Xiao. We know what to say." "Thank you." Xiao Luo turned around and left, thinking about the 150,000 on the 3 credit cards he still hadn't transferred to his bank account. The next day, inside the headquarters of the Chongshan House, dressed in casual attire and a golf cap, Chu Yunsheng was hitting the white ball in front of a big screen that displayed a simulated golf course. Every time he swung the club, he could see the trajectory of the white ball that flew out. It felt like just a real golf course, as it was exceptionally realistic. Leng Yu was standing at the side respectfully in a black suit. He was giving his boss a report at the moment. The one who assaulted the young mistress last night was Hua Nation's well-known hunter, the Spectre. His real name is unknown because he regularly establishes a new identity every so often. Until recently, he went by Ma Zhengfeng. Hearing such a person to deal with me, it looks like old Demon Zhang is desperate. Chu Yunsheng forcefully swung the club. The golf ball flew out at high speed, and after making a beautiful arc, it landed around 3 meters from the hole. Leng Yu nodded. Fortunately, Xiao Luo was there this time, or the young mistress would have been— He didn't finish his sentence, but what he was implying was very clear. That 2 million is well worth it, is it not? Chu Yunsheng faintly smiled. Leng Yu felt a little awkward because he had previously doubted Xiao Luo's ability and even said so in front of Chu Yunsheng. He thought that Xiao Luo was only slightly better in fighting than he was and would not necessarily have the ability to protect someone else. Gao Yang and Gao Zhan miscalculated this time. The enemy's little tricks easily lured them away from Chu Yue. Tell them I never want to see that again. Chu Yunsheng's wary eyes flashed a wave of chilly anger. Leng Zhou and Leng Yu quickly answered with a nod. Yes, sir. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Chu Yue, dressed in a snow-white outfit, came dashing in. Dad! She threw herself into Chu Yunsheng's arms. Only in her father's embrace could her heart be calmed. It's all right, it's all right. Everything is over now. Chu Yunsheng put down the club and gently patted Chu Yue's back lovingly. After Chu Yue calmed down a bit, she let go of Chu Yunsheng and questioned him loudly with sobbing eyes. You old fox, why must you provoke so many people? I have to live in fear every day as your daughter. Can't you just turn it down a notch for my sake? Leng Zhou and Leng Yu's faces stiffened. Old fox? They had never seen a daughter call her father an old fox in their lives. In the field of business, it's like a battlefield. It's either they die or we die. Chu Yue, you can't possibly expect me to abandon the Chongshan house and sit at home doing nothing all day every day, right? So it be, lest you can't sleep at night worrying about it. Look at yourself. You have dark circles under your eyes now. Chu Yunsheng couldn't help laugh. If I abandon the Chongshan house, what would I eat and where? Well, I can provide for you. Chu Yue pursed up her lips, roused up her cheeks, and said confidently, I can earn 20 to 30,000 a month just streaming myself playing video games. Excluding my expenses, I have more than enough to provide for you. Besides, an old geezer like you doesn't have to spend a lot. Won't it be great for you to just sit back and enjoy your old age? You can play chess with the other geezers when you're free, or hook up with some of those aunties dancing in the square. Mom's been gone for many years now. Even if you bring home some aunties, I won't say a word. If you happen to like one, you can just marry her. I will be as respectful to her as I am to you. Hooking up with aunties! Leng Zhou and Leng Yu were struck by lightning. The young mistress was so brazen. How could she say something like that? Was her boss just some ordinary person who played chess and hooked up with aunties? No, he was a tycoon who built a business empire from the ground up. He was a force in the world. No matter how calm Chu Yunsheng was earlier, he spoke up at this moment. Chu Yue, I've spoiled you rotten. You feel you can say whatever pops into your mind. Hooking up with aunties. With your father's charm, the aunties will be the ones who will come to hook up with me. Go on, keep on bullshitting. Chu Yue pouted as she held her head high. Okay, that's enough. You've diverted my attention from something important. I heard that you bullied your classmate last night. What bully? He's the one who bullied me. He pointed his fingers at me in front of so many people and made me feel so embarrassed. You can't even imagine what a jerk he is. I heard everything from Gao Yang and the rest of them. You're at the fault. Remember, those who humiliate others will be perpetually humiliated. Don't ever do that again. Fine, fine. Why must you lecture me when I don't come back here to visit that often? Speaking of which, I want to ask you a question. Didn't you promise not to give me bodyguards? Why did you go back on your promise? For once, Chu Yunsheng felt his daughter was unreasonable. He made a stern face and said, Chu Yue, I can agree to anything, but not this. You're my precious daughter. Your safety is more important than anything. You're an old fox who's thick-skinned. So it be. Oh yeah, you should stop playing those video games so often. Although you can make some quick cash, it's not a proper job. If you have time for games, you should come to the office and do some managerial accounting. When I get old, the Chongshan house will be yours sooner or later. I don't want it. Give the company to whoever you like. She turned around and said, I'm leaving for school. I still have 2 periods in the afternoon. She ran out before Chu Yunsheng could respond. She stopped at the door, turned around and teasingly said to Chu Yunsheng, Hey, you old fox. He lifted his head. What's the matter? Take care of yourself. You should go for a jog every day and train your body. Don't just stay in your room all day. I want you to be like a tortoise that lives for thousands of years. Feeling his heart swell, he smiled ruefully and replied, Aye, aye. Later on, he thought, if I were to live thousands of years like a tortoise, wouldn't I become a cuckold? How could that girl talk to him like that?
Chapter 42. The Aggressive An Wanwan. After transferring the money from Yi Ying and the others' cards into his account, Xiao Luo wondered what to do with the Omega watch. Although it retailed for around $50,000, luxury watches did not hold their value, and the Omega might not fetch a decent price if he tried to sell it. Nowadays, there were no pawn shops. If he couldn't exchange it for money, what good was it? Wow, an Omega watch! Its official price is tagged at $59,999. Brother Luo, where did you get it? Xu Xiaofei, who had a sharp eye for brands and quality, immediately recognized that the watch in Xiao Luo's hand wasn't some cheapo knockoff. It was a real Swiss Omega Series watch. He rolled over like a meatball, almost knocking Xiao Luo to the ground, and gazed at the watch with glowing eyes. Brother Luo must have bought it himself, Ding Kai interrupted. Xu Xiaofei instantly held Xiao Luo's hand with an expression of adoration. Sir, please be my sugar daddy. Xiao Luo was quiet for a moment. Don't listen to Ding Kai's bullshit. I won it in a bet yesterday. I didn't buy it. Won it in a bet? Xu Xiaofei and Ding Kai looked at each other, shock registering on their faces. Xiao Luo told them about the previous night's incident, but, of course, he only mentioned the snooker match. He didn't go into detail about all the other things that happened. Holy cow! Brother Luo, you're a living legend! Even at a dance party, you managed to win a $50,000 watch. If you attend a bigger event, won't you be winning yourself a pretty lady? Xu Xiaofei asked in surprise. Xiao Luo ignored him and turned to ask Ding Kai, Kaizi, do you know where I can sell this watch? It's easy. Ding Kai put down his book and sat on his bed. Now, there are lots of second-hand trading platforms on the internet. You just have to register an account, make a post, and wait for the buyers to contact you. Why, that's coarse. Xiao Luo raised his brow, wondering why he didn't think of that. Now that the internet was so developed, advertising online was without a doubt the most economical and efficient way to find a buyer. He immediately turned on his computer, selected a second-hand trading platform, and posted a description of the watch. He tagged it at $49,000. English class starts in 15 minutes. Let's get going, Brother Luo. Ding Kai looked at the time and jumped off his bed. Xiao Luo wasn't interested in attending class. I'm not going today. Lazu, please help me with the attendance. When he was in university, he did this more often than not. When Xu Xiaofei heard this, he gasped and held up his 3 fingers. Brother Luo, my good old Brother Luo, we're the only guys in the class. How could I possibly help you with attendance? It'll be so obvious if one of us isn't there. The girls can skip, but as the only guys, we can't. Xiao Luo didn't think of that. He chuckled and patted Xu Xiaofei's shoulders. Don't take it seriously. Why would I want to skip class? He was, however, smiling bitterly on the inside. Of all the majors Chu Yu could have studied, she had to choose professional English, which had only 3 conspicuous dudes. Now he had to attend every single class. When they got to the classroom, the class monitor Huang Ran was already there, and she glanced at all of them, then continued wiping down the podium and then the chalkboard. Although college lecturers mostly used multimedia for their lessons, they would sometimes use old-fashioned chalk to write and draw on the board at the side to convey their message better. As soon as Xiao Luo sat down, An Wanwan, who arrived next, shamelessly ran over and sat down next to him. "Hero Luo, can I sit here?" After puckering her lips, An Wanwan broke into a gleaming selfie smile, giving off a lovely and adorable aura. "I'd rather you sat slightly farther away, so we'll have more space," Xiao Luo said with a smile. "Don't be like that, Hero Luo. You're my type of guy. I'm not messing with you." An Wanwan got closer and boldly gave Xiao Luo a sexy wink. Who could resist her velvety eyes and smoldering sultriness? Although he had dated Zhao Mengxi for 4 years, he kept his promise not to have relations with her since they weren't married. Hence, his body was still unsocialized, meaning he was a virgin. But one whiff of An Wanwan's light fragrance was all it took to get the juices flowing. Xiao Luo gulped as he felt his pants getting tighter. He had to adjust how he was sitting and was afraid the others would notice his arousal. Her power to elicit a response from him was irritating in the extreme. What was An Wanwan thinking? Xiao Luo quickly diverted his attention. It was said that even heroes had a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. He didn't believe it before, but now he couldn't agree more. When an alluring temptress with enchanting charms gets close to you, what guy wouldn't have a physiological reaction? "Hero Luo, are you all right? Why are you flushed? Are you ill?" An Wanwan asked with a sly smile on her face as she reached out to touch his forehead with the back of her hand to see if he had a fever. Xiao Luo stood up and waved his hands. "Don't touch me, An Wanwan. I'm not boyfriend material for you." He was unsure of what to do. All he knew is that he desperately needed to move to a different seat. Why desperately? Because he was embarrassed by his excitement, which wasn't going away. He didn't want to be walking around and have the girls in the class see his bulge. When Xu Xiaofei and Ding Kai saw Xiao Luo switch seats in desperation, they broke into fits of laughter. "Brother Luo, nobody asked you to be so handsome. See, you can never get rid of your love luck." "What's wrong with being handsome? Lao Zu, I think you're jealous. Your heart is unbalanced because you're ugly and nobody likes you," Ding Kai said sarcastically. "Excuse me, why are you talking like you're handsome and girls like you? We're two birds of a feather. Let's not mock each other, okay?" "I will never be like you, no matter what. You're fat as a pig." "You're a son of a whore. You want to wrestle with me? Have I ever told you you're as scrawny as a monkey? Monkeys are intelligent animals. I'm proud to be a monkey." "And so what if I'm a pig? A pig's body is full of treasures. Its waist, ears, tail, which one of them isn't delicious?" Xiao Luo was watching them squabbling. "Ugh, have they nothing better to do? How can people fight over something so stupid as this?" At that moment, An Wanwan approached him again. She sat down and gasped bewitchingly with a coquettish glance. "Hero Luo, I'm sitting in front of you. Any objections?" Xiao Luo was oblivious to what was going on in An Wanwan's head. Of all people, why did she have to fall for him? A few minutes later, in walked Chu Yu and Bai Ling. Although they were told that Shan Gaoyang was the one who'd rescued them from the kidnapper, they weren't buying the story. Something didn't feel right. The figure they had seen before they passed out resembled Xiao Luo too much. "Bai Ling, tell me, is it the poser we saw last night?" Chu Yu kept staring at Xiao Luo with her beautiful face sheathed in doubt. Bai Ling shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe we were mistaken. The lighting wasn't that great. Plus, we were drugged at the time. We very likely mistook your bodyguard for Xiao Luo. That's what I think. That poser was so angry at me that he probably would have been happy if I'd been kidnapped. I can't imagine him going out of his way to help or save me."
Chapter 43. Precious First Time. At the end of the class, Xiao Luo felt like he had gone through a catastrophe. During the break between classes, he quickly lay prone on the table and closed his eyes for a brief while. It was too tormenting. A class was 45 minutes, and he ended up catching flies for 45 minutes.
Most certainly, sleeping on the table also meant warding off An Huan's harassment. When he was comfortably sleeping, Ding Kai beside him suddenly shoved him and said with a shaky voice, "Brother Luo, Song Jianan." "Who is Song Jianan?" Xiao Luo straightened himself and asked subconsciously, like someone who wasn't fully awake yet. Zhu Xiaofei almost collapsed. "Brother Luo, my good old Brother Luo, how could you forget Song Jianan? Remember Tong Yuzhe from third year's social studies who came looking for trouble? That's the guy that backed him up." "Oh, the president of the Mixed Martial Arts Club," Xiao Luo suddenly remembered and said. Zhu Xiaofei and Din Kai nodded in synchronism like woodpeckers. Although they said that they will fight it out with him, that was already days ago, and their dauntlessness was already long gone. When they see Song Jianan again this time, their expressions change drastically, especially Din Kai. He was looking outside the classroom with no courage to even let out a gasp. He's coming in. He must be here to find trouble with us." Din Kai suddenly opened his eyes wide as his scrawny body began trembling faintly. Zhu Xiaofei almost collapsed. He had his jaw clenched as he peered at the entrance of the classroom with a stiffened body. Tracing down their line of sight, Xiao Luo saw a guy who was 1.9 meters tall and wearing a black sleeveless garment paired with a blue sport casual pants. The muscles on his body were distributed like blocks, stacked up in individual pieces on the surface of this body. He was so brawny that even his singlet was stretched tight. It seemed like if he were to just be a little more muscular, even his singlet would be torn apart. He had a square-shaped face, bad skin, and very thick pores. Looking at him from a distance, it felt like he was pitted with craters. Sure enough, he was as fit as an ox. Xiao Luo could finally understand why Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai used the word raging bull to describe Song Jianan. With such robustness, he might be able to lift and hurl a 200-kilogram pig all by himself. And this guy was An Huan's boyfriend? One was petite and the other was all tall and mighty. How in God's name did these two fall for each other? Xiao Luo couldn't help but feel a little peculiar. Aside from Song Jianan, Tong Yuzhe and Chen Ji with faces full of pimples also arrived. They were like Song Jianan's lackeys that were following him on both sides. When the three people came in, they attracted the attention of everyone in the professional English class. But An Huan, who was Song Jianan's girlfriend, was having a hard time concealing the loathsomeness contained in her eyes. Learning from Xiao Luo, she pretended to be asleep on the table, seemingly lazy even to have a glance at Song Jianan. "You three, what is your major? We are going to start our class soon. If you're here to do revision, would you please help yourself to another classroom?" Having looked at their menacing entry, the English class lecturer politely asked the three of them to leave. Song Jianan halted his steps, turned his head around, and smiled calmly. "Sir, we are very interested in English, and hence we are here to listen to your class, but rest assured, we will not disturb the class." The English class lecturer was out of words. As an educator, he couldn't possibly chase away students who came to his class out of their passion for English. Following a dry cough, he said with a severe countenance, "Since you're here for the class, find yourselves an empty seat." "All right." Song Jianan nodded. After he glanced over the classroom, he walked towards An Huan in the end. "Pretty lady, can you please give me this seat?" Song Jianan said to the girl sitting beside An Huan. That girl, certainly aware that this big and bulky guy in front of her eyes was An Huan's boyfriend. She immediately packed her books and was about to vacate her seat. An Huan stood up and grabbed her. "Don't give him your seat. Who is he to ask you to do this? Ling Ling, sit here. Don't be scared of him." "But Wang Ling was extremely anxious. It was impossible to say that she wasn't afraid of Song Jianan. He was colossal and all the more fierce-looking. Any girl would have been afraid of him. "What are you doing, Huan? Cut it out already. I already came to you myself. Can we make peace?" Song Jianan said with his brows knitted. "Make peace? I already broke up with you. Don't ever come to me again," An Huan said straightforwardly. "Huan, stop joking with me, all right? I already said that I and Liang Huili are only ordinary friends." An Huan said exasperatedly. Will ordinary friends hold their hands with 10 fingers crossed? Song Jianan, I've had enough of you. That's it between us. The lecturer on the podium couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Students nowadays, how outrageous they have become. Their parents send them here to learn with their hard-earned money, but all they know is to fall in love. I can't even conduct a class in peace. That girl named Wang Ling quickly slipped away. There was no reason for her to be caught between An Huan and Song Jianan. Never. You are the only one I want in my life. Song Jianan waved his hands dignifiedly. At this moment, Huang Ruran stood up and yelled solemnly, facing them. We are going to have our class soon. If you have anything, please discuss it among yourselves in private after the class ends. This is a classroom, a place to learn, not for romance. Shut up and get lost. Who are you to interrupt while boss is speaking? Tong Yuze shouted at Huang Ruran while pointing at her. As soon as this sentence came out, several girls stood up immediately to criticize Tong Yuze. She's our class monitor, and who do you think you are? Yeah, this is the classroom for professional English. Who are you to talk? If you guys aren't here for class, get out. You're not welcome here. About 1/3 of the girls stood up. Although they were a bunch of ladies, they were not at all less imposing when they stood up. Song Jianan waved his hands to stop Tong Yuze from speaking and said to Huang Ruran with a false smile, Ah, so you're the class monitor. Sorry. My friend is a little impulsive. If you feel offended, please forgive us. Huang Ruran was reluctant to argue with the likes of him, but if they went overboard or dared to bully the girls in the classroom, she would never sit back and just watch. What's wrong with An Huan? Why would she agree to be Song Jianan's boyfriend? What's so good about that kind of guy? His muscles across his whole body look so disgusting. Young Mistress Chu, you can't say that. Everyone has their own preferences. Besides, Song Jianan isn't all that bad. At least he can give girls a sense of security. Knock it off. I will never get into a relationship at university. Dating is a waste of time, and I will even have to give away my precious first time. Precious first time? Bai Ling blushed instantly and said shyly, Why did you suddenly go there? What? Aren't you going to kiss if you date someone in university? Doesn't that mean that we'll be giving away our precious first kiss? Tru Yu said with a frown. So you're talking about first kisses. I thought... What do you think I'm talking about? I thought you... Bai Ling stuck her mouth to Chu Yu's ear and said in a volume that only the two of them could hear. After listening to her, 2 patches of blush immediately appeared on Chu Yu's gorgeous face. Even her ears had turned red. She pushed Bai Ling and said, You little filth! How could you come up with such a thing? How embarrassing of you!
Chapter 44. Righteousness Behind Your Back. Looking like demonic statues, the 3 of them sat down next to An Huan. Xiao Luo remained unruffled by their threatening vibes, but poor Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were too rattled to even play with their phones. Boss, it's these 3 dogs behind us. Tang Yuze glimpsed at Xiao Luo while whispering to Song Jianan. Although the wounds from his fight with Xiao Luo had healed, his resentment had festered. Backed up by Song Jianan, he was hell-bent on revenge and did not fear Xiao Luo at all. We're doomed. Zhu Xiaofei's and Ding Kai's faces turned green. They were feeling lucky a few minutes ago because they thought Song Jianan was here for An Huan. But that wasn't the case. He was here to settle a score. Song Jianan was someone who could break bricks with his bare hands, for heaven's sake. Were their bodies stronger than bricks? What should they do? Flee or not flee? If they fled, those goons would come to their dorm room. If they stayed put, they'd get beaten up after the bell rang. Either way, they were sitting ducks. Song Jianan glanced disdainfully at Xiao Luo and the other 2 guys and said faintly, Ignore them for now. Wait until the class ends. Psst! Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai's bodies were trembling uncontrollably, and they felt sick to their stomach. So Song Jianan was waiting until the class ends. Waiting until the class ends?
Hearing this, An Huan turned to Song Jianan and asked him, "What are you guys up to? What did Yu Xiaofei and the others do to provoke you?" "How could those three good-for-nothings possibly do to provoke me? It's just that these two buddies of mine got beaten up by them, and I need to help them vent their anger. You don't have to get involved, Huan. I'll go easy on them since they're your classmates." Then Song Jianan placed his thick arms on her shoulders. She pushed his hands away. "This is the classroom. Try touching me again and I'll yell." "I can't touch you in the classroom? How about when we're alone?" Song Jianan grinned. "You—" She was pissed to remind him that studying was important. "No, do not want." She turned to look around and say, "I don't want to talk to you anymore." "Don't be angry. You're not attractive when you're that way. Come on, how about a smile?" Song Jianan extended his hands to pinch An Huan's cheeks. She was angered speechless by his boldness. Her eyes were raging. "Don't touch me." "Shh, keep quiet. Class is still in session." Song Jianan made a keep quiet gesture and then moved his hands around An Huan, disregarding her warning. Unable to tolerate his behavior any longer, An Huan stood up to move to another seat. However, Song Jianan grabbed her wrist and forcibly pulled her back to her chair. "Huan, what do you want me to do? Rip my heart out and give it to you on a silver platter?" She couldn't free herself from this raging bull. After struggling a few times to no avail, she grimaced and said softly, "Let go of my hand. Did you hear me? Let go of me." "Not unless you forgive me and continue being my girlfriend." Song Jianan wasn't giving up. He grabbed An Huan's white and tender thigh with his other hand and stroked it wantonly. An Huan felt that her lungs were about to explode in anger. It's not that Song Jianan hadn't touched her while they were dating. That wasn't the real issue. What upset her more was that he was acting up in class. She was embarrassed and wanted to slap him on the spot. But Song Jianan had good reflexes. When she raised her hand, he grabbed it as if she was about to fan his face. "Don't be this way, Huan. I love you. I'll do anything for you." "Then go and die." Feeling wronged, An Huan stared at him exasperatedly as her eyes turned red. She didn't understand how she ever got involved with such a complicated guy. He was a thug, a hooligan, a ruffian. He frowned and said, "That's not nice of you. Huan, you know I can't live without you. All my friends know of your existence. If you're not my girlfriend anymore, they'll laugh at me behind my back. I'm the president of mixed martial arts. I can't afford to be ridiculed or to look foolish." "That's none of my business. Let me go." "I'm not letting you go. Even if I die, I won't let you go." You can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink. Are you deliberately acting like a dick by touching a girl in front of so many people? Did you know that any unwanted physical contact, including but not limited to kissing, holding hands, or touching someone's butt, is classified as sexual harassment? You'd better let go of An Huan, or I'll call the police now and let them handle this. The faint voice belonged to Xiao Luo, who was sitting behind An Huan. Initially, he was reluctant to interfere, but An Huan was his classmate. When he looked at her struggling and on the verge of tears, he knew he had to take a stand. "Hero Law!" An Huan looked at Xiao Luo with surprise. She never expected him to stick up for her. After all, Song Jianan's name was notorious. Everyone was afraid of him. If it weren't for this very fact, she would have used Xiao Luo as a shield before this. Sug, Ding Kai gulped as they thought to themselves, "It's over with us. There's no more room for any form of kindness." Call the police? Was he serious? Song Jianan's expression soured as he then turned around to look at Xiao Luo with hazy eyes. "Hey kid, are you living in La La Land? Do you think the police have nothing better to do? Do you think they give a fuck about such a minor issue?" "You're wrong. First, you might have a face that's desperately aging, but I'm older than you, hence you have no right to call me kid. You should be calling me Big Brother instead." Second, harassing any female is no trivial issue. If you don't believe me, I'll call the police now and you'll see if they care. Xiao Luo took out his phone and tapped on 2 ones without delay. Fuck! This dog shit is going to call the police! Tong Yuzhe and Chen Jie's faces suddenly changed. The same happened to Song Jianan as he loosened his grip on An Huan. Xiao Luo didn't continue to top 0. He lifted his head and smiled playfully. See, you think the police care about this minor issue too, right? You're a piece of dead meat. Song Jianan's face turned deathly pale as he stared down at Xiao Luo with his triangular eyes. Xiao Luo ignored him and said to An Huan, when someone bullies you, you don't have to put up with it. The police have our back on that score. The police have our back? Did I hear him right? Although what he said made sense, it would have never occurred to her to get involved with the police in her lifetime, much less over something like this. When she heard Xiao Luo saying that with a straight face, she knew it meant that. Nodding slowly, she said, I got it, Hero Luo. After that, she looked at Xiao Luo with affectionate eyes, feeling that at this moment he was very manly and cool.
Chapter 45. Absurd Request. Seeing An Huan looking at another guy longingly, Song Jianan couldn't help but widen his eyes and asked, Huan, what is your relationship with this guy? She's my future boyfriend, An Huan answered. Since Xiao Luo wasn't afraid of Song Jianan, she naturally had nothing to worry about. Moreover, she was actually telling the truth. If one were to say that she was fooling around when he asked Xiao Luo to be her boyfriend earlier on, now she was dead serious, not because of other reasons, but because Xiao Luo dared to provoke Song Jianan for her sake. Xiao Luo clouded up, knowing that he had gotten into big trouble after An Huan said that. As he expected, blood veins disseminated across Song Jianan's eyeballs. He was just like a raging bull, clenching his fist and death-staring at Xiao Luo. At this moment, the air seemingly froze. Zhu Xiaofei, In Kai at the side, gasped in chills. In their minds, they had already imagined the bloody picture of themselves being smashed into mincemeat by Song Jianan. Please behave yourselves in class. Don't chatter among yourselves. Although you are already an adult, you are still a student in essence. Focus on learning and discipline yourselves in class, or else leave the classroom. What I detest the most is students disturbing my class. The English lecturer abruptly dry-coughed a few times and said sternly facing Song Jianan's direction. This remark was obviously directed at Song Jianan and his gang. Song Jianan, who was about to go ham on Xiao Luo, gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and held back his impulse. No matter how arrogant he was still scrupulous towards the lecturers at school. The school's disciplinary actions would be written directly into his file, which couldn't be erased even with an entire lifetime. These were all vital for his future development. With a gloomy face, he gave Xiao Luo a big thumbs up. You even have the guts to snatch my girl. Kudos to you. I need to mention just one thing. I have snatched no one's girlfriend. Besides, I hate people who snatch other people's girlfriends the most, Xiao Luo said, chilling. I have to tell you another fact. I have both the nuts and the guts, because I'm a man. Those with no guts are eunuchs. Huh! Nobody has ever talked to me like that in Huaye. Just wait for it. The time where you go boohoo will definitely come. Song Jianan was simmering with rage at the moment. You dog shit. Just wait until boss wrecks you. Tang Yuzhe turned his head around and said smugly, even a saint can get mad, not to mention Xiao Luo, who was made of blood and flesh. Being called dog shit by this guy with a mouthful of shit really got him triggered this time. His pupils contracted as he stared at Tang Yuzhe. I dare you to call me dog shit again. Facing Xiao Luo's gaze, Tang Yuzhe abruptly recalled the terror this guy gave him a few days ago at the dorm's rooftop and subconsciously shivered. But as he thought of it again, his boss was just beside him. Why should he be afraid? He looked at Xiao Luo viciously. You dog shit? And what? What can you do? Beat me up if you dare.
Whack me in front of your teacher. Do you fucking dare to do so?" Xiao Luo smiled harmlessly. On the next second, his expression changed drastically, and he stood up like a ferocious beast. Brrr. The table in front of him was broken by the force of him standing up. Before Tang Yuze even had the time to react, the collar of his t-shirt was caught by Xiao Luo's enormous hand. Subsequently, a barbaric force came propagating through Xiao Luo's hand, making it difficult for him to resist. Firstly, his entire body was lifted, and then he flew uncontrollably towards the aisle in the middle of the classroom. Hearing only a bang, he fell to the ground with 4 of his limbs facing the sky, with his back coincidentally landing on the 90-degree angle of the stone staircase. Tang Yuze screeched in pain like that of a pig being slaughtered. Like a feral tiger, Xiao Luo left his seat and leaped towards him. He bent over and used one hand to drag Tang Yuze on the ground out of the class, with a force that he couldn't resist, like he was lugging a dead dog. Everything happened too suddenly, not to mention that all the girls in the professional English class were shocked. Even Song Jianan himself was startled. Who would have expected Xiao Luo, who was still smiling with a harmless face at the moment before, to turn hostile immediately at the very next second and roughing up directly in the classroom? "Xiao Luo, what are you doing?" Wang Ruoran was the earliest to react as she stood up and loudly asked. The English lecturer also recovered from surprise after blinking his eyes a few times and said, "Xiao Luo, you... He was utterly taken aback. He had been teaching for more than a decade and had never encountered such a bold student who actually dared to hit someone else before him, an absolute disregard of discipline and absurdly outrageous behavior. "Sir, this has nothing to do with me. He was the one who requested me to beat him up. Such a request may seem absurd and wacky, but he really did come up with that request. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai." Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were completely stupefied. Their brains were entirely blank. Nevertheless, when Xiao Luo asked them to testify, they quickly stood up and said with a nod, "Sir, Brother Luo, what Xiao Luo said is the truth. He pointed at Tang Yuze. He kept on calling Xiao Luo a dog shit just now, and even threatened Xiao Luo to hit him if he has the guts. I heard him loud and clear. Me too, I heard him say that. He really did make such a request." Tang Yuze was crying but with no tears, as he quickly defended. "I didn't. They're lying." "You never made such a request?" Xiao Luo grabbed him, lifted him up, gave him a slap, and stared at him indifferently. "I'll give you another chance. Have you asked me to hit you just now?" Tang Yuze was terrified. His face was all hot and in pain. He glanced at Song Jianan to calm himself down, converted all the humiliation into rage, and replied resolutely, "No." "Really?" Xiao Luo sneered. "Bonk." With a swing at one foot, Tang Yuze, who was defenseless, slumped on the ground on his knees. The pain caused him to screech in agony once again. "Speak, have you asked me to hit you?" Xiao Luo questioned again with a stern face. Ruthless. Had a smile on his face, but merciless in conduct. Tang Yuze was terrified. His face was simply terrifying, just like when a sheep sees a wolf. He turned his eyes to Song Jianan to seek help and replied sobbingly, "Yes." Xiao Luo lifted his head in satisfaction. He looked at the lecturer and said with a smile, "Sir, you heard him. I already told you that he asked me to hit him." The English lecturer was stunned. The girls in the professional English class were stupefied as they gazed at Xiao Luo like he was an alien. Why does it look like someone confessing to false charges under torture? Besides, even if Tang Yuze requested for it, does that allow Xiao Luo to whack him like he was entitled to? "Xiao Luo, stop fooling around," Wang Ruoran yelled at him. "Hurry up and let him go. Don't let things go out of hand." At this moment, Chu Yu stood up like she was a messenger of God and advised, "Hey, poser, can you tune down yourself a little bit? Our class has never been quiet after you came."
Yeah, Xiao Luo, fighting in school is a serious violation of disciplinary acts. You'll get informed and lectured if it's not serious, and if it is, you'll get warned and punished. If it goes further beyond that, you may be forced to drop out of school. Please don't do foolish things, Xiao Luo, Bai Ling said with her black eyebrows knitted.
Chapter 46. Fight.
Hero Luo, stop. You made your point. You're a superhero.
An Huan's plea persuaded him to take his hands off Tang Yuze. After all, they were in class now. She was worried about Xiao Luo getting kicked out of school or arrested. Maybe it was already too late for that. Xiao Luo grabbed Tang Yuze's collar, pulled him closer and snarled, "I don't feel like hitting you with so many people here saying I shouldn't. So you apologize to me and I'll stop right now. How's that?" "You son of a fucking whore!" Of course, Tang Yuze didn't say that, but he felt like it. Who ever heard of someone apologizing after being beaten up? This was way over the top. "Well, are you going to apologize? If not, I'll continue." Sneering, Xiao Luo pushed Tang Yuze away and channeled a brutal punt toward his head. "I'm sorry," Tang Yuze exclaimed. "I'm wrong. I'm at fault. I'm sorry." Whoosh! A forceful wind gusted as Xiao Luo's right foot barely missed Tang Yuze's neck. The air whipped up by his feet blasted Tang Yuze's shiny hair into an oily mess. That guy was so scared he almost peed in his pants. The other students were too frightened to move. They just stood there in bewilderment, feeling this cold-hearted brute's murderous aura. Was this the same mild-mannered Xiao Luo who often slept through his classes? He was like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. "You, how dare you touch my people? Today shall be your end," shouted Shan Jianan. He had already stomped to the middle aisle of the classroom, charging at Xiao Luo like a wild animal, as frightful as a raging bull, clamoring like thunder. With an unparalleled semblance, the shadow of his shifting palm smashed against Xiao Luo. The blow sent a tsunami of adrenaline rushing through his arms. Xiao Luo felt a tingling pain on both sides of his body as he lost his balance and stumbled backward several steps. Shan Jianan's strength was beyond his estimation. Shan Jianan, on the contrary, took a few steps backwards with a look of surprise on his face. He never expected Xiao Luo to be so strong. Still, the explosive power in his body was no match for Shan Jianan, who had been practicing martial arts since he was a young boy. In addition to his excellent kung fu, he had refined his body to the absolute extreme. With around 4% body fat, he had extraordinary muscle mass. He was a human fighting machine. "Do you practice martial arts?" Shan Jianan withdrew his disdainful eyes. "People who can take him on by force are worthy of his reverence." "If I do, what does that have to do with you?" Xiao Luo asked callously. "Take it as if I didn't ask then. Come!" With a bellowing howl, Shan Jianan charged toward Xiao Luo like a crazed beast, spewing blood. "What an enormous force!" Xiao Luo snorted in contempt as he went against him. With his right hand clenched into a fist and a commanding strength that could pierce the void, he was like a growling cheetah, its giant claws ready to grab and choke its prey. Boom! Their fists collided in the air, followed by a sound that penetrated the abyss. The collision between strength and power had anyone scared stiff. With their own eyes, the students were witnessing a fight that previously could only be seen on television. At close range, the erupting field generated by forces clashing into each other was tremoring the souls of every single person in the room. 3 minutes and counting. That's how long it took for the dispute to degenerate into an all-out brawl that was still going strong. "Enough! Stop!" The English lecturer snapped back to his senses and tried to break up the fight. He picked up a book and slammed it down on the podium with all his might. Bam! It sounded as if the entire classroom was blasted away by a thunderclap. Everyone subconsciously quivered, including the brawlers. "What in God's name are you two doing? Shooting a martial arts film? Do you guys want to become practitioners? I'll have you both expelled from the university and send you back to your home sweet homes." The English lecturer, his face flushed, was yelling furiously. But the students ignored him. Things were getting ugly.
Afraid of being expelled from school, Shanjanan was the first to put up his hands in surrender. He said with a grin, "Peace, you've misunderstood, sir. Our hands are itchy, and we couldn't resist sparring with each other. Everyone who practices martial arts has such a shortcoming. I hope you can understand, sir. Wipe that smile off your face and get out. You're obviously not here to learn. Leave, now, before I call the school security." No, since you don't like us, sir, we will leave." With a fake smile like a snake, Shanjanan gave the English lecturer a little bow. Then he waved his hands and said to Tang Yuzhe and Chen Jie in a deep voice, "Let's bounce." Upon finishing, he turned around and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Xiao Luo a death stare and an "I love you" gesture to An Huan, who was now sitting in the first row. "Leave, now!" The English lecturer pointed to the door. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Luo. "What about you, Xiao Luo? Do you want to leave or stay for the rest of the class?" "I choose to stay, sir." Xiao Luo smiled with his eyes narrowed. He reverted to his gentle Dr. Jekyll demeanor, which was so different from when he was brawling with Shanjanan just now, with the former being gloomy, arrogant, and smug, and the latter being sincere and easygoing and cooperative. Everyone in the classroom was starting to believe that Xiao Luo was two different people. Who was he? The mild Xiao Luo of just now, or the brutal Xiao Luo of a few minutes ago? "Then you're still standing there. Sit down." The English lecturer tugged his face. Without saying anything, Xiao Luo found a new seat and obediently sat down. "Rurana, remember to let him report the damaged desk after class. This is considered vandalism." Shuangranran nodded. She stood up and said, "Yes, sir." Before sitting back down, she turned her head around and shot Xiao Luo a scornful look for his atrocious behavior. "All right, then. Let's continue our class, shall we?" the English lecturer said dryly, picking up where he had left off before the brawl. After such a ruckus, the girls couldn't calm down. Was Xiao Luo good enough to survive a few more matches with Shanjanan, president of the Mixed Martial Arts Club, a force to be reckoned with? What was Hero Luo up to before he came back to university? Yeah, their disparity in body size is immense, but he was only at a little bit of a disadvantage when he went against Shanjanan. What was his diet like while growing up? I think he's someone with a backstory. Everyone started discussing softly among themselves, in private. He was a soldier and trained in the army for 2 years. What's so strange about him having a little bit of some fighting skills? Tru Yue's words resolved the doubts of everyone. Indeed, Hero Luo came back to university after being discharged from 2 years of military service. He must have honed his skills in the army. And Huan passed a note to Xiao Luo. "Hero Luo, you were so freaking cool just now. Let's go to the mountain behind the school after class. I want to sketch your portrait." Xiao Luo wanted to laugh when he saw it. Then he replied using a pen, "Forget about me. The skies and the clouds will do." He was still bummed out that he had to pay for the damaged desk after class. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai became Xiao Luo's die-hard fans, wishing that they could just adhere to Xiao Luo like 2 suckerfish. They never thought that Xiao Luo was so strong to the extent that he could go against Shanjanan. It was unimaginable. At the same time, the 3 guys who left the classroom began to chatter. "Boss, are we going to let him go just like that?" Chen Jie inquired. "Of course we can't. Me and Xiao Luo cannot exist together," Shanjanan said fiercely as he looked at his slight quivering right hand. When their punches collided just now, his hand was knocked out of joint and hurt badly. If it weren't for his extreme endurance, he would have humiliated himself in the classroom by crying out in pain.
Chapter 47. Take a break when you should. As one hunter that posed a threat to Chu Yu had already made the scene, Xiao Luo was in a state of high tension these days. Whether in class or choir practice, he was exceptionally sensitive to every stranger who had shown up. With far-reaching influence and resources, Chu Yunxiang had got his hands on the hunter's information. Hence, not only that Xiao Luo knew the hunter's name and nickname, he even had his appearance etched in his mind. With his eyebrows knitted, he looked at the nearby forest and drifted off in contemplation. If I were him,
When and where would I decide to act? When he was spacing out, an oval face appeared before him. A pair of glazed eyes were staring at him angrily. It was the class monitor, Wang Ruran. "Anything?" Xiao Luo asked faintly. Wang Ruran rebuked. "Everyone else is focusing on choir practice except you. You are always standing here absent-minded. What in the world are you thinking?" "Everyone's spare time is precious. Besides, we've already practiced for 2 hours today. My throat is going to burst after all the singing. This should be enough, isn't it?" Xiao Luo said firmly. When he was in university, he was equally not keen on his school conducting choir competitions. It had no significance whatsoever. It would have been better if students could use the time for choir practice to do what they liked to do. These remarks resonated with the girls in the professional English major, as they spoke out in succession. "Yeah, Ruran, let's call it for today. Not to mention that my throat has become sore. Even my legs have become wobbly after all the standing. I can't even feel them. 2 hours is long enough. We have another 2 weeks' time anyway. Let's continue practicing tomorrow. I want to rest so badly. If we continue practicing, our vocal cords will all be crippled." Standing while practicing choir is indeed very exhausting. Everyone in the professional English class felt like they were about to kick the bucket. "No, our placement in the choir competition will directly affect our course's collective reputation. We can't even sing Yellow River properly now. How can we possibly go for the competition? We will definitely make ourselves look ugly on stage. 2 weeks may seem long, but there's not much time left for us to practice. We only have 28 hours at the very most. We must have a sense of crisis." "But even with all the sense of crisis, we still have to eat, right? It's already 11:55. In 5 minutes, it will be the peak time for lunch. It will be a long queue for everything." "All this poser would ever know is to eat," Chu Yuan muttered in her heart, but she did feel that her stomach was a little bit empty. Wang Ruran took out her phone, looked at the time, then loudly said, "5 more times, and we call it a day." "What? 5 more times? Oh Lord, please help us!" When the girls who were already tired and numb at their legs heard her, they immediately mourned in sorrow. Xiao Luo didn't give a damn. He didn't come to Huaye to be restricted, let alone participate in this damned choir. He was just a bodyguard in disguise, and it was not necessary for him to be so competent in being a student. "Well, my apologies. You may proceed with the practice. I'm hungry. Gonna go grab some food." Xiao Luo dropped a word and left. "Brother Luo, wait for us!" Zhu Sheifi and Ding Kai quickly tagged along. They had enough of the girls' oppression. They felt that now was the time for the boys to mount a comeback, bulking up some manliness and become the masters. "Hero Luo is really going against Ruran," An Huan purted her lips as she muttered to herself. The three departed, blatantly challenging Wang Ruran's authority as the class monitor. Wang Ruran ran after them and stretched her arms to block their path, with her teeth clenched and eyes that were about to spurt fire. Like a raging leopardess, she said word by word, "I said we will dismiss after another 5 times. Do you 3 hear me? Ruran, we're really hungry. See, even my chest is touching my back," Zhu Sheifi said while patting his chest. What he said was ineluctably hilarious. Affiliating his round physique with the phrase chest touching his back, he was really lying through his teeth. Ding Kai echoed, "I'm famished. Ruran, please be merciful and let us go for lunch. If I faint due to low blood sugar, you will have to take full responsibility. When I go to the hospital, the registration fee, consultation fee, medical expense, nutrition expense, you need to reimburse me everything." "Shut up!" Wang Ruran was exasperated. With her fist clenched, she glared at Xiao Luo ragefully and commanded, "Get back! You may go anywhere you want after we finish the last 5 practices." We'd been practicing for 2 hours. Even a 2-period class should have ended by now. This isn't how we should practice choir. When everyone doesn't wish to continue practicing, not to mention 5 times, even 50 or 100 times will yield no effect. You are only wasting time. "Don't make excuses for your laziness," Wang Ruran said indifferently. Xiao Luo shook his head. "I wasn't finding an excuse. You are the class monitor. You gathered everyone during our free time to practice choir and nobody said a thing. We put everything aside and hurried to this pavilion to practice singing. You, on the other hand, should consider for us all as well." He paused for a while and continued. "Now, we've been practicing for 2 hours non-stop. The fact that we are always standing aside, the singing is already a pain by itself. Since we can't even sing Yellow River properly even after practicing so long, you should stop and think about whether this training method is wrong instead of insisting everyone to sing for another 5 times." Although Xiao Luo was yet again on the opposite side of Wang Ruran, the girls in the professional English major supported Xiao Luo's statement. Even the girls who had always sided with Wang Ruran felt that Xiao Luo was being very logical this time. After all, it had almost been 5 days since they began training. Since they were still unable to sing Yellow River properly, something must be wrong with the training method. "After so many days the poser came here, I think he's right this time," Chu Yuan said while pouting her lips. Bai Ling nodded as she felt the same, but then she shook her head again as she felt that everything Xiao Luo had said previously was also very reasonable. Wang Ruran felt that she had managed the class well in an orderly fashion, but after Xiao Luo came, everything changed. Her authority as the class monitor was under an unprecedented attack. Gritting her teeth, she asked Xiao Luo, "Why are you always against me?" "You're thinking too much. I'm not against anyone. Believe it or not, I've forgotten everything in the past, otherwise I wouldn't have hurried to this place at the first time after receiving your message. But you may ask yourselves, is our practice time a little too long? Even if this choir competition is really that important, we should still take a break when we should. Am I right?" Xiao Luo said calmly. He had long forgone the unpleasant events during the last oral class. He wouldn't hold a grudge with a girl for so long. This time, he went against Wang Ruran only because he felt that she was being very unreasonable.
Chapter 48. Strengths and Flaws. Wang Ruran stared at Xiao Luo with eyes full of hate. Why is this guy always opposing me? Does he think I'm unworthy to be the class monitor, or does he think he's more qualified to take on that position? The girls who were on good terms with her ran over and tried to get Xiao Luo to reconsider. "Great hero Xiao Luo, just sing 5 more times, please. It's not a big deal, is it? Yeah, we'll be out of here in 20 minutes at most. Monitor Ruran is doing this for the good of our major. Our performance will reflect on our collective honor. If we do poorly, we'll look bad in front of the students from other majors. They might even poke fun at us." Xiao Luo's intense debate with Wang Ruran in oral English had won him the approval of nearly everyone in the class. Moreover, he was merely expressing the unspoken thoughts of some of the students. The good thing is that the girls were now more willing to listen to his ideas and suggestions without feeling threatened. Yeah, they had definitely lightened up. Our country encourages leading cadres to integrate with the masses and to listen to their voices. This also applies to a collective, like a classroom or a major in a university. Wang Ruran is the equivalent of a leading cadre, and we are the masses. The voice of the masses is saying that we want to take a break. So can I say that her insistence on practicing means that she's now divorced from the masses and no longer represents our interests?" said Xiao Luo with a deadpan expression. "Fuck me.
He brought the level of the argument up to the national realm. Did Brother Lo have to be so freaking cool? Zhu Xiafei and Ding Kai looked at Xiao Luo admiringly. They loved the way he presented his ideas and arguments. Pretentious dick. Stop talking nonsense. Ruran just wants us to practice singing a little more, but you've turned it into an argument about a leading cadre becoming divorced from the masses. Stop exaggerating. Truye berated him quietly. Although she wasn't close to Huang Ruran, she acknowledged her position as the class monitor. Exaggerate? Leading cadres and the masses are the big society, while we're a microcosm here. What's the difference between the two? Huang Ruran isn't taking our opinions into consideration. She's just imposing her will on us. Am I not allowed to object? This is a dictatorship. This is... Stop! Stop! I'll give you money. Shu Ye gestured at him to stop. She couldn't stand how he talked. She then took out $30 from her pocket. $30 to buy 20 minutes from you. Listen to Ruran and sing 5 more times, okay? Deal. Xiao Luo snatched the money out of Chu Ye's hand and stuffed it into his pocket. Do you only care about money? Chu Ye asked indignantly as she pointed at him with her lollipop. It's not the only thing I care about, but I won't turn my back on money. Xiao Luo glanced at the lollipop that was within reach. It exuded a sweet, tempting smell. He said faintly, I wouldn't object if you gave me this lollipop to tide me over until lunch. Dream on. This is a limited import from Germany. Why would I give it up so easily when even I can't bear to eat it? Chu Ye quickly put the lollipop back in her mouth for fear of it being stolen by Xiao Luo. Hua Ye cafeteria was bustling with students. After the English language majors finished the 5th rendition of Yellow River, all of them rushed to the cafeteria. They had worked up quite an appetite. Xiao Luo, Zhu Xiafei, and Ding Kai sat together. An Wanwan came over to join them after getting her meal. Hero Lo, this glass of strawberry juice is for you. An Wanwan sat down and put a glass of delicious strawberry juice in front of him. Thank you, but I'm not thirsty, Xiao Luo politely refused. An Wanwan laughed and said, You will be after you finish eating. This strawberry juice is delicious. I don't like strawberry juice, Xiao Luo said a little more seriously. Heh, Brother Lo doesn't like it, but I'll have it. Both his eyes and hands were swift. Zhu Xiafei grabbed the strawberry juice and took a big gulp. He loved to do this kind of cheap, silly thing. Damn pig! I bought this for Hero Lo. Why the hell did you drink it? Oh, don't be so stingy. Since Brother Lo's not drinking it, it's only natural to drink it for him as his bro. If an older bro can't do something, it falls to the younger bro to do it on his behalf. There's nothing wrong with this. As the saying goes, a dead pig doesn't fear scalding water. Fuck your sister. Why the hell would I want you to drink this for his behalf? Besides, has Hero Lo acknowledged you as his younger bro? Stop trying to attach yourself to his name so shamelessly. An Wanwan gritted her teeth and huffed angrily. Ding Kai laughed out loud. The beautiful Huan is right. Lao Tzu is just shameless. His skin is thicker than the city walls. Get lost. Since even food can't block that mouth of yours, I'll pull out all your pubic hair, trust me. An Wanwan refused to lower herself to this guy's standards. She smiled at Xiao Luo and said in a soft and sweet voice, Hero Lo, what would you like to drink? I'll buy it for you again. Plain boiled water, Xiao Luo replied unhappily. I didn't believe An Wanwan would continue pestering me. Sure enough, An Wanwan frowned and said, But I need to go back to the dorm to boil water in an electric kettle. You can't get boiled water in the cafeteria. Her delicate brows relaxed and her eyes brightened. But I can find a way to get you a glass of plain boiled water. Hero Lo, you just wait here. After she finished talking, she abandoned her meal, got up, and ran out of the cafeteria. Oh my God, the beautiful Huan has set her heart on chasing Brother Lo. Wow, Zhu Xiafei, astounded. It's none of our business. Let's just eat. Ding Kai lowered his head and continued stuffing his mouth. Xiao Luo never imagined An Wanwan would be so stubborn and delusional. Moreover, he made that offhand remark to help her back out of an awkward situation. And he wanted to discourage her from buying him a drink. Why couldn't she take the hint? An Wanwan returned after a short time, carrying a glass of plain boiled water from the security room. She was running so quickly that she became breathless and sweaty. She put the glass in front of Xiao Luo and gave a satisfied smile. "Hero Luo, here's the plain boiled water you just ordered." He felt extraordinarily embarrassed and guilty. "An Wanwan, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? I fetched a glass of plain boiled water for you." "I asked why you fetched it for me." "Because I like you." An Wanwan sat down on the opposite side of him and smiled like the sweet, naive young woman she was. Xiao Luo was bewildered. "You don't even know me, so how can you say something like that?" "Oh, but I do know you. You're handsome, nice, eloquent, and especially good at fighting." An Wanwan held up a finger for each quality she enumerated. "You're talking about my strengths. You don't know my flaws." "Flaws? Like what?" "For example, I'm a male chauvinist. I'm bad at accepting discipline, and I also feel inferior sometimes." "That doesn't matter." An Wanwan shook her head. "Those are not flaws in my eyes. I'm not very even-tempered." "It doesn't matter. It's normal for a man with real abilities to have a bit of a temper. It would be abnormal if you were totally incapable of getting angry." "I'm much older than you. I like older guys. They're mature and stable." An Wanwan grinned. "Fuck!" No matter how calm and unflustered Xiao Luo's nature was, right now he couldn't help but curse. Even though it was a breach of etiquette, it was an emotional release.
Chapter 49. Notice of Challenge. If he were to ask himself honestly, An Wanwan's appearance was really good. She had bright eyes, white teeth, and a fair complexion, but she was quite petite. Her short stature could not be considered a flaw, however. Many guys would instinctively want to protect a girl like her. The real issue is that Xiao Luo thought they were unsuitable for each other. There were two main reasons for this. First, he wasn't a student. The sole purpose of coming to Huaye was to protect Chu Yue secretly. Second, he'd been working hard in society for 3 years. He was looking for a girlfriend so they could get married, but undergrads were not within the scope of his consideration. "Xiao Luo!" someone called out. The voice, which sounded like a resonant bell, disturbed his reverie. Looking up, he saw 5 or 6 beefy guys, their faces revealing their cruel and ruthless intentions. One guy in a plaid shirt took a step forward, his brushed-up hair swaying with his movement. "Who's Xiao Luo?" These students are strangers. So why are they singling me out? Must have something to do with Song Jianan. "What's your problem?" he asked dryly. When they saw that Xiao Luo wasn't at all nervous, but was even exhibiting an aloof and superior demeanor, their faces hardened. The guy in the plaid shirt shouted, "Are you motherfucking Xiao Luo? Just shut up if you're not. Otherwise, I'll smash your pig brain." They were spoiling for a fight. That much was obvious. "Uh-oh, Xiao Luo seems to be in trouble," whispered Bailing. She was sitting on the other side of the cafeteria when she noticed the strange goings-on at Xiao Luo's table. Chu Yue pushed her coiffured hair behind her ears and said disapprovingly, "That pretentious dick gets into trouble wherever he goes. I'm used to it." She sipped some orange juice through a straw. Then she took a look and said, "It's the people from the Mixed Martial Arts Club. It seems that Song Jianan and the pretentious dick have gotten into a dispute." Hearing the raised voices, Huang Ruran also turned around to see what was happening with Xiao Luo. It was hard to tell from her expression if she was happy or sad about it. An Wanwan stood up and stared angrily at the boy in the plaid shirt. "Zhao Xingha, what are you up to? Are you preparing to start something in the cafeteria?" "None of your business. We're not here because of a fickle woman like you," Zhao Xingha warned her as he pointed his finger at her. Then he slammed the table with his fist and bellowed at Xiao Luo, Zhu Shafui, and Ding Kai. "Who the hell is Xiao Luo? Stand up!" Zhu Shafui jumped from his seat.
5 or 6 pairs of eyes turned toward him as he asked, "Are you Xiao Luo?" "I'm not." Zhu Xiaofui spread his hands. Ding Kai also stood up at this time. He was emboldened with Xiao Luo nearby. These 5 or 6 people stared at him. "Are you?" "I'm not." Ding Kai shook his head. "Then why the fuck did you stand up?" Zhao Xingha yanked Ding Kai's collar, nearly lifting him off the floor. "I'm a civilized student. I'm taking my cutlery and plates back to the collection point to reduce the burden on the cafeteria workers." "Motherfucker!" Zhao Xingha was beyond pissed off, and he shoved Ding Kai just for the hell of it. He was like fallen leaves blown around by the wind. As he stumbled back a few steps, Zhu Xiaofui caught him, otherwise he would have fallen on the floor. "What do you think you're doing? You have no right to push people," Zhu Xiaofui rebuked angrily. "Just because my arm is thick, what about it? You want to compare?" Zhao Xingha said brashly as he flexed his cannonball biceps. Zhu Xiaofui was pudgy, no match for someone like Zhao Xingha. When he saw his bulging biceps, he immediately shut his mouth. Another guy pointed at Xiao Luo, who was eating his lunch. "Brother Zhao, he's Xiao Luo." This boy was from the same group as Tang Yucua. Xiao Luo had beaten him up on the rooftop of the boys' dormitory. The boy would remember Xiao Luo's appearance till the day he died. "You're Xiao Luo?" Zhao Xingha slapped Xiao Luo's shoulder twice and said with a dark and somber face, "Why didn't you respond to me when I called you just now? You treating my words like farts?" "Now that you mention it, it does smell like someone's farting. It smells bad." Xiao Luo fanned the air in front of his nose. An Wanwan giggled. "Ha ha! Hero Luo, you're so funny!" Zhao Xingha's expression went from amused to horrific. He lifted his foot and stumped it on Xiao Luo's stool. "You just made fun of me. Are you tired of living?" "You can just talk. Don't move your feet." Xiao Luo's expression turned mean. The scene was set for a showdown. "Oh, Brother An said you're crazy. I didn't believe it at first. Who'd think it's true? Total silence. As though a tiger, Xiao Luo stood up with his 5 fingers spread and grabbed Zhao Xingha's collar. Before he had time to react, Zhao Xingha felt his feet leaving the ground, his neck bound tightly by the collar. He felt his throat constrict and began to choke. Besides Zhao Xingha's buddies, all the students in the cafeteria stared in silence. He must be freakishly strong to lift a person with one hand. Xiao Luo fixed Zhao Xingha with an icy stare of disdain. "Now can you tell me why you sought me out?" Zhao Xingha nodded, scared shitless. He quickly took out a letter from his pocket. 3 words were written on it with a brush. "Notice of challenge." "This is the notice of challenge that Brother An is giving you. He'll be waiting for you at the Mixed Martial Arts Club on Saturday night." "Challenge?" Disdain flashed across Xiao Luo's eyes, and then he let go of Zhao Xingha. "Go back and deliver this to Song Jianan. Ask him if his brain has short-circuited. What era are we in now, and you're still doing this?" "You don't accept it?" Zhao Xingha fixed his collar. "I have no time for this nonsense," Xiao Luo said calmly. Sneering, Zhao Xingha glanced at An Wanwan. "You've got the guts to snatch Brother An's girlfriend, but you don't have the guts to respond to his challenge? Xiao Luo, turns out you're just a spineless wimp." "Sorry, goading doesn't work on me. Besides, I want to finish my lunch. Stay as far from me as you can. Don't ruin my appetite." Xiao Luo said it in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Zhao Xingha's corners of the lips tightened. When had he ever felt so enraged as a veteran member of the Mixed Martial Arts Club? "Xiao Luo, you should know what's good for you. We have a total of 120 people in the Mixed Martial Arts Club. If everyone spits on you, it'll be enough to drown you. Have you thought about the consequences of rejecting Brother An's challenge?" Xiao Luo calmly spat out a word. "Scram." Zhu Xiaofui and Ding Kai knew Xiao Luo had a short fuse. It didn't take much to set him off. In a matter of seconds, that polite and friendly smile could turn ugly and mean, especially if he felt threatened. The 2 guys quietly backed away to give Xiao Luo enough space in case he needed it. They also threw a look at An Wanwan, signaling her to get out of the way too. "Good. You sure are crazy and bold. Zhao Xinghe went berserk. Although he was stunned when Xiao Luo lifted him with one hand, he was giddy with rage. He reached out and grabbed the plates and cutlery. Then he snarled and got ready to smash them on Xiao Luo's head, and shouted, "I'll fucking kill you!" But just as he raised his hands, Xiao Luo stood up unexpectedly and dealt a swift kick that landed squarely on Zhao Xinghe's abdomen. He leapt like a crouching tiger, using his momentum to overwhelm Zhao Xinghe and frighten off the other goons. It was as if Zhao Xinghe's muscular body was hit by a train. It flew back and slammed onto his buddies standing behind him. His companions tried to reach out to catch him, but before they even raised their arms, Zhao Xinghe flew into them like a cannonball and knocked them on their butts. Crash! The plate shattered on the floor, sending the pieces and remains of food scattering in all directions. What an embarrassment! Before they knew what hit them, the 5 or 6 guys were spread out on the floor, covered in grease and grime. They were banged up and wailing in agony, but nothing hurt more than their pride. They couldn't stop panting as they looked at Xiao Luo in terror. Who was this guy?
Chapter 50. Unease. Xiao Luo stood motionless and exuded an unparalleled power and influence all over. He was quiet as the running water on a mountain, but moved like a fierce tiger emerging from a cage. All the students in the cafeteria were stunned. Their eyes were wide open and unblinking as they watched him and Zhao Jinghe and his party who were lying on the ground. Some were in the act of holding a spoon with soup in it, while some were in the act of using chopsticks to put food in their mouths. Some were even holding up a big bowl as they gulped down soup from it. It was as if all of them were frozen in time. 0.03 seconds later, the whole cafeteria descended into a state of shock and clamor. "Oh my God, he sent someone flying 4 or 5 meters away with one kick. Why is he so violent? He's trained, he's definitely trained. I never expected that there would be such fierce and violent man in our school. Which major is he from?" Tongues were wagging among the students. The clicks of camera shutters going off rang out continuously. Everyone was busy with their social media. Some posted on Moments, while some posted on their Weibo, that they even temporarily forgot about eating. "Hero Luo is really fierce." The girls from the English language major looked at each other. If they hadn't seen it for themselves, they never would have believed that Xiao Luo could send a boy that weighed 80 to 85 kilograms flying with a kick. At the same time, they felt that Xiao Luo's kick was very graceful, confident, suave, and neat. To sum everything in one word, it was cool. Huang Ruran stunned for a moment. Then she lowered her head and continued to eat as if nothing had happened. "I'm feeling really anxious about Song Jianan's IQ. He clearly knows that pretentious Dick is very good at fighting, but he still sends small fry like this to let Xiao Luo practice on them," Chu Yue pouted. Bai Ling did not reply, merely stared at Xiao Luo like a fool. Until Chu Yue shook her hands in front of Bai Ling's eyes and asked, "What are you doing?" Bai Ling recovered her composure and turned around, smiling like a young girl yearning for love. Her eyes were narrowed into crescent shapes, and she said excitedly, "Young Mistress Chu, did you see that? Xiao Luo is so handsome now." "What?" Chu Yue's mouth widened in stupefaction. She could understand why An Huan thought that pretentious Dick was handsome, but why did her best friend become so smitten with him too, as if someone had cast a spell on her? Zhao Jinghe felt ashamed and unable to show his face. With so many mobile phones around them taking photos and videos, it would only take half a day for the news of them getting beaten up to be spread throughout Huaye. At that time, he would become the campus laughingstock and the topic of gossip after a meal. As soon as he thought about it, he hated it so much that he felt an itch in his gums, but didn't dare to take any action. Xiao Luo's kick just now had allowed him to get acquainted with fear. At that very moment, he had thought that he was going to die immediately. "Don't lie on the ground and pretend to be dead to blackmail me. The floor is dirty, so you just stand up now," Xiao Luo shrugged and said lightly.
Hearing this, Zhao Jinghe was so humiliated that he felt even angrier. He held his throbbing abdomen and climbed up from the ground. The others slowly followed. "Xiao Luo, I'll remember this. Sooner or later, I'll pay you tenfold," he gritted his teeth and said. "I'll be waiting." Xiao Luo couldn't help but want to laugh, but he also felt bewildered. What had happened to university students nowadays? They weren't doing what they should, like studying and falling in love. Instead, they all liked to brawl. Zhao Jinghe was so angry that smoke was coming out of his ears, but there was nothing he could do. When he heard the clicking of the camera's shutters, it was as if he had found the flood behind a release valve. He yelled fiercely at the students around him. "What are you shooting? Stop motherfucking shooting or else I'll kill you!" When they saw his murderous expression, all the students were thoroughly intimidated, and they subconsciously put down their mobile phones. Zhao Jinghe waved his hand and called out to his companions, "Let's go." The group then hurriedly left the cafeteria. They came with unbridled arrogance, but left with their tails between their legs. An Huan became even more worshipful and infatuated with Xiao Luo. "Hero Lo Shen, you are my Mr. Perfect. I want to make your handsome photo into a poster and paste it on my bedroom wall." "For what? To guard against evil spirits?" Xiao Luo unhappily said. "Oh, Hero Lo Shen, how can you do this?" she said coyly as she threw a tantrum like a spoiled child. "Heh, since Brolo Gay said that you can't use his photo, you can take mine and Kaizi's. With a little post shop, we'll definitely look handsome, cool, and arrogant like those young idols," Zhu Xiaofei interjected. "Who wants your photos? There's no beauty to a fat pig and a skinny monkey. You can't compare to Hero Lo at all," An Huan said with her arms akimbo. Zhu Xiaofei covered his chest and wanted to cry, but he lacked the tears. That was a severe blow. Ding Kai nudged him with an elbow. "You can just mention your picture alone. Why drag me into this?" "Fuck you. Aren't we bros? Will you die if we get humiliated together by An Huan? Zhu Xiaofei said with a grave expression. Ding Kai looked at him seriously for a while, then cursed. Fuck your sister." Zhu Xiaofei thought Ding Kai would say something that was brimming with philosophy. He never expected these 3 words, and his face turned green immediately. For these past few days, Chu Yue's thoughts were in a turmoil, and she felt very twitchy. It was because no matter where she went, she would always run into Xiao Luo. She went back to her dorm room and threw her bag on the bed angrily. "I'm so mad." "Young Mistress Chu, what's wrong?" Bai Ling, who was playing on the computer, turned her head and asked. "What else? I ran into that pretentious dick again." Shu Yue gritted her teeth and said. "Well, you guys are fated," Bai Ling laughed involuntarily. "You ass, I'll strip you if you keep this up, trust me." Chu Yue pursed her red lips. A cunning and devilish light shone in her eyes. "Don't, young Mistress Chu, it's broad daylight now. It would be so embarrassing to take off my clothes in the dorm." "But you still dare to make fun of me?" Bai Ling smiled sweetly. "I'm stating facts. See, you've already complained to me 6 times, and this is the 7th time. You seem to run into Xiao Luo even if you're just going down to receive a package delivery. Isn't this fate?" "Who wants to have any fate with that pretentious dick?" Chu Yue pouted and said with unconcern. Then she thought of another possibility, and a trace of alarm appeared on her pretty face. "Bai Ling, do you think that he wants revenge for what happened at the dance party?" "You think too much. Xiao Luo isn't that kind of person." Bai Ling admired her best friend's wild imagination. "Why wouldn't he be that kind of person? I think he is. He even looks at me with a dark and sinister look." Chu Yue became increasingly afraid. She couldn't stop shivering as a chill racked her body. Bai Ling shook her head helplessly. "Stop scaring yourself. You're in the same school. Isn't it normal to run into him?" "Hua Ye isn't neither big nor small, but I was able to run into that pretentious dick 7 times. How could this be a coincidence? He must be stalking me." Chu Yue still felt that there was something wrong. Since you don't believe it, we'll test it out in the afternoon. Let's go to the hills in the back and see if you'll run into Xiao Luo again. The back hills is a quieter area. If you run into him again, it means that he's following you intentionally. If not, you're just thinking too much, Bai Ling said. That's a good idea. Chu Yue nodded solemnly. If she did not clarify this, her heart would always feel uneasy.